Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
As a symbol, it is never easy for one to accept the role of symbolism without going through constant moments of self-examination. And I must confess that there are moments when I begin to wonder whether I am adequate or whether I'm able to face all of the challenges and even the responsibilities of this particular position. I don't think anyone in a situation like this can go through it without confronting moments of real fear. But I have always had something that gave me an inner sense of assurance and an inner sense of security in the final analysis, even in the moments of loneliness. Something ultimately came to remind me that in this struggle, because it is basically right, because it is a thrust forward to achieve something not just for Negro people, but something that will save the whole of mankind. And when I have come to see these things, I always felt a sense of cosmic companionship, so that the loneliness and the fear have faded away because of a greater feeling of security, because of commitment to a moral ideal. Well, in my days in Atlanta as a child, there was a pretty strict system of segregation. For instance, I could not use the swimming pool, so that for a long, long time I could not go in swimming until the YMCA was built, a Negro YMCA, and they had a swimming pool there. But certainly a Negro child in Atlanta could not go to any public park. I could not go to the so-called white schools. There were separate schools. And I attended a high school in Atlanta, which was the only high school for Negroes in the city. And this was a real problem because in Atlanta there are more than 200,000 Negroes. In many of the stores downtown, to take another example, I could not go to a lunch counter to buy a hamburger, a cup of coffee, or something like that. I could not attend any of the theaters. Only there were one or two Negro theaters. They were very small, but they did not get the main pictures. If they got them, they were 2 years late or 3 years late. So that by and large, there was a very strict system of segregation, and there was nothing called racial integration at that time in Atlanta. Well, I started out as a pastor in Montgomery, Alabama, which is a state that adjoins the state of Georgia. After I finished my graduate work in Boston, I returned to Montgomery to pastor a church. After I had been in Montgomery about a year, we had the problem there of facing many indignities and injustices on the city buses. And on the 5th of December in 1955, a Negro woman was arrested, a Mrs. Rosa Parks, for refusing to give up her seat for a boarding white male passenger. I think I could say safely that more than 99% of the Negro people of Montgomery rose up with a bit of indignation, a righteous indignation, I would say. And this led to the bus boycott. The Negro citizens decided not to ride the buses until these conditions were changed. They asked me to serve as the spokesman and the president of the Montgomery Improvement Association, and from this time, I found myself in a leadership position in the civil rights struggle.
And the bus boycott was, of course, a startling success under your leadership.
Yes, we struggled for 381 days, but at the end of that, we returned to thoroughly integrated buses, and they are integrated today in Montgomery.
Well, good morning, everyone. Once again, I am late. These hours are tough for old men if they go to bed late, apparently. So, what we're going to do? Oh, well, before I even get that far, make sure you hit the like button, please, and subscribe if you're new. Share the wealth, this early morning wealth. I want to start out with a Glenn Lowry video that I've been meaning to play for a couple weeks or a week or so. Uh, it's Glenn and the great Amy Wax talking about talking about her issues at the University of Pennsylvania, and I won't get into details because I'm sure that she will. Excuse me. I have not seen the video, so I,
Hey,
uh, I'm I wait with bated breath to hear Amy Wax whine, but and whine she will, I'm sure. Hey, HB,
good morning, Stanley. Good morning,
how you
champ.
doing?
I'm doing well, man. Doing well. Another day. Waking up. Can't complain, man.
Well, that's a good thing.
I
Is
don't
it
know.
snowing?
Nah. It's clear. I did want to tell you. You know that Caleb Wilson story. They did arrest the guy.
Uh,
The
you-
the fraternity guy.
oh yeah, I saw the headline. I didn't read the story.
Yeah, they arrested a guy, man. I guess
Well, why
the
wouldn't they?
Well, a lot of times this stuff is like swept under the rug, but there's been just, especially across all the social media platforms, there's really been a lot of pressure
Well,
against it.
people. I mean, this fraternity hazing thing. This isn't the first incident for black fraternities, and
Yeah,
it's. I mean, every now and again you'll hear about. Uh, you'll hear about people. Fraternities being banned.
hmm
I won't say it happens a lot, but it happens frequently. And this is just this is just the ones that make headlines.
yeah.
I remember in college there was a guy that lived on my dorm. He joined a fraternity, and I don't even know that he was a pledge, but he had some dumb bullshit like sounded like the 1950s. He gave his girl his pledge pin or something like that. It was some big deal. So to celebrate, they tied him to a tree and threw paint on him. Uh,
Jesus Christ.
this was at the University of Georgia, and it never made headlines because I guess he didn't complain. But
Was 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 MLK a part of a fraternity?
I think he was an alpha.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
If I recall,
surprised.
I to be honest, I have to go back and look it up. But
I,
I'm pretty sure he was.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Let me
Yeah,
look it up right quick.
it's so crazy. Yeah, they posted the picture of the guy, and he looked just like I thought he would look too.
Yeah, he was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha.
Yeah,
Actually he joined the Boston. Apparently, he didn't do it as an undergraduate. He
Oh,
joined
okay,
when
okay, okay,
he
okay.
was, excuse me, working on his PhD.
Oh, okay. That's to me. That's not as bad because usually the graduate pledges they don't have to do all that hazing and stuff.
So, well, I don't know. I thought briefly, like literally, like a couple minutes about it, but it's a wonder I joined the Navy. I'm not that much of a joiner.
Yeah, but I don't.
And I never would have suffered the indignity of
Right,
having
right,
to be
right,
present.
right. Military don't make you do that type of undignified acts though. They might make you run.
Oh yeah, it does.
I mean,
Not
what's the
so
most?
much, the officer candidates, but oh yeah, there were some times, but it's more like it's more like, hey, if you get so many demerits, they'll make you march the quad for 2 hours. You
Yeah,
know,
that's
it's
nothing.
not throwing paint on you.
Yeah, that's not really that bad to me, honestly. You
No,
know,
it's not unless you're in Rhode Island and it's like 20 degrees out.
you better keep moving if it's
Well,
20 degrees out.
those pea coats are mighty warm.
Yeah, but yeah, I
But
don't let me stop your show. Let's
oh
get
no,
to it.
I actually usually I start with news, but I've been meaning because Glenn Lowry has interviewed Amy Wax probably 10 times over the years. And I always enjoy their interviews because he has to bite his tongue a lot, and I enjoy seeing him squirm.
Uh,
Oh, come on now, you
uh,
are your friends.
yeah, yeah,
And to be honest, I like Amy Wax. At least she's just honest and upfront about it. So,
yeah. You
and the
gotta
woman,
respect it.
hey, it's rare that you get a racist who's as accomplished as she is. She has an MD from Harvard and a JD from Columbia.
Wow.
So, oh yeah, so someone that smart, uh, to be that, well, what shall we say, stupid? It's amazing.
Uh,
So, feel free to stop me throughout this. It's very stoppable.
okay. All right.
Excuse me.
Does not meet our usual standards
Oops.
for audio fidelity and clarity. And so we're posting it with subtitles under Amy's side of the conversation. We at The Glenn Show are supported almost exclusively by our Substack subscribers. In addition to all the content available to the public, full subscribers get early access to weekly episodes. They get the ability to post comments. They get monthly Q&As with me and John McWhorter. And there's also other exclusive content. So if you watch the show regularly, you might want to consider becoming a full subscriber at glennlowry.substack.com or by clicking the link in the description.
By the way, I actually used to subscribe to his show and be a part of the Discord and all. And I just kind of, you know, nothing was ever going on over there. So I don't know. I might rejoin, see what's
Yeah.
going over there. I think I still have the Discord at least.
That's glennlowry.substack.com. Hello, everybody. This is Glenn Lowry, and you are listening to or watching or both The Glenn Show. I'm a professor at Brown University, host of The Glenn Show, and I'm with Amy Wax, who's a professor at the law school at the University of Pennsylvania.
Still?
An old friend of mine and a frequent guest and contributor here at The Glenn Show, and a controversial figure. We'll get to that momentarily. An old friend of mine, Amy, I get criticism for calling you a friend. I get criticism for platforming you. Last fall, I gave a lecture at the American Philosophical Society, where I'm a member. And someone in the audience, I don't want to say who, a colleague of yours at the University of Pennsylvania, confronted me with the accusation that I was platforming the notorious Amy Wax. How dare I do that? To which my answer was, the notorious Amy Wax is interesting. She's smart. She's topical. Yes, she's controversial. No, I don't necessarily agree with everything she says, but I will defend to the death her right to say it, that kind of thing. And moreover, she's being railroaded by your university.
And see, this is the bullshit. She has a right to say her piece, but she doesn't have a right to be platformed. What he's doing is basically kind of dodging a bullet there. He will defend her right. It's not his job to defend her right. He's not her lawyer. This is what drives me crazy about Glenn.
Said to this person,
like this intro is kind of pointless.
Well, you know what? I don't know what to say. Why doesn't he just say, "Hey, she's my friend. You know, we're ride or dies."
Yeah. I like talking to this racist white lady. What business is it of yours? You know.
And you know what? I like her too. You gotta love an old lady who's so frank. You know, if you've ever, she is the opposite of Jane Elliott. I wish I could get Jane Elliott and Amy Wax in a room. It would be the battle of the old ladies, an old cat fight.
Opinions that are unpopular, and in a university, to be silenced for expressing an unpopular opinion is an outrage. It's an affront to the very raison d'etre of the enterprise, and that's why I platform from time to time Professor Wax, and I'm doing it again, Amy. So thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, she's looking pretty haggard.
Yes, she is.
She's had cancer. I don't know whether she's still undergoing treatment, but yeah, you know, just over the years, because I've literally been watching Glenn Lowry's show. It's been around for quite some time, and I've been watching it for about 5 years now. And yeah, you can, you know, just over the years, you can see she's kind of wasting away. But you know,
she definitely get her balloon popped.
Hear you.
I'm glad you are.
Oh, okay. Well,
well, I think you put it very well. You always do. You get right to the heart of the matter. I am being punished for pressing arbitrary. That's a Freudian slip. For expressing controversial opinions that are not allowed in the university on so many important topics. There's so many questions facing our nation right now, and especially with the election of Trump. And what we are not getting in the university is any sort of meaningful discussion of the questions that are confronting our nation. I call it a dead gray zone. And my students don't disagree. I just attended a conference in Harvard sponsored by undergraduate and law students, conservative students, the Salient magazine, a wonderful magazine. And they had panels where they really engaged the important issues of the day: tariffs, national border, immigration, American identity, foreign policy. People were frank, they were open, they were unafraid, and there was a range of opinions at that conference. So that is the way it should be.
People should know that your punishment by the university as a result of a protracted procedure of assessment that was initiated by a complaint filed by your dean at the law school and processed through the university's administrative disciplinary procedures resulted in an adverse effect on your salary. You're being stripped of a named chair to which you had been appointed, in which you had earned as a result of the excellence of your scholarship, a curtailment of the range of courses that you could teach at the university, and other strictures that it seemed to me were meant to drive you out, to drive you into retirement or into, a defensive crouch. And you ain't crouching.
Jeez.
Well, also a suspension for a year and no more summer research money. That's big net, especially if I plan to stay on for 5, 6, 7 more years. It's almost $500,000 that I'm being docked here. So it's quite significant. And you're right, I'm not leaving. People always ask me, why don't you leave? Why don't you fade into the sunset? And I tell them the same thing. You have to fight these things from within. But the real reason, Glenn, that I don't leave is that there are students at this university and other universities who depend on my being here, who regularly reach out to me and ask me the kinds of questions they can't ask any other faculty member, or at least can't get a balanced answer. They just need a person there who represents a different point of view, and they appreciate that.
What are some of these different points of view, Amy, for someone who is completely unaware of what's been going on at the University of Pennsylvania? You want to tell us a little bit about where you stand on the issues of the day that are so controversial and so important?
Well, a hot button issue, what you would call the hot button issue, and now they're all mixed up with Trump's ascendancy, of course. There's really, in many cases, one and only one opinion that is acceptable, right? So let's just start with something a little less hot button. Every time a federal dollar is given out, it becomes an entitlement plan. But we have people howling and screaming because the federal government wants to cut back on some of their grants, some of their programs, wants to question what these funds are actually going for, what they're needed for. Are the projects that they're funding politicized? Are they partial? So let's just take medical research grants, right? Something I know a little bit about. Cancer research, if you look under the hood of what this money is going toward a place like Penn Med, a third to half of the project involve disparities, equity, indulging in all sorts of politicized assumptions about why minorities are worse in the medical system, forbidding the investigation of any conservative approaches to why minorities are doing worse. Their families are weaker, maybe they don't comply, they don't show up to their appointments. Who never sees research on that? Okay, but the real issue, plan is the basic research. Let's cure cancer. Let's find new treatments. Let's improve existing treatments. The research that they ought to be doing because they benefit everyone. They get demoted because there are all of these monies earmarked for fashionable and partisan projects. Now, nobody ever talks about that. Nobody in the university ever talks about it. And I think reducing the overhead amounts that Trump wants to give for NIH grants, for example, what he's really saying is, and I hear him saying, please give us an account of what you are using this money for. Of course, when you free up money for these big overhead grants, then the university can use its own money for DEI, climbing walls, therapy dogs, whatever it is they want to be using it for, supporting these undergraduate clubs. Taxpayer money is being expended here. Truck drivers and store clerks are paying taxes so that lavish, politicized institutions like Penn can spend federal money any way they want. So let's have a discussion about that. But I will tell you, Glenn, there is no such discussion taking place. There is no such discussion taking place.
Okay, here's the deal. There are discussions taking place, but they don't go according to her uh, beliefs or ideology or whatever you want to call it. Therefore, there's no conversation. That is actually what's happening. She has been warned for like 10, probably, I wouldn't be surprised if it was 20 years. They have warned her and warned her and warned her and warned her. They suspended her. She litigated. The discussion has been going on for damn near a decade, but there's no discussion going on. Okay, look, you're at an Ivy League school and you're pissing the students off. It has been litigated. It has gone to boards. It has been adjudicated in court. You're lucky to still have a job. If you didn't have the tenure that conservatives complain about is saving her ass right now.
Yeah.
She still has a job as a law professor at an Ivy League university at her age. Why she doesn't just fucking retire, I guess it's just obstinance. Bottom
I think
line is there has been a conversation ongoing for 10 years at least.
I think too, the irony is DEI is probably what's saving her job right now.
There DEI isn't saving her. She is actually that brilliant. The woman is like elite smart. MD from Harvard. She was a neurologist before she decided to go to law school. And I'm guessing it was her bedside manner, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. I would
You
like
know,
to
the
see.
woman is elite. Period. And these people like Trump and Musk went to the University of Pennsylvania. Trump went to the University of Pennsylvania. Now his daddy bought his way in. He did his last 2 years there. He was a transfer student. But the bottom line is the people complaining about the elites are elites themselves.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
It is.
who did Trump go to when he wanted to reshape and trim the government? He went to an elite, the richest man in the world, Ivy League graduate. He didn't go to me. He didn't go to American Man. American Man would have fawned. I'll suck his toes. No, but seriously, hey, these two are elites complaining about elites. Do you know Glenn Lowry's background? Now, he was a
Loosely,
baby
loosely.
daddy. He went to a community college or something like that, and the motherfucker was so brilliant. His math professor was like, "What are you doing here? I know somebody at Northwestern."
Oh wow.
This is what happens when you're a baby daddy, but you're brilliant. So he winds up at Northwestern. Hey, you know what? And Glenn will tell you, affirmative action. His generation, in that generation with Clarence Thomas, and they know each other. Clarence Thomas and Cornell West. They're all in that cohort that were affirmative action, but they were all fucking brilliant anyway. The only thing affirmative action did for them is, hey, you're brilliant, come here. Because
Yeah.
back then they weren't doing that. So back when affirmative action actually worked is when these guys, were in the cohort. So Glenn goes to Northwestern, putzes around, winds up at MIT. So these are elites complaining about elites, and they're complaining because the elites are not conservatives. Now, Amy Wax is at University of Pennsylvania's law school. She literally teaches conservatism. So, who says there are no conservative voices? That's what
Yeah.
she does.
Is do you think is she like a practicing conservative, or does she just talk about it?
Oh fuck no. She's almost lost her job over it.
Okay. I mean, is she
But the
like
reason
married? Does she have
that
kids?
she says controversial things, and it's
Yeah.
probably true, and this is the least controversial thing. Look, when you're bringing Jared Taylor to the school to talk to your law class, that's controversy. But she was able to do it. What she couldn't stand is that people protested and wrote against her.
Yeah.
Hey, people can do that. But she was able to do it. Nobody stopped her. They just protested. What conservatives like her want, and many conservatives in this space, they want to be able to say shit with impunity, and they don't want pushback. They just they just want to la di da. But when they disagree, you got to listen to them.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see that. I just think, it is good to have like a good balance of opinions on certain things,
It
especially
doesn't have to
politics.
be balanced. Where in the Constitution does it say schools have to be balanced?
Well, no, 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 no. I'm not saying the Constitution says it. I'm just saying it's good to have a good balanced, you know,
Well,
opinion
it
of
is a
things.
good thing, but it is not a requirement.
No, no, it is. I mean, it's a good thing, though, especially in education.
Well, there aren't too many conservatives who think like Amy Wax. And she is out on YouTube. There are plenty of videos where she's giving talks on immigration, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Hmm.
Um, so she has a voice. Nobody's shutting her up. It's just like it got so, when the students are complaining, they're the ones paying the tuition. You got to listen to them. So finally, what they did is they just wouldn't let her teach undergraduates.
Yeah, yeah, I could
Or
see
no, no,
that.
no. I think what it was is they wouldn't let her teach freshman year law students. But you don't go this long being defiant and not suffer some bruises. And
Yeah,
there, what would stop her from going from University of Pennsylvania to Regent University, or Bob Jones? I know Regent University outside in the it's the Upper Peninsula of Tidewater, Virginia. Um, there are plenty of conservative law schools. Baylor, I
yeah,
think, is one. But anyway, I'm on my soapbox just like she is. But this poor wounded victim, she is not.
At the University of Pennsylvania.
Okay, that's not how you came to be disciplined by the university, but that's an example of the area that you have controversial opinions in, which is the emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and your criticism of that, the embrace of affirmative action in hiring and in student admissions, and your criticism of that, the emphasis on racial disparities that focuses mainly on external systemic
Stanley, why? Stanley,
anti-Black
hold on a second.
sentiments
Pause it
rather
real
than
quick.
on.
Pause it real quick. Why do even the elite, educated elite, conflate the two all the time? Why do they do that?
I have no idea.
I'm like so sick of that shit, man.
Well, to a certain extent, now Glenn's audience is different. He has believe this or not, he has a very Manhattan. Well, he is a fellow at the Manhattan Institute, like a senior fellow.
Hmm.
But he has a Manhattan Institute level audience. They actually know shit. That's the one thing I have to say. He's talking to Whitey, but Whitey's elite. I'm
But it
joking.
to me, it's so manipulative though to conflate the two.
Well, Glenn does a lot of conflating. You hear him talking about MAGA and Donald Trump. You would never know he was an Ivy League. He's an Ivy League professor, but he's even elite among Ivy League professors. He is elite
And
because
I
as
think
an economist,
and I think
he's
that's
written
what makes it so.
papers. He's won like all kinds of prizes.
That's what that's
Why he's never won a Nobel is surprising. Probably
that's
because
what
he's so political.
yeah. But that's what makes it so manipulative. You know, these guys know there's a difference. I'm not an Ivy
Right.
League grad, and it's like, bro, why are you trying to conflate the two? DEI and civil rights and it's all different things.
Yeah.
And trying to
Um,
and it's like trying to put black people as the
would you
face of
say they're
D.
talking down to their audience?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. I think they're manipulating their audience because there was this guy Dave that pulled up, Deacon Dave that pulled up the other day, and to me this is the big issue when you try to when you try to conflate the two, it makes it seem like DEI is like a black movement, and by getting rid of DEI, it's an attack on black people when that has nothing to do with it. Black people aren't even the biggest beneficiaries of DEI.
Well, one thing, and I think I did a video on it, believe it or not. Veterans are part of that DEI universe.
There we go.
I mean,
There we go.
literally, the DEI. Like, there was a veterans group at the either the Defense Department, I think it was. Like, they have I forget what they call the groups, but it's like different people clumped together. Like, there are veterans, veteran groups at the Defense Department. There are blacks at the Defense Department. There are women at every group kind of clumps together into an interest group. But it's not just a protected class that gets together. It's like, hey, what if the engineers who work for the Defense Department decide to form a club? That would be DEI, diversity, what is it, equity and inclusion.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, conservatives, Donald Trump on down, are very disingenuous about what DEI is. And there was a whole newspaper article or two on how um, these veterans basically disbanded their group because they were considered DEI
Well,
veterans.
I think Democrats also are very they kind of like to conflate the two.
Yeah, well,
They're very
it's
deceptive.
easier to digest that way, and even affirmative action. Asians benefited from affirmative action, yet they wanted to
Yeah,
get rid of it.
right, right. But just conflating affirmative action and DEI, I think you're pretty much trying to make it seem like it's an attack on black people, and I think it's so fucked up, man. It's really manipulating the people.
Well, well, I yeah, well, black people are kind of doing the same thing though. Aren't there's BLM or somebody protesting the getting rid of DEI?
No, I haven't seen that. I would have thought.
Uh, I
Uh,
I want to say I want to say that's so, but I read so much news that I couldn't recall. But there are black people who think getting rid of DEI is a attack on black people. And
Yeah. And I think that's the manipulation right there, because it's not. It's really not.
People don't do their homework.
Yeah,
And
yeah. But then you got professors up here conflating the two. That's my issue. People, I'm not even a goddamn professor, Stanley, and I know the difference. How does
well, let
Glenn
me put
Lowry
it to
not
you
know
this
the difference?
way. Glenn actually teaches in the School of Social Science mostly. So, I guarantee you this is being proliferated to his students.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
So,
problem. Hey, I do want to shout out the audience real quick. Just John Galt, salute, Kelvin, Tom Gully, Nando, Solid Snake. Make sure you guys hit the like button, man. Salute to the audience. We see you guys. All right, let's get back into it, Stanley.
okay.
My bad.
Internal behavioral issues that are implicated in the disparities. You're taking, and you correct me if I say this wrongly, a relatively skeptical point of view and skeptical of the DEI mainstream.
You don't have to worry
and
about it anymore.
asking for aggressive interventions, of which Trump's policy toward lowering the overhead on National Institutes of Health research grants is one instance. And you're glad to see the system being shaken up in that way. And
Nando, to your point, did you know that there is a Black SEAL organization? I meant to show that yesterday. So
Wow.
that group is probably going to be disbanded because it's DEI.
Wow.
Just kidding.
Wow.
Now, do you know how rare Black SEALs are?
Yeah, I could imagine.
They get together and drink beer and whatever it is they do. Why is that a bad thing?
I mean, black people historically have had a real real problem with swimming. So a Black SEAL, yeah, that is a major
Well, you
thing.
don't have to swimming class would be like the minimum. They try and drown your ass.
Yeah.
They will toss you in the pool with your hands bound behind your back and your feet tied, toss you into the pool, and you're supposed to survive.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see a lot of black people not being able to be a SEAL just on
Well,
genetics.
you see a lot of people, period. But anyway, I had to make that point, Nando, that it reminded me. So sorry. Old man digress.
Hey,
the demand for accountability of the diversity mongers being issued such as it is. And you're saying rich Ivy League institutions like the University of Pennsylvania, if they want to support the kinds of policies, they can do it with their own money, not with the public fisc.
Well, right. If they're breaking the law or they're otherwise, have a very tilted, politicized agenda. But I think the point I'm trying to make, you put it very well. What I'm trying to say is you cannot, within the university, say anything positive about Trump or anything that he's doing, right? Just say, I've heard said on webinars, he's Hitler. There's just this attitude that everything he does is evil and unacceptable.
She is wrong. She literally taught conservatism and the law, or something to that effect. Nobody's stopping her. It's when she wants to push it on everyone else and complain when people criticize her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, these people, whiners. Why do fucking MAGA whine so much?
Yeah.
So that's
She is a
one
Karen, Stanley.
example
She is a
of
Karen.
how the open window is narrow. Now, when you get to more controversial issues more directly, like American identity, the integrity of the border, immigration, efforts to reduce or eliminate illegal immigration, then
Fuck if they
you're
were
way
demonetized.
outside the consensus in the university. Once again, I am waiting for any kind of balanced presentation at the university, panel, conference that really looks at both sides of the question and invites people from the MAGA camp, from the Trump administration, from the "what about illegal, don't you understand" group, and really allows them to say their piece. It just doesn't happen, Glenn. It just doesn't happen.
There's a bill of indictment against you, Amy. You're said to have mistreated, created a hostile environment for your students and so on. You're said to have invited white supremacists to address your class and so on. You're said to have endorsed views like racial realism that are ipso facto racist postures to take. And I have to mention that because otherwise people will say, you didn't tell them what she really, you're said to have criticized Asian immigration because of the long-term cultural implications that people coming from South Asia and East Asia.
Okay, yes, that is her surface argument, but she has also said, I believe on your show, Glenn, that one of her criticisms of Asian immigrants in her own medical center at the UPenn Hospital, she has criticized them because they vote Democrat. That's her real problem with Asian immigration. And then, yeah, they will affect American culture, et cetera, et cetera. She is also an advocate of mainly Northern Europeans coming to America being the main people, the main group to be encouraged to come to America because they share, quote, bourgeois values.
Yeah.
Okay. Hell, I know this, and I'm not even on her side. So she is platform. People know who she is. It's just the criticism that hurts her feelings that she wants to just throw a hissy fit.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, and by the way, Ryan, not all seals are black.
To the United States in large numbers are alleged to have on the American society going forward. You're said to have endorsed 1950s era social attitudes about the roles of women and the traditional family and so on, which were overturned by the revolutions of sex and gender of the 1960s and the 1970s and so on. So, Amy, that's the bill of indictment. You said to have foisted this on your students to their detriment. You've said to have said things to students in private discussions, which they reported later that were offensive to them. I mentioned that to give you an opportunity to respond.
Well, I mean, that bill in particular is extensive. And let's just divide it into two parts. The first is, since that I've been in the media, at conferences, and podcasts, those to be protected. They should be wide open, so-called extramural statements, and according to multiple documents that guide principles of academic freedom, including the American Association of University Professors Statement of 1915, reiterated in 1940. Professors, university members, citizens, and in their capacity as citizens or professional citizens in making extramural statements outside the classroom, they should be entirely free to express their opinions. And quite frankly, Glenn, I think that that is the proper rule, right? So I should not be indicted for that. That is absurd. They have knocked on all of the sporadic, kind of remote, stale, and isolated allegations of things I've said to students. I would say that all but one or two of them are completely fabricated, bogus, or utter misunderstandings of what I actually said. I could give you examples, right? At the hearing on my indictment, some student asserted that I said in class, Mexicans are likely to harass women. Complete misunderstanding by this not very bright student. I presented a case in which a member of the jury said that, engaged in a kind of stereotype statement, and the issue was whether jury deliberations could be examined or not based on that statement. And I said, well, I know that the Supreme Court has an exception for racist statements, but if you make generalizations by nationality, that should probably not be forbidden, because jurors make generalizations about nationality all the time. You know, Germans are punctual, the Swiss are compulsive. I mean, do we really want to bust open the jury deliberation process? I was making a pedagogical suggestion. I was not endorsing or asserting a statement about Mexicans.
Yeah.
So complete misunderstanding, right? Total misunderstanding. The committee just said, we believe her. I mean, it was like that statement after statement, which are just bogus. You know why they put these in at the last minute? Because they know they have no case against me based on what I said in some podcast or at some conference, which they totally misstate as well. So I am going to sit here and tell you the accusations that I have with students are, they hold no water. They hold no water. Now, if you want to, penalize me because I'm an immigrant restrictionist, because I recognize cultural differences, because I criticize affirmative action, because I bring forth facts that are realistic about group differences, well, that is not compatible with academic free expression. And let me add one more thing. The students that I had encountered that sought me out, they are hungry to hear these points of view.
Wait, pause it, Stanley. Pause it. Pause it.
And
Pause it real
there's an
quick.
alternative.
You know, this is why I tend not to listen to white women in general, because a lot of times they're really just hypocrites. How can you criticize affirmative action when white women benefited from it?
Well, you can do that.
Well, she
More or
wouldn't.
less
She
what
wouldn't.
she's
She wouldn't.
criticizing is the idea of it.
Well, she wouldn't
Now,
have her job
she's
if the
not.
idea didn't exist.
I'm sorry.
She wouldn't have her job if the idea didn't exist.
No, I don't agree with that. The woman has an MD from Harvard and a JD from Columbia. She
That's
would
the
have been
whole.
one of
That
those exceptions.
that
No,
that. But that's
seriously. The woman is accomplished. She would have been, believe me, if they used affirmative action to get her in, they were wasting their time. There are men that she could outcompete.
But Stanley, that's the whole point of affirmative action, to allow people to have the opportunity to succeed. That was the whole
I
point.
don't agree with that.
No matter the race, gender, or sexual
Okay, well,
orientation.
HB, maybe you misunderstand affirmative action too. There are people who just kind of defy, like, you will have them fuck affirmative action. She's that smart.
But what I'm saying is, under affirmative action, you legally can't deny somebody because of their gender or their race. So maybe
Okay,
she
no,
wouldn't.
no, 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 no. You can deny them. Well, affirmative action in hiring is considering them, and you can't. You're right. You
Right,
can't reject
right,
someone because of their protected class.
right.
However, they would have never denied her.
I mean, they could have though if
Well, they
if they
could
wanted
have, but
to.
you're arguing a hypothetical. Actually, I'm
Well,
arguing a hypothetical. I
right,
just
right.
happen
You're
to know her background.
right,
I
right, right,
think
right. She's
I don't think you can say with a firm yes or with proof that she got there by affirmative action.
no, no, no. She has the merit. However, if there was an affirmative action, somebody could have still denied her just because she's a woman.
They could have, but they probably wouldn't have.
Maybe, but you never know. You never.
And again, always preface something like that with "It's my opinion,"
Hey.
because you actually don't know.
No, you don't. But
No, I
I
don't
think
know.
I think the issue with her is she's only looking
And,
at the racial
and,
aspect
and I
of
want to
affirmative
remind you
action.
that I agree with almost nothing she says, but I can't deny her accomplished background. And actually, if we sat down to dinner, we'd probably talk about something else.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you guys would. I'm sure you would talk about something
Yeah,
else, Stanley.
okay. But no, what I'm saying is she is a if you've ever heard her talk on other things, the woman is fascinating. She's accomplished. She's a mother. Um, she's led. She can do more than this. She's just on here, to satisfy Glenn's anti-blackness, and I'm even kidding
Yeah.
about that because Glenn's not as anti-black as he lets on. But the bottom line is, affirmative action basically said you couldn't consider any of the
Hmm.
protected class categories. She would have been in anywhere she went. They'd be glad to have her, even
Yeah.
if it was only bringing coffee. You could say you got an Ivy Leaguer on your staff, and I've actually seen that happen. By the way,
Yeah, I wouldn't mind her bringing me a coffee. Yeah.
uh, she's in her 70s, dude.
Oh, oh. Yeah, she looks like it.
Yeah, but you gotta also I don't know what her status is, but she had a pretty good bout of cancer, treatment. So,
Ah,
and if you look at her Glenn interviews from years ago, there's a marked decline. But I mean, she's still feisty, so good for her.
yeah.
To the propaganda and the brainwashing and the one-sided presentation that they've been getting since kindergarten. They're not drinking the Kool-Aid. They're not buying. At first, they're just curious. They want to hear another point of view. So students will contact me. I don't even know them. I've never seen them before in my life. Some student from Northwestern or UCLA will email me, can I Zoom with you? About what? Oh, about everything. About Trump, about gender, about our education system, about, race, about race realism, about American identity, everything that's on their mind. They're not getting it in school.
You are said to have violated the privacy of students by speaking publicly about your experience in the classroom, where you report that in your experience, African American students in your civil procedure course tended to
Uh-oh.
cluster near the bottom of the class. That is one of the
Oh yeah, that's one of
bill
the
of
things.
indictment items. What do you say to that?
Well, I don't think that's a privacy violation, okay? It's a generalization based on, over 1,000 students, no name for name. And I said, that tells you nothing about any individual student. Okay. But beyond that, Glenn, and you've acknowledged this yourself, how can we talk intelligently and openly and in an even-handed way about policies like affirmative action? How can we ever critique them if we have this atmosphere of secrecy, of stealth, of hiding data, hiding the ball, not giving people access to what is really going on? That is a way to rig the game. And that is what universities are doing now. They're rigging the game so that no one can look at the actual results, the fact, the data. These policies don't need to be justified. That's the attitude about DEI as well, right? We know that DEI is an unalloyed blessing to mankind. It is a boon. It has no deficits, no downsides, no defects. I recently heard this on a webinar from the Penn Faculty Senate. It's wonderful in every way. It benefits everybody, right? So how can we begin to refute that and present the other side if they control the facts, they control the data, they're secretive, they're sneaky, they're stealthy about everything they're doing, right? If they really believe in what they're doing, they shouldn't hide the ball. They have nothing to hide. I think this whole confidentiality thing it's just a cover for lack of accountability.
Let me expand on this point. You have affirmative action in the form of admitting students by race with lower test scores if they come from disadvantaged minority groups, if they're Black and Latino. You know, as a matter of fact, that the test scores are correlated with the performance of students after admission. That's why you use the test scores to screen who you admit. So you do that in the interest of diversity, and you compose a class in which the minority students, the Black students, on average have lower test scores, and they sit in the same classroom with those of other groups who have on average higher test scores. Then we find at the end of the day that their performance on average differs in a way that is commensurate with the difference in their test scores. You then report that fact and you're called a racist. That's what you mean by hiding the ball, by refusing to be candid with people about the obvious implications of your policies, rather than defending your policies by saying, in effect,
okay, if you admitted nothing but white students, just admit nothing but white students, there are going to be people who are at the top of the class and at the bottom of the class. If the preponderance of people at the bottom of the class, are you gonna fuss about that? Are you gonna go in and reclassify them? Now, her argument about blacks being at the bottom of the class and it correlates with lower SAT scores.
Yep.
Okay, how about then go a step farther and let's talk about advantage. There are statistics that show that black kids have less opportunities for things like test prep, etc., etc., etc. How about go a step farther? How about step outside of the process and start looking at the sociology of it?
Well, I think
That's
that's
where
her point, Stanley.
any wax don't want to go.
But that's her point. That's her point. If you just conclude it with it's racism to even point it out, you can't get to that point. Yeah, Black students
Well,
probably they
no.
probably need to
See,
study
what
more.
she's not understanding is that people know who she is. If a race realist, a so self-called race realist points this out, I'm willing to call a duck a duck. If that same woman talks about Northern Europeans making better immigrants because of culture, I'm gonna suspect she probably has a racial angle in mind.
I disagree. I
Okay,
think
well, disagree all you want. It's your right to do it. I
Yeah.
look at the whole Amy Wax, not just her single argument. I put it in context. The woman is a racist.
Well, I think everybody in America is a little racist,
Yeah,
but
and you know what? That's that same dumbass conservative argument.
to point out the reality and call it racism, I think
Okay,
just
it's
ignorance.
racist. I'm sorry. It's not racism. She's not a whole system. It's
Yeah.
racist. She is a racist.
Well, I mean, she's a white woman. Of
And,
course,
and
she's
the
a
argument
racist.
that everybody's a racist is so Thomas Soul brother fucking bullshit.
It's
We're
true.
not talking about everybody.
We're all racist, Stanley.
Okay, you're all racist.
Uh, you're all racist.
I I only have one group of people that I look askance at.
Yeah, Ryan. Lower test scores are not racist, and I think when you make it
Okay,
racist, when
once
you
again, Ryan's slow lizard brain isn't keeping up with Stanley.
cause see, that's racist. Just because he has caucus DNA doesn't mean
Hey,
he's
I didn't
part
mention
lizard.
his race. Like I said, taken if she was, say, a Glenn Lowry who actually kind of knows his shit. Um, yeah, there's nothing wrong with saying that the low test scores correlate with low performance in schools. It's who says it. Okay. And people are human. They're going to put what she says in context with her documented, well documented beliefs. They're all over the place.
Well, Stanley, I don't necessarily focus on who says it as much as who doesn't say it. Because the people that don't say it, those are the real racists to me because they're trying to
Yeah. Well,
cover
you
up.
know what? I like your pretzel logic.
Those people who don't say it, they're the ones who are really holding people back. Because if there is
I don't agree with that.
if there are lower test scores with black people, then why not find a solution for that? We need to make sure that they're on average.
Okay, well, the solution is complicated. The solution is bound up in economics, it's bound up in culture, it's bound up in history. The solution is kind of a Gordian knot.
Well, we can still try at least try to figure it out instead of just saying it's racist to call it out. I don't think just calling everything racist is a solution. That's a cop out. We got to find solutions if you really care.
Okay,
But
well,
I don't think these people
we have
care.
spent almost 250 years trying for solutions. The bottom line, and this is an old man talking here, we don't want solutions. We just want problems.
It seems like it. It seems like
Oh,
it.
it seems like it. It seems, to quote the Constitution,
Yeah,
is
yeah, Ryan. I think water is racist. Actually, I think
yeah. Well, Ryan, if you're gonna make racist comments, at least make them funny.
he's got a
And
point
by the
though.
way, your seals of color joke, it was pretty funny. It's the name of tomorrow's show. So good job there, Ryan.
Stanley, I was thinking about that too. I think you should put more put more Trump in your titles too, man. It'll
Wow.
get more it'll bring more people to the channel if you put Trump. He's a cash cow, man.
You know what? Do it on your show.
Come on, Stanley.
By the
Just
way,
just a
I
suggestion.
do have finally. I fixed my short that I think is Trump in the title of that. I can't remember.
Yeah.
If Trump comes, somebody make a Trump joke. I'll do a show
Yeah.
or
Just,
title a show.
just for channel purposes, good or bad, Trump is a cash cow. People like talking about them.
Well, they're
So
going to be so disappointed when they when they
I know
get here
that.
and I'm facing them.
Yeah, no, that's the point. That's the point. You know, I know you like that. I know you like the opposition, Stanley. So you gotta reel them in. You know, you gotta.
Yeah. No, 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 no. I don't like all opposition. Much like Amy Wax, not all opposition is created equal.
Well, I think she's a little bit different. She's like complaining about differences of opinion when she's literally in a, she's not on a YouTube page where she could just block people. You're at a Ivy League institution. Of course you're gonna get differences of opinion. And you're talking about children. You're talking about kids. I mean,
Yeah. Well, these people, conservatives take youth really seriously. Um, Probably more so than liberals do.
it's like Amy. I didn't start thinking about like politics until I was like in my 30s. Like you gotta let kids be kids too. Like everything, you're fucking 70. Not everything is, these kids are just trying to fuck and drink and have a good time, get their education. Not everything
No,
is
I have to admit, they only do it on the weekends.
yeah, nah,
I,
but still,
I used to
still.
go to Emory all the time. Those motherfuckers drank like they put the University of Georgia to shame. They were panic drinking on the weekends. It's like they fucking panic about their grades all week and then drink it off on the weekend.
All right, man. That's all they're trying to do, man. You know, they're not
Oh, I see a
worrying
tough
about
guy
being.
wants to come up.
Oh God.
He has a burning desire.
Well,
Yeah,
get
well, you know
ready, get
what?
ready.
Amy Wax Uber, and once again, I like Amy Wax. When she was younger, she approached hot.
Get ready to be called a
That's
nigger,
okay that they
Stanley.
have lawyer.
You know what? She would never do that.
Nah, with tough guy about to come up. Get ready to be called a nigger. Here we go.
Yeah, well, I'm going to keep a firm hand on the tiller, as it were. What's up, tough guy? You there?
Yeah, what up?
Oh, nothing much. We're just doing a racist review.
A racist review.
Yeah, of Amy Wax. And see, that's the
Okay.
other thing, HB. Why doesn't she just come out and say she's a racist? It's what she's not saying.
She doesn't seem that racist to me. Not any more racist than any other American, honestly. She doesn't.
um, yeah, maybe no. I look. I was married to a white woman, and we never talked race, especially
Yeah,
after my. Well, not especially. We literally now every now and again I would catch her reading a Terry McMillan novel, and I would make a comment. But
she was reading Terry McMillan. Jesus
well, yeah,
Christ.
well, I mean, I was reading Terry McMillan at the time. I think Terry McMillan's a good writer.
Yeah,
She is a good writer. Now you
yeah,
may
but
not like her, her topics,
yeah,
but
my
no,
mom reads that.
she's actually a really good writer.
Yeah, my mom reads that shit though. Like, what the fuck?
Dude, I read everything.
Terry McMillan.
I own Terry McMillan novels.
I'm sure you do. But it's like that's you. I mean, you would. Would it be racist to say the majority of the people that buy that are probably black women? Is that racist to
No,
say?
you'd be describing demographics or,
Yeah. Okay.
or
Okay.
sales.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it is kind of interesting. Your white wife would be. Well, I think it's actually kind of
Well, no, she was just reading. She read everything. So I read it and put it on a bookshelf or something, and she needed something to read.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think it actually is good that a white woman,
Well, I
married.
think it was more she just wanted to read what I was reading.
Right,
Um,
right, right, right.
you know, who knows? I doubt it, but she could have probably gone, well, what is this? Is he reading about naked women? Or she she read everything though.
Yeah, and I
As a matter
mean
of
to be
fact, I've never seen. I thought I read a lot.
and to be fair, I'm not gonna lie. Waiting to Exhale, the movie anyway, is a very. I mean, it is a classic. We can't. I know that was based off one of her books, so it was a
Yeah,
classic
well,
movie.
I mean, like I said, I don't read I haven't read everything by her. I think at the time it was a paperback that had just come out. And,
Yeah,
I, like all readers, go through phases. There are authors that, oh my Lord, this is so good. I want to read everything by this author. I don't
yeah.
do that so much anymore because I read a lot of history these days. But, yeah. Um,
You think by your book catalog, your wife kind of figured, maybe I shouldn't talk about race with Stanley.
no.
Oh, okay, okay.
It just never came up. I mean, couples that are serious have a lot more things to think about, especially after a baby's born. You don't have time for that shit.
Yo, EAE, that's the best part of that movie. You raggedy bitch.
What
Get
movie?
your shit. Get your shit. Waiting to exhale.
Yeah.
You raggedy bitch.
Never seen it.
What's up,
I
Tom?
watch
What's
guy.
up,
I watch guy
Ryan?
movies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, Tom, it's
Yeah.
it's a product of its time. It's definitely a
Yeah.
black '90s movie. So
Yeah, well,
Okay.
Angela Bassett is phenomenal.
I thought it was a chick flick.
Well, it pretty much
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
And you
pretty
could
much,
say that
pretty.
Terry McMillan writes chick flick worthy novels,
That's what I
Yeah, she
thought.
does. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she
but
does.
she is a good writer. Like, technically, she is a good
Okay.
writer.
Yeah.
When she was
Like,
there
So
with
you may
Coco
not like
Lemonade.
the topic, but you will say, hey, it's a
Mm.
shitty topic, but it's well written shit.
If those two things can go together, maybe, but I'll never
Oh,
read
no, I
it.
know they can.
there are some good chick flick movies, Tom. I mean, there's some decent.
I'll take your word for it.
Just
The Notebook. The Notebook is not a bad movie, man.
Okay.
It's not a.
not
It's
if
not
it's
a.
gay.
Oh, come on, come on.
What I got beat by a girl in Basketball Diaries.
Don't, Tom. Don't just say she was a girl. This is a woman that played across seas basketball, man. She's a fucking unit. She's like 6 foot, Tom. Come on, man.
Oh,
Jesus
6
Christ.
feet. Well,
Yeah. Fucking, I still beat her.
you know, the greatest women's soccer team on the planet lost to a team of 15-year-old boys. That's all I'm going to tell you about that.
That's very sexist.
All right. Well, Ryan, any comments on the video? Tom, Tough Guy, HB?
I like Landord.
She strikes me as a classic throwback collegiate professorial looking for thirsty for clout controversialist in the old school sense.
I don't get that impression. And again, I have been watching her for at least 5 years. She is consistent. I've seen her interviewed by other people. I've seen her give talks on immigration to like groups. There are groups like groups that are concerned with American immigration. Believe this or not, she is nothing if not consistent.
I'm not saying she's inconsistent. I'm saying she's that on campus, oh, so controversial. and she doesn't bother me at all. It's
Yeah,
just
she's got the tism.
when you start talking about and the campus faculty senate got together. It's like I'm out. I'm
No,
done.
she's actually a true believer.
I don't doubt that
Yeah,
either.
I've heard her criticize Ashkenazi Jews, of which she is one, for voting Democrat.
Oh,
She's political. She is racial. She is a lot of like.
It's
She's a
autism, though.
conservative.
It's
She's a
autism.
conservative dream.
Yeah, I'm
It's
just saying
autism.
1 inch off campus
Yeah,
and
and when I say conservative, I think she's extreme even for a conservative. You know, George Will is a conservative. And I'm sure George Will probably would agree with a lot of what she says. He's just polite enough not to bring it up in, a social setting.
Okay, well, um,
I think Amy Wax talks to her kids about this when they were little.
yeah, I think she lives inside of an academic bubble.
I
yeah,
agree with
definitely, Tom. I agree with that too.
and
I would
and I
like to
can
see.
also tell you that I get the impression the only reason she would talk to Glenn is because Glenn is as accomplished as she is.
Yeah, I
That
In
could
a
be
in
wonder.
a
it.
woman like that's mind, Glenn transcends race because he's so smart.
I would like to see how she would fare in the private sector with all these opinions.
Um, she wouldn't.
Exactly. You
that's
talk
why
you
she's
talk
in
that you talk that
Pennsylvania.
immigration shit at Google. That shit wouldn't work. That shit wouldn't work there. We just want all white men up at Google. Yeah, yeah, all right. Nah.
Now,
Some
if
of
I
it is
recall,
autism
One of
too.
Google's founders wasn't white. So,
Exactly. Yeah, you need
but
somebody crunching
like
those.
I said, I would hang out with her.
Oh, I'm
So
sure you would, Stanley.
for some reason or
She's a white
another,
woman.
she's the woman version of a curmudgeon.
Yeah. Ryan,
So,
Oh,
Ryan, what was your opinion,
HB,
Ryan?
HB. I moved, motherfucker. I got my own spot now, bitch.
Well, I mean, it took you
you
40
came
years.
you came up to an Amy Wax video.
Took you 40 years. Congratulations, man.
Hey, man, it's fucking expensive out here. Fuck you.
Hey, better late than never, man. What's your roommate gonna do? You just left him?
No, no, he got a spot. I got a spot.
Took him with him.
Oh. Aw.
I got a studio.
Are you a couple or a throuple?
Aw.
Now who's gonna empty that dishwasher?
By the way, Club Guy, we still need to watch the Iceberg Slim thing.
Oh yeah, you never
Uh,
play it.
probably,
You guys watched it. I was
I
there when
think
you
it'll
watched
be
it.
on Saturday morning. Uh, you know, if you're around, drop by. I've been wanting to watch it, and
I read his book, Stanley. It's kind of sad, honestly, but yeah, I read his book.
well, won all kinds of awards. I've never read the book.
Yeah. I think I read it like
You watched
maybe
it.
like shit, maybe like 7 years ago. I read it. It's
Hmm.
kind of sad, man. But yeah, I mean, there's some things in it that probably still hold true today. But
Well, it won awards probably because of white liberals. It's so raw.
yeah,
Mm.
it is pretty raw.
Or was it well written?
Yeah. Yeah. He's very descriptive. You can. I mean, it's pretty much like a memoir to a certain extent.
Probably ghost written, I'd imagine, but maybe not.
Yeah. I mean, pimps aren't really known for their writing, but
Poet pimp.
Yeah. You never know. Pimps are
Academic
very good with their words, so you never know.
No, they are poetic.
Yeah. Bitch better have my money. Yeah.
performance after admission. We can live with that because the value of the diversity objective trumps the consequences of the admissions policies necessitated by the diversity objective. That to me is corruption if it's allowed to color the public communications of the institution, which should be held accountable for the consequences of what
Oh,
it
fuck
does.
that.
Right. And
You know what?
there's nothing like that going on right now. What
If
it allows,
Harvard had any balls, they go fuck the government and just get rid of all of it. They've got like a several $billion endowment. Let's see how you like it when we do our own thing. Um, this federal money thing, and this is actually kind of to a conservative point. We'll take Trump is basically saying we will take your money if you don't do what I want,
Yep.
and that is an argument for for government getting out of people's personal business. That a government gets to dictate what a school gets to teach is
Yep.
travesty.
Yeah, but these teachers
That's
not
the
gonna take a
real
pay cut.
that's the real problem.
These teachers aren't gonna take a pay cut to be
Okay, I don't give a
private.
shit about any of that. It has nothing to do with my point. That government is this much involved because in theory, they want to get rid of the education department because education should be local. But we're going to
Well,
tell colleges what to do.
well,
It's really
who would
kind
pay
of a
for it?
shame. It's really kind of a shame that the government has its claws or its tentacles is probably a better term. Um,
You're pro Trump.
and Trump,
Pro Trump.
to his credit, by the way,
Stanley's pro Trump.
he
What do you
knows how
know?
to make it hurt.
Well, the
Tentacles.
Pro
schools
Trump.
allow it. Stanley's the
Stanley's got a
schools
red
allow it
jacket
though.
on.
I think
Who
it's,
gives a fuck what schools do?
I think it's tentacles with claws on the end.
Here's my point. It's a shame. Trump is actually very clever in knowing how the government over the centuries have kind of trickled down. It's like capillaries in the body. It's everywhere. The
Yep.
blood is everywhere, and he's threatening to dry up the blood and let the limbs just kind of rot away.
Yep.
It is
Yep.
clever.
Yep. Yep. But
And
this,
it is all kinds of things. It's good, it's bad, it's indifferent. The problem is Trump is basically, I think, in a way, it's Trump is. Well, I won't go there. Trump is basically going to say, "Hey, if you don't do what Trump Elon wants, we're going to take your money." And it's so embedded. The money is so like necessary now to the day-to-day functions of these schools that they have no choice but to acquiesce.
yeah.
And
I
that's a
mean,
shame
you
because
would think.
they're not free to do or think as they will because the government has them hostage.
I
And
mean, you would think though.
Trump's just wise enough to keep them hostage or
Right.
remind them that they are hostages.
But
This is
Stanley,
it's normal. It's
you
normal
would
what they
think
do.
with all that education they would have saw this coming.
Hey,
Educated
this is
people
what
are
they.
the worst.
Seriously.
Why do you
Both
think?
sides
Why
get it.
the Democrats thought hanging up or showing placards at a virtual Trump rally would be effective?
Because
Yeah.
the Republicans did it the time
When
before.
can we talk? Hold on. When can we talk
Yeah,
about that?
well, the thing is that Republicans are on the leading edge of Democrats are followers at this point.
One thing I would say about her, and not just her, but the problem I have with some, not all academics, is all of the, clutching of pearls. She's not at Berkeley in terms of people protesting at Trump. She's at the University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And not only is that likely to be a bit more conservative, who's the famous graduate that went there? Donald Trump. I find it hard to believe that people are waiting outside of her office with a sledgehammer to hit her in the head because she's supporting Donald Trump at the University of Pennsylvania.
Well, yeah. Well, I commented that, it's conservative elites against left elites, basically. This is actually an oligarchical fight.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Or let's not say oligarchical, but an elite fight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's right Ivy against left Ivy.
Well, it's academic intelligentsia or intellectual, warfare at its highest level.
Yeah.
Why you sound like Ben?
I'm relishing it.
Why do I sound like what?
Because I relish it, and I await our Asian overlords.
The white boy Ben.
You
sound like the white boy Ben.
If Vivek ever runs for president, I might just vote for him because he's Asian.
The white boy what now?
I think he's saying you sound like Ben Thorpe. I don't really hear it.
Oh, God, that is the meanest thing anyone's ever said to me. I hate that douchebag.
This is a shitty thing to say. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I'm sorry, man.
That is very hurtful. I wouldn't wipe my ass with that dude.
Yeah, I know he's a
Stanley
piece of
missed
shit.
Stanley, you missed the lingerie.
What, you don't want a Ben Thorpe bidet?
Stanley, you missed the lingerie stream Ben and Grace did the other day.
Say what?
Man, yeah, man. We watched
Wait,
it.
hold it. Please don't tell me he was wearing lingerie.
No. Thank God. She was, but he was right there. Like,
oh my God.
Drooling.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Holy cow.
Telling
Is
her
that
she
why they
wasn't.
got demonetized?
I think that's probably why, but yeah, it was brutal, man.
Well,
Hey, let's change the subject real quick, Stanley. Stanley, I need you to change.
Oh, you want it? Okay.
Briefly. So, have y'all ever seen people free climb an actual building? That shit is fucking freaky as fuck. They're tripping the fuck out. I'm talking about
Actually, I've seen Amy Wax do it.
Hey, check out a guy online named James Kingston. If you want to see a guy, I don't know that you technically, I think he is free climbing. That dude,
a building.
Yeah, you will crap your pants just looking at it in 1080.
How the fuck do they do that shit with no damn parachute, no damn?
He's got a pair of tennis
rope,
shoes, some sweats, a t-shirt. He's normally got a drone watching him do it, and in 1080 I can't even watch it on my computer monitor. It's so scary. He's got a GoPro on. Forget that. James Kingston.
I've seen some dudes doing that shit. That shit is crazy, man. Oh, his name is Alexis Landord. ALEXISLANDOT. Alexis Landord.
Well, good. Let's get back to the subject.
I'm just saying, that's just crazy.
Yes, the indulgence of falsehoods and mythology that there's kind of magic trick going on at these elite institutions. And if you bring in people with lower qualifications or academic ability, will instantly
Now, I'm guessing she's doing this interview from her university office. Is that an act of defiance, maybe?
At, and you dare not even imply that that is
There's
not
certain
the
shit you
case.
can't
And
do.
you know what is troubled, Glenn,
That
with
flight
this
attendant was twerking
very sinister
and she
and
got fired.
disruptive idea that
That's
just
what?
A flight attendant was twerking and she got fired.
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm talking about a flight attendant. I'm saying you can do only certain shit on your job or whatever. You know, they got policies and shit like that. So you
Gotcha.
can't get fired for some shit.
to
So
suggest
that's why.
otherwise is a way of traumatizing and harassing minority students. We have psychologized the concept of harm, which now has spread from
Is that a
kudzu
man? That's a
to
man.
prevent anyone from saying anything
Amy
that other
Wax?
people
No.
might find upsetting or offensive.
Well, but what about this, Amy? That
Looks like
my
an Ichi.
conversation partner here at the Glenn Show, John McWhorter, makes this point often. If you're
Well,
just the
that's a
typical
man.
Black student and you're hearing this, and you're thinking, what kind of environment am I going to have if I go into a classroom with somebody who talks like this? And you feel trepidation. You feel insecurity because you feel that the person who is talking like this doesn't have your interest at heart, has.
Okay, what they're failing to say is these are young people who probably have never heard anybody talk like her before. So, don't. I get Glenn's point, but he needs to be a little bit more particular and add the young people. Um, now I think she's just teaching graduate students by now, but I mean, even graduate students, um, people in their 20s are kind of tender. So,
I'd
you
say
know,
if you don't want to be
she's
challenged, don't go
trampling
to
all
college.
over them and being so abrasive. Um, you know, she wants to be their cold water, but she's not doing a good job of it over the decades.
Let's say if you don't want your ideas challenged,
And
don't go
typically,
to college.
That is true, but she should be more gentle.
I
I,
saw the paper chase, Stanley. I know
oh,
what
I did.
college is like.
I rewatched it like in the last 6 months. It didn't hold up that well. I actually like the TV series better.
It probably was better. You come
Yeah.
here with a skull full of mush, and I teach you the law.
Well, you know what? If she had that kind of panache, I'm guessing she doesn't.
If she had a British accent, she'd probably get it over the plate a little more up there at Pennsylvania.
I fucked your mama.
empathy toward people like you is unbound by the strictures of decency that leads people to censor what they say in the interest of not creating harm. You just got through saying psychologized harm, and you're afraid, and that's a hostile environment that students should not. I mean, let me give an analogy: a Jewish student confronted by some rabidly anti-Zionist propaganda, feeling insecure in the environment because they think that the uh, uh,
I
recognition
wonder
of
if
their
she'll catch on that he's comparing her to an anti-Zionist.
I fucked your mama.
interest and their sensibilities is less than what they would feel secure knowing. And they speak out against that. Well, this is kind of like that. So goes this argument. I'm asking you to respond to it. For the Black student confronted with racial realism. Racial realism in typical Black student's mind might be something like, we're inferior. She thinks we're inferior. I don't feel safe in her classroom. What do you say to that?
This whole discourse of safety, of fear, of psychological trauma, of believing that someone is going to be prejudiced against you. I mean, this is an all-powerful instrument, Glenn.
Yeah, that fucking instrument is called history. And look, I'm waiting for her to say, I don't think they're inferior, but I bet she's not going to even approach that. She's not going to touch that. She's not going to actually get to Glenn's point or his question.
Shut down any sort of recognition of fact, the simple facts of race realism, right? And the expression of any opinion based on that fact. To that extent, I think is destructive.
Yeah.
I think it is pernicious, and I think we should fight against it. So take the example of anti-Semitic speech.
Again, she doesn't. Basically, the race realism, what she's saying is she does think they're inferior based on the facts. Now, where Glenn should go with this is okay, if you think he needs to do the translation and he's letting her talk, and that is bullshit. I've seen him push back better.
Right? I am a hawk about anti-Semitic speech. My view is bring it on. I want to know what these people think. I want to hear what they have.
Okay, god damn it. They're not 70-year-old women. These are kids.
Sad. And if I'm upset by it, I just have to armor myself and get a stiff spine and a thick skin, because that is what's necessary, not just in an academic institution where we're trying to get at reality of the truth, but in a democracy. A democracy where people are going to have different views and opinions, and we can't be shutting down individuals whose positions we find offensive or upsetting. I'm sorry, that confers upon people too powerful an instrument, which destroys the fundamental premises of democracy. As so, I absolutely give no quarter to that kind of action. Now, what do we do with all those feelings and all those attitudes?
We disregard.
We have an academic administration and a society at large that encourages and indulges this kind of insensitivity. What I would like to see, and we used to see it in the good old days, is academic administrators. I'm thinking of one of our old dean of students who I greatly admire, who say to their students, look, he's a professional. There's no evidence that she's discriminated against you, and there is zero evidence that I've discriminated against any student. They've looked for it. They've done an investigation. Zero. Okay. Your fears are unfounded, and you have to distinguish a set of different opinions based on fact, right, from this person as a teacher and a professor. She, and I will tell you, I do view every student as an individual, and I engage in blind grading. That's the rule. I only find out later the grades that my students get. I have to recommend them. I have to know how they did, but I don't know their identity at the time that my grades become final for them.
Okay, I have to make one comment. That blind grading probably came about because of people like her. So you are basically forced to grade your students as an individual. I'll take your word that you see them as individuals or treat them as individuals.
For them. So I can't be biased against them. That's a fact that Penn has never mentioned, right? Just refused to say anything about the fact that they have blind grading and that the fears and accusations that I'm going to discriminate against students have no foundation whatsoever. It's just a weapon, right? It's a weapon to drive out people whose positions and opinions you don't approve of and you don't like. I think minority students have to face reality. Let me give you an analogy which I used recently in another event. I'm a woman, okay? I know the
You
data
don't look like a woman,
that
bitch.
shows that at the right tail of the bell curve for IQ, for ability, for genius, for creativity, whatever you want to call it, there are more men than women. That's just an empirical fact, right?
Say more men
Something
than
called
women?
the
What
greater
did you say, Stanley?
variance
More
hypothesis.
men than women?
So you get out there.
I'm sorry,
Stanley,
what?
did she say more men than women? On the bell
Uh,
curve, she just. Can you hear my mic okay?
yes.
Did she say more men than women on the right side? I didn't hear what she said.
You know what? Let's rewind it. She
Creativity?
probably did, and she's talking IQ.
Oh, IQ. Okay, I don't know. I thought she said
Yeah,
more men
there it
than
is.
women
There were more men
creativity.
than women. So yes, she
Oh,
did. By the
okay.
way, they subtitled it because the sound was kind of sketchy. So
Okay.
you can read the screen.
That's actually awesome.
That's just an empirical fact,
I can't hear you.
right? Something called the greater male variance hypothesis. So you get out there, IQ 155, 150, the professors in the Harvard physics department or whatever, they're going to be predominantly male. My chance of being in that group is smaller. Now, do I lose sleep over them? Do I lie
I hope
awake
not.
at night feeling traumatized, feeling denigrated, feeling reduced?
Okay, this is where she goes awry. We aren't talking about Harvard physics in elite of elite spaces. We're talking 25-year-olds in a fucking law school class and a professor who is a race realist.
But I think she's not. She's just saying that men do better. I think that's okay.
Is that what you're getting out of this?
No, I think she's
We're
saying
not
if
taking
men.
the interview in context. You're just concentrating on what she's saying in this moment.
No, I'm saying if they happen to do better, I think I read somewhere that men are dumber than women
Oh, for
and
God's
smarter than women.
goddamn sake.
Yeah, yeah. In other words, dumber and smarter. They're more in the average.
Now, again, the interview is a little bit more than half over.
Yeah.
I'm taking this statement, and I'm at an advantage over you. Um,
Why? Did you study
because I've
her?
been watching
You
for
love
5 years, so
her.
I
Yeah.
kind of know her background. So I know some context maybe you don't. So I'll give you grace. The men's, higher IQ women, that is just a very localized example. And my point is it's not a good example.
Okay, that's fair. But I haven't heard. Yeah,
And
if
the
you know
reason
her, you
it's
know her.
not
I
a good
haven't heard
example,
anything that's crazy
why
so
it's
far.
not a good example, the issue is a law professor who is teaching people in their 20s by and large and bringing Jared Taylor to
I don't know
talk.
Jared Taylor,
Hold
man. Come
on.
on.
Jared Taylor in to talk to these students, and some students were kind of pissed off about it.
Oh,
That's
she brought him in?
and it's more complicated than that, but
Okay.
that's a good example of her whining that her students in the academic administration are pissed off because she brought Jared Taylor in. I should be free to do what I want to do, and y'all shouldn't fuss about it. What's about freedom? They're free to protest.
I think she should bring Louis Farrakhan and Jared Taylor in. If she's going to
Yeah,
bring them
well,
in,
you know
then
what?
bring them both.
Reagan's dead now. He
Oh,
got
is he
rid of the
dead?
doctrine.
Well, in other words, like both sides, like haters, and just say these people are haters, and maybe somebody anti-Jewish
No,
too,
you've lost my point.
or
My
most of the students are.
is
So,
this show is about Amy Wax as victim, and she's not a
um,
victim. She's no more a victim. She's whining like the people she's saying are whining.
yeah, I don't disagree with that.
But she's free to whine, and Glenn's free to have her on, and they're buds.
Feeling unsafe because of that fact? No. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay, it is what it is. I am an individual, and I have to use my talent to their best effect, and that is my duty. That is my mission, and I will do that.
2 points on that very specific observation. One is Larry Summers got run out of town on a rail for making the same observation casually in a seminar at Harvard. People can look that up. And the other is there are two tails to that bell curve. And the greater variance means that the tails are thicker on the right, but also on the left. And the overrepresentation of men amongst low IQ people who behave in ways that are socially destructive and end up in them getting imprisoned is also a social fact that you don't hear very much complaint about from the people who ran Larry Summers out of town on a rail. I'm just saying.
And I don't spend a lot of time or a lot of sleepless nights, being proud, swelling with pride, because there are fewer of my type on the lower end of the bell curve, right?
Neither do I. Listen, Amy, you're pushing back. I gather that you're bringing a lawsuit, and I want you to talk about it. Against the University of Pennsylvania for discriminating against you. You can tell us the details about that. But I want to give my audience an opportunity to know what you're doing in defense of your legitimate rights to have an opinion.
Well, when my penalty became final, which did finally in September, when, by the way, it already started this year, so it won't go into effect till July, even though, of course, I am a menace to society. But just for what performance this is, but that's an aside. Shortly thereafter, actually, after the turn of the year, I filed a lawsuit in federal court in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, and I looked multiple counts. One was civil rights violations under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act and Title VII.
Now, see, this is a good example of taking civil rights and civil rights law and basically turning it against itself. People have a right to push back against her. Her employer, and I think the University of Pennsylvania is a private school. They have a right to have requirements. And the argument that they receive federal money, in my opinion, doesn't change their status as a private employer. She's going to lose this in court.
No, it's not true. That's not true, Stanley.
What's not true?
Any institution that receives federal money I'm involved in it with the building, right? If they get a dime from federal government, like some hospitals do that I'm involved in, all the federal bullshit applies. And I'm talking directly or indirectly.
Actually, it does not. She is not.
Does.
No. It applies to the contractor. She's not
a contractor. The job, the contractor, and its affiliates.
Sir, she is an employee of the actual institution. She's not a contractor.
I understand that, but all the
if you understand that, you'll know why I think she'll lose. She works for a private employer. The difference
I'm an outside vendor.
Schools have tenure.
I'm an outside vendor.
No, you're wrong.
I sit through a legal seminar once a year where they explain.
Contractor. Okay, you're talking about the
Stanley. Why you tell somebody you're wrong like that? Like,
don't disturb. Don't disturb this conversation.
Okay, you're right though. I'm just saying.
Receiving federal money, if you're a contractor or the person receiving the grant, might be under that. She is not receiving federal money, though. I think actually, if I recall, she said something at the beginning that she was doing research or something. She is employed by the university, not by a contractor to the university.
And I might mention the University of Pennsylvania, like all the Ivy League schools, is privately funded. They get federal money, but only when the federal government hires them to do research. It's not like they're funding the operation of the
Right.
school. So, you know,
If it's a separate entity, maybe it applies. Like in other words, the art, like the
Okay,
School of
she's employed
Economics.
by the university.
No, I'm saying maybe. Okay, so it depends on how it's structured. But if the money goes to Penn versus Penn R&D,
Okay,
blah blah
none
blah.
of her salary, I'm guessing, and I don't know this, so I'll have to say that up front. All I have to say is her paycheck is not coming from a government contractor. Now,
Possibly, I
she
don't know.
did in the beginning say something about grants, some research or something, and I would have to go back, which I'm not going to do, to review it. So there could be some ramifications, but the thing is if the government was requiring her, I don't want to even get that deep because I don't
Yeah,
understand
we shouldn't.
grant structure. Who there are private grants too, so I don't know whether they were federal or private grants or who she was doing the research for. As far as I know, she's only employed by the University of Pennsylvania. She's bringing a lawsuit against the University of Pennsylvania.
and
And
I would,
my point is that, I think it's rather clever actually that people like her will bend the civil rights law, which is she's right to do it. I just think that people have a what people like her don't seem to understand is people have a right to have requirements of their employees.
Yes, her license.
Pissing off the students is not, a thing to do.
I think probably also, you know, she'd come off a lot smarter as a super genius if her microphone worked.
Well, come on now. She's a lawyer. She's not a
She's got the weight and power
now.
of the
Just so you
UPenn
know,
Law Department behind her. I think she could probably jury
well, they
rig
don't
a
like her
lot.
in her department.
Somebody, I could get a grad
She's
student
fine
to
too.
rig me up something.
But
Hell,
then none of her grad students like her.
But I
there's got
haven't
to
heard
be at
anything
least one or
See,
crazy
I
two.
about.
I wonder if she even has grad students.
No, she might just be a
And by the
theorist.
way,
Like,
just so you know, Glenn Lowry has a super technical team behind him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the dude, what like his kind of like lead dude um, is no. Glenn Lowry has a solid technology base that Amy
hmm
doesn't have, obviously.
Yeah, and also bear in mind he's an economist, and that's why because they're legit.
He's what?
He's an economist. He's an economist. So that means that he's well trained.
To
He's
do what? Technology?
just anything. They're better.
Yeah, well, you know what? Economists are not Doctor Who.
There's 12-year-old girls that can get a camera and a mic set up together and do
Well, her
makeup.
children probably don't like her either.
You can't say super genius and then not. I mean, this microphone camera Zoom thing is it's not that hard.
Stanley just hates economists. That's all.
No, I think economists are just they view everything as a transaction. They make horrible sociologists,
Yeah.
culturalists.
Well, do you love all the dumb
They're good at
sociologists?
transactions,
World
and they
Trade
want to
Center.
make everyone's life a transaction.
No, they're good at analytics. That's the key.
Well, fuck. I'm good at analytics.
Not really. You're
No.
analytical.
What economists are good at taking reality and just kind of like rationalizing it, beyond reality.
They use what's known as mathematics, Sam.
You know what?
What social
Uh,
commentators don't.
before you go
They
on
just use
about
theories and shit.
mathematics, I'm a
Yeah.
chemistry major. I would challenge an economist, beyond a certain point, when you get into modeling and all that stuff. Yeah, but
What do you got to
I,
know? 120
I'm no
numbers?
I'm no pushover when it comes to math.
You got to
And
know 120
your
numbers, buddy.
assessment of my understanding of economics, I like it. I like it when you're underestimating me.
Well, I heard it. I've heard it happen many times.
Dude,
I'm just fucking with you.
you're
All right, come
you're
on. I'm sorry.
you're not an
I'm just playing.
economist. You're not an academic
I'm pretty
economist.
damn close.
You
Okay.
you might, dude. I kicked your ass on taxes yesterday.
No, you didn't.
Oh yeah.
Nope. You never let me finish what I was saying. That's the issue.
No, I didn't understand what you were saying because it was gobbledygook.
Well, I was trying to explain it, Stanley. I never did that.
I'm not relitigating it.
I was going to go to
I don't plan on
Keynes for
watching
you.
all of this. Let's see
All right.
here.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Um, we'll go through 3813 because it gets boring after that, at least according to the titles. Because
All
I
right.
got an even better one after this.
Well, we're the triumvirate here. The
I'm sorry,
triumvirate.
what?
I said that you have a triumvirate here.
Of what?
Well, the last several mornings, it's been me, you, and Tom on the panel. The triumvirate, like the
The
three
dream
of
team.
us. Yeah, the three. Yeah, the three pack here. That's who we're down to. So anyway,
Yeah, you know what? I might just take Mavid out of the chat for a few seconds just
that's
to
high manner.
just to do it.
Put him in a
One.
30-second
What
time.
Title VI say
Is that
says that all
Palomino?
institutions that get federal money
I
have
wish
to
I could just
pledge
put that little boy
not
in a
to
corner.
discriminate on the basis of race. And here's my contention, and I think it's very, very valid, and it flows part out of the events of October 7th. After October 7th, there were multiple individuals at Penn who demonstrated in favor of Hamas, who said many, frankly, anti-Semitic and certainly anti-Israeli things. And I don't want to get into an argument about what's anti-Semitic or not. Who said very harsh things about Jews. There was one professor at the Annenberg School who penned some cartoons that showed Jews drinking Palestinian blood right out of the protocol the elders of Zion, a very common anti-Semitic trope. Showed all sorts of bloody and genocidal things, used images from concentration camps to accuse Israel of running concentration camps and many genocides against Hamas. So all of these sort of cartoons. This cartoonist, his name is Twain Booth, although the university expressed disapproval of what he was doing, did not move to sanction or punish. Indeed, in both academic free expression and their commitment to academic free expression, to refuse to sanction him in any way. Meanwhile, things I've said, which are harmful to other minorities, Black, certainly offensive, and of course, offense equals psychological harm. We know that. That's the theory. I am brought up on charges. I am adjudicated to violate 10 rules. Those rules are never named, right? And sanctions are imposed on me. In other words, I am. And our contention is this is racial discrimination because Jews are considered a race for purposes of the civil rights laws. If you criticize Jews, you're treated better than if you criticize Blacks. That is our contention in a nutshell. And that is discrimination.
my
You're
Lord.
treating one group better than another. You're
I'm
more
gonna lose this
protective of one
lawsuit.
group than you are of another. And the persons who are speaking bear the consequences.
Okay.
Now, I also have other
Hold it. So her contention is if you criticize Jews, you're treated better than than if you criticize blacks. Oh my
Well,
Lord. Oh my
I think
Lord.
that
That
I think she's speaking about something specifically.
well, her lawsuit, right? Or did I miss the bubble there?
No, so she's talking about this summer with all the
Hold on
anti.
one second. Read the text here. She's saying here if you criticize Jews, you're treated better than if you criticize blacks, and that is discrimination. Okay, and that
Well, you
is the
shouldn't be
biggest
talking about anybody
discrimination
in the
lawsuit.
light.
Both are illegal.
Um, I'm trying to tell you what she may be talking about.
She
Okay.
just said.
This summer, we saw last summer, there was tremendous on all these campuses. There was a lot of anti-Zionist, quote
Okay, no,
unquote.
no, 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 no. We're not gonna go there
Okay,
because
but you're
that
telling me that
is
didn't
so
happen?
like her argument. It's a matter of opinion.
Well, let me give you. Can I just finish what I'm saying? I believe that if the students in a lot of these quads, like in
Wait, you
Columbia,
lost me when you said I believe. It's a
I'm
matter.
just,
It's a
I just want to
matter
give you
of
my opinion here. Okay, I think that if a lot of these campuses where they had these gatherings and like at Columbia, I would have cleared that quad either way, right? Because they didn't listen. But what I'm saying is, it was disgusting. I mean, no students should be treat if it was anti-black versus anti-Jew at Columbia, I think the campus wouldn't allowed it like they allowed it with the anti-Jew stuff, and it was wrong.
Can you
If you
prove
go,
that?
look, man, if you look
No, no, no,
online,
no, no,
some of
no.
this shit is
Answer my
unbelievable.
question. Can
No, see,
you?
I think as a humanist, you would say
Okay,
it's disgusting.
don't fucking skirt the question. Can you prove that?
I don't know if it's provable, but if you
Okay,
saw it,
well,
you'd be
if
pissed
it's
too.
not provable, you will lose in court.
Would you say you've heard a lot of
No,
anti-Zionist stuff?
don't ask me what I would say. Deal with what I just said. If
Okay,
it's not provable,
I don't, I can't
you're
quantitatively prove it.
in
I can't
court.
quantitatively say there was
Okay,
more
if you
anti-this than that.
can't quantify it
I
slash prove
personally
it,
can't. I
then
personally
you're
can't.
gonna lose the argument.
Can you at least
Same
admit
thing.
that there was a
She's
lot of
making the
bullshit?
same sort of argument. Prove that one is worse than the other. Maybe she can.
Okay. Well, a lot of stuff's not
Prove
provable.
that anti Semitism is worse than anti black. What is she going to do?
No,
Compare the Holocaust to slavery?
no, no.
It's a dumb
Okay.
argument in that she's wasting her time.
Perhaps, but maybe she
At
can
least
prove
I
it.
think she is.
She might be able to prove it.
Yeah, okay, well, I will follow this. I will, if I can get a hold or figure out how to follow this, if the court even takes it at all.
Look, man, I think she's a lawyer, so she's probably going to get a case. You know, I would think. So, I'm just going to tell you, what I saw was really disgusting. It was terrible. I mean, these kids were just picking on the Jewish kids, and it was
Okay, you're still gonna drone on with this story
why
that
don't
I've
you care
wrote,
about that? You
aren't you?
seem like you're very I'm
No,
not
I'm
even
just
Jewish,
tired of
by the way.
dealing with bullshit arguments.
Uh, okay, well, that's good.
You literally said it's your opinion. I think.
Well, okay.
I mean,
I, I'm
I can make this quick and just go. I disagree with you
well, I don't think you've explored the topic enough. Put it that way.
because I don't want to go down a rabbit hole of bullshit.
If anybody saw the shit, they would agree with me.
So you're basing your opinion on a clip?
I'm basing my opinion on what I saw at Columbia and what I heard in the news.
You were there?
I saw the damn bullshit on the news.
Gotcha.
There was a lot of
The same news and media that you criticize.
I need you. There's a Columbia
So
lawsuit now.
you believed what you saw in the media,
No, listen,
but
listen.
yet the media is shit.
There's another lawsuit the Columbia Jewish students have against Columbia. So they were treating these kids terrible, terrible. And I'm not even Jewish. If you saw it, you'd be just
Do
as
you want to
disgusted
be?
with it. Why would I want to be Jewish?
You can convert.
I no, I don't. I just want to be who I am. But look, I'm telling you, you would be very, very disgusted with it too.
Look,
It was wrong.
to be honest with you, I think I wasn't that interested in the protests. Students protest all for all kinds of things.
Yeah.
They were actively discriminating against the students because of their religion.
Prove it.
Well, when it goes to court, we'll see. But if you're against
Alrighty.
discrimination, you got to be against all of it.
You know what? Coming from someone who professes to be an economist, I will take that with a grain of salt.
Okay.
So let's hear. Let's see. What's the next segment? All right. Because this next segment actually addresses my concerns. Aren't your claims in? Aren't your civil rights claims contradictory or something like that?
That is discrimination. You're treating one group better than another. You're more protective of one group than you are of another. And the persons who are speaking bear the consequences. Now, I also have other contentions. Turns out that men have pledged on several occasions to honor the First Amendment of the Constitution in their significance. They are obviously flouting that. They're violating that. So that's part of my contract, part of my tenure promise. There are contractual claims. But the core of my case, Glenn, core of my case is that there is a double standard and the double standard violates the Civil Rights Act, can receive federal funds. They should drop the charges against me, and they should not be receiving federal funds.
Well, wait a minute. There's something I don't understand here. It looks like your civil rights claim and your free speech claims are in contradiction with one another. That is, in order not to have violated your civil rights, Penn would have to have restricted the free speech of the people who were making the anti-Semitic statements. And I don't want to be misunderstood. I don't endorse those statements at all. I'm simply saying the very claim that you're making to be free to say what you want to say about racial realism ought to be interpreted to, under an equal treatment standard, allow for the statements of people about Zionism or Israel. I mean, what am I missing? These things don't seem to be consistent with one another.
Let me clarify. Nowhere in the complaint do we express any opinion about whether these pro-Hamas anti-Israeli statements should be disciplined as such. Here is our contention, right? Whatever you do, discipline or no discipline, apply it even-handed.
Oh,
whatever
Lord.
standard you adopt, and we never recommend adopting a restrictive speech standard. We never endorse.
So her argument is equity.
No, it's equity in the standard. Equity, it's equality in the standard, not equity. Equal standards is what she's saying.
Who gets to judge whether anti-Jewish is equal to anti-black? How do you apply equity to that?
I think it's equality. It's saying if you're going to have a standard,
how do you treat them equal?
In what context?
I'm interested, Mr. Economist.
Are you talking admissions?
No. How do you treat anti-blackness and anti-Jewishness or anti-Semitism? How do you treat them equally? Quantify either side. Quantify across that
I think
equals.
Tom's not very interested in this. I think he's sleeping.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said I think Tom's asleep.
You can't answer my question, can you?
No. Am I still? Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How do
When
you
you say,
quantify anti-blackness across the across the equation to anti-Semitism? How do you quantify either, and how do you make them equal?
you could look at
What
incidences,
basis?
you could look at admissions, you could look at incidences, you could look at all that.
Her argument is that she can't say what she wants to say, therefore her First Amendment rights are being violated.
Okay,
No.
so hold on. Let me
This
think
is
through what you're
about
saying
speech, not about admissions.
about speech. Okay, so
What haven't you been
I see
listening?
what you're saying. Yeah, well, no, I lost track. I lost track because I was looking up that
Okay,
example.
well, yeah, you're right. You do other things. I just
No, I was looking up the Columbia lawsuit because you asked about it.
tend to pay attention.
Well, no, so yeah, it would be hard to quantify because you got to look at, okay, um, what can you say in terms of, can I say
Okay, free
this
speech
occurred with,
it can't be quantified. You just know when
yeah, I
you
don't think
cross
it can,
the line.
but I
It's
don't
like
think,
that old thing, you know porn when you see it. You can't
yeah,
really.
yeah, yeah. Well, so here's an example. Can you say these students, like with her example of the male students, right? The male
Okay,
students
let's not
receive,
go there. She's not a student. Why make the comparison?
so I'm trying to
She's
understand her
literally
argument.
a 70-year-old, like, quote, super brain. Why are you comparing her with a student? She's a teacher.
So,
The comparison fails.
okay, so she's saying, I'm trying to frame what she's saying in my brain. She's saying you can say anti-Jewish stuff as a teacher, but you can't say anti-black stuff, correct?
No.
Uh, what is she saying?
And you know what? I'm going to put the link to this in the back and
Yeah.
then watch
Yeah, I
it
lost track
at
a
your
little bit there.
leisure. I think that'll help you.
Well, I do agree with Glenn, what Glenn said. How can you say freedom of speech is critical,
No,
but you
he's not
can,
really saying anything. Glenn never says anything
well, he's
in
challenging her. He's
his
challenging
mind,
her.
and he often says it. He's just being devil's advocate.
But I think what he is saying is how can you be a free speech absolutist and then also say you're you're being anti-Zionist because you should have the right to say I'm anti-Zionist, I'm
Oh yeah,
anti-black.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Basically,
I get his argument.
the other side has the same free speech rights, and her
So
antis comparing the anti-Zionists to the anti-blacks. That is, I can't believe it. If I were a judge, and I'm not even a lawyer, just based on the logic of it, do better.
well, I get the logic.
Because I
The
mean, it's
difference,
comparative. Look, there's a trope in American culture somewhere. It's probably more '60s, where people would compare the Holocaust to American slavery. And there was comparative suffering. No, it was worse for us. No, it was worse for us. I don't do comparative suffering. It's all suffering. That
yeah,
one was
I would
worse
agree with
than
that.
the other. It's all suffering.
I agree with that.
So her point, I hope, fails. because anti-Semitism and anti-black racism, who gives a fuck? People have died because of it. They're both evils, and when you get into which is more evil than the other, it's pure semantics.
Yeah, I agree. It's semantics.
You
But
don't want to invite either to dinner.
well, I think there can be good that comes of it because maybe it forces some kind of policy within the university that says, hey, man, these are the limits of speech and these are the off limits of
There are
speech.
no limits to speech other than when it endangers other people. The fire in the theater. I'm sorry, yelling fire in the theater. Yeah, porn, you know it when you see it. It's hard to know where limits are. You just kind of know it when you see it. And I'm not seeing it in her argument. Maybe that's my whole point.
She's doing whataboutism.
Exactly. Oh, exactly. And
You know
she's
what?
supposed to be a lawyer. And you know what?
It could be
She
okay, but maybe she's pushing for a standard with the university.
That not going to
I
happen.
think,
If there is, if there are supposed to be like this is a place of ideas and they can run rampant and run up against each other, I'm not going to say that conservatism is welcome, but there are no rules saying it's not welcome. They are being ruled by, hey, the liberals took over the universities. It's a liberal bastion. I'll buy that argument. But you know
yeah,
what? I'm a liberal, and I think the world of people like William F. Buckley, George Will. I think the world of them. I don't necessarily agree with them, but shit, I watch them. The two can get along, but you will tend to be towards the center to do it. It's the extremists, and I've often talked about this. I think MAGA is extreme. I think left progressives are extreme because to get what they want done, you have to be a Donald Trump or I can't think of a leftist. Maybe one of the Central American leftists. You will have to make people hurt. You will have to hurt people to get your standards enforced or ingrained.
or just do a lot of executive orders.
Liberals tend to want to, left and right liberals tend to want to sit down and agree with each other and come to an understanding. MAGA and the progressives want, if they could, they will have a revolution.
You know what? I fully agree with what you're saying, and it's really disgusting that we're here where we are.
It's disgusting. I think it's life.
She
But
also
it's
wants everyone to suspend the notion that her employer, independent of the law, has to endure any hits to its reputation because she's employed there because of her speech. It's like
maybe
she wants them to take all the heat for what she's saying. She doesn't want to take any of the heat. She doesn't want to lose her job. She doesn't want to lose any income, but she expects the institution. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's a reality of life. Certain things are more unpopular than others, and at a certain point, the customers, being the students and the public at large, they weigh in to what the board
Well,
of trustees and the rest of them
to
think.
your point, how many law students haven't gone there because of Amy Wax?
I don't know.
Well, she
all the
doesn't
time.
know. No one knows.
Right.
All I'm saying is that's a logical argument. Her her vileness has probably driven away or people who came there encountered her and just went, fuck this. I don't even want to be a lawyer. It's the
Yeah.
same theoretical argument that she's making.
Yeah.
And
I
you know what?
under,
I
I
wish
understand.
for in a law student, I'd fucking take her class and make an A, and then I would flout it. I'd go to the press.
But
Now,
you know,
unfortunately, that might vindicate her, so I'd have to be careful how I did it.
actually, that would actually be good, Stanley.
Well, I don't want it to be. Well, anyway, it's
You would
just.
no, you would beat a lot of her arguments
Oh,
by saying,
I'm
"No,
not
you fucking the
guaranteed,
class."
but you know what? I think she and I would get along famously.
You could say if you got flying colors, top of the class, right? You could say, "Hey, real quick, guys, I'm one of the students." She says is
No,
getting all those
that would
votes.
just be that would be to her advantage. See, I told you I'm fair.
Well, but it also would beat her argument of these kids don't perform as well when you're rocking the class, you know?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily because I would be the exception. You can't make rules from exceptions. But no, I like people like her because I love proving them wrong. But anyway, I digress. We'll just finish this little last few seconds, and then we'll move on to the next even better video. And it was Fred. If Fred's in the audience, Fred hit me to this video. Uh, Not this one, but the next one.
And complain. We just say, you know, if you're going to give them a pass, give me a pass.
Yeah,
Consistency.
yeah.
And that is my personal position, right? My personal position is they should be allowed to say those awful things, you know, and I should be allowed to say those quote unquote awful
Oh,
things.
it's quote unquote when. Oh, she is funny. When she says awful things, it's quote unquote. When they say it, it's just awful. What a
Hey,
sweetheart.
London.
Hey, London.
She's a troll.
Yeah, well,
Good morning
hey,
to you. Blessings to you.
different day, different Ryan. He's a
Different me.
cornucopia.
I'm just drinking my coffee.
That expensive bun brewed coffee.
It's good stuff, buddy. Good stuff. Commercial.
Probably makes the hair stand on end.
It's all how much you tweak it, you know? It's all how heavy you make it.
Let's see, did I put that in there? Can't remember. I think I did. Okay, well, this next video, again, courtesy of a buddy Fred. Don't know if he's listening or not. If you are, Fred, say hey. Black people need to abandon the black community. And when he first sent it to me, I was like, well, I'm not sure I disagree with that. At least the idea of a black community. And then I played the video.
Can I ask
And
you something separate, Stanley?
I'm
Real
sorry,
quick.
what?
Before you put this on, can I ask you something separate?
Sure.
What'd you think about that that the Trump diatribe, and I call it that because it was 90 plus minutes, and the Democrat response to it. Like, I didn't really see how I
Okay.
didn't
Oh,
watch it.
you didn't talk about. Oh, you didn't watch it?
Well, I just saw it
Fell
last night.
asleep in the middle of it and woke up. I probably fell asleep for like 15 minutes. I thought his speech was a Trump rally.
Me too. But what did you think about the Democrats need to get somebody to tell them what to do? Because
I went all over that yesterday.
did you? I wish I would have heard that. Because I'm sitting there
But I
going,
think that official response from Senator Slotnick was
yeah.
on point, and the tone was to my liking. Now,
I meant more the optics of
oh,
during
the
the.
optics were horrible.
I couldn't believe it. I didn't
But there
really
was a
see.
whole here. If I I'll find there was an op-ed piece that kind of addressed it, and I'll find it and put it in the back chat.
Yeah, I
What
got all
else?
nasty. I got all on my high horse about that yesterday, I think.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was working on and off
uh,
yesterday, so I missed a lot
they
of it.
did.
But
They weren't even unified, and some wore pink, some had placards, some waved their cane and got marched out.
yeah.
So,
Well, what did you think about what shocked me was after the fact, Michael Steele, which he was a Republican. I don't know what he is now, but a lot of the
he's
different,
probably an
like
independent like you.
even David Axelrod was like, "What the hell are you guys doing?" I mean,
What do
I
you
heard
mean?
a lot of.
What do you mean? Even David Axelrod?
Well, he's usually on the left with most of his views.
Okay, once again, um, on the left.
Yes.
So he's what, an AOC supporter?
No, he's probably you see him as a centrist left Democrat. David Act
Okay.
like
So why would
I
a
was
centrist
shocked by.
who were paying? You didn't see yesterday's show, so the
No, I
centrist,
didn't.
and I talked about the four parties. The centrists, once again, are in disagreement with the left progressives about how to proceed. The left progressives want to show their disagreement. They want to be all kinetic. The
Yeah.
liberals are more like, hey, let him hang himself, just let him govern, which I agree with. Um,
Cool. Yeah.
Republicans can't govern, is what somebody said. And so far, we know Congress can't govern or legislate.
I couldn't believe some of the just cheering for the common stuff, right? I'm like, guys, you got to stand up for
That
the
that
kids.
argument is bullshit.
Why?
Cheering, no, no, no. What you want and what is being desired is, why can't Democrats join us in, if they're again you, they're again you.
The
I also agree.
Democrats are a party without a leader.
What
Right.
I'm
And
saying,
expecting them to stand for something, the you can't legislate morality. I'll just leave it at that. And that anyone associated with Donald Trump wants to talk about, why can't you stand for the poor, for Timmy, the poor cancer kid. That's
yeah.
so that's so disingenuous.
Here's an example. Trump said, no
I don't
matter
give a
what
what Trump said.
no, just I'm look. I'm not a Trumper. What I'm saying is, if
You voted for Trump, did you not?
but it was an
Okay,
abstaining vote.
did you voted for Trump, did you not?
I voted to balance the fucking government.
You voted for Trump, did you not?
Well, I'm saying
I
yes. I
didn't ask
voted to
why
balance the
you
government.
voted for Trump. I just asked you if you voted for Trump.
But I think I'm not a supporter of Trump.
Okay, I didn't. I just asked you who you voted for.
Well, that doesn't make me a Trumper.
Oh God,
It
you
doesn't
won't
make
even
me a
let
Trumper.
me make my joke.
No,
But
no, I know you're making a joke,
voted
but
for
just
Trump, therefore you're a Trumper.
let me just get this out. Can I please do that?
Go right ahead. Go ahead with your
Trump
prevarication.
Trump said, no matter what I do, they're against me, blah, 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 right? And if I cured blah, blah, blah and did this, and they literally sat there and scowled at him. And I'm going, he called
And
out Pocahontas.
is it against the law to scowl?
Not
No,
scowling.
I
Oh,
personally believe,
scowling water. It'll
Oh,
burn
not
you.
a
I
scowl. Not
personally
a
believe,
scowl. Oh no.
listen, he played them. Trump made the optics in such, and by the way, I hate most of his policies. They're negatively economically affecting me at this point.
They're
Okay.
negative Nelly policies.
Well, they're so I think he's half a fucking moron for what he's doing. But I saw almost media masterpiece out of the guy. And I don't take him as that bright. So all I can conclude is, what the fuck are the Democrats doing? I mean, it's shocking how poorly they're playing this.
They're scowling.
Usually they're 10 times smarter than the Republicans at managing the media and the optics and the image. And they just appear like, no matter what, we hate Trump. Not like we're for the good of the people. So it's just amazing how he's flipped the narrative in a sense. And especially for, I don't take him as that smart. I don't.
Well, let me correct some things.
Okay.
I don't. I'm fastly not considering MAGA Republicans. It's kind of like progressives. If there wasn't a two-party system, they wouldn't even vote Republican. We need to fix that. That's one of our bigger political problems. People aren't free to be, quote, me. Number two, if you think Democrats are better at media management than Donald Trump, then boy, you're wrong.
I thought they always were.
Donald Trump played them because he's better at media than anybody.
Yeah.
They're no Republicans. Jim Comer and even Vance, none of these motherfuckers, they don't talk about any of them. Elon Musk, they do talk about because he's as crazy and good at playing the meat. They do outrageous things to get noticed by the media.
I just always thought they did a better job. Like in 2020 and even prior, it looked like they were the party of stability. Biden looked stable even when he was.
I don't know why you're living in the past right now. Biden, I haven't heard from Biden since, he flew.
I'm not living in the past. What I'm saying is I always thought they did a better job. Biden did a better job. They appeared very.
Not do a better job.
It's a rudderless party. There is no central leader, not even a bad one. There's nobody at the helm. They need a charismatic leader that is Trump's at least, nemesis when it comes to media manipulation and all that other stuff. They don't have anything even remotely approaching it. So it's really just, even the response, some people sat and scowled. Some people held up placards. Some people wore T-shirts. Some people raised up their canes. Some people, it was a bad reaction, and there was 7 types of bad reaction. It wasn't coordinated.
Okay, I saw someone yesterday that I think can beat him.
The what?
Somebody yesterday changed policies overall on a show. And I think he can beat him because I don't know who can emerge. I'm looking at the Democratic candidates. I'm like, well, Shapiro's out because he's not, a certain group won't vote for him. Sadly, because
he's not a goy.
Exactly.
Well, I brought all those up yesterday. That's,
okay, but listen, guess who just flipped to say women shouldn't be in men's sports? Guess who just flipped? Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom yesterday said that. I'm like, he's going to run in 28. There's no question.
And he's going to lose. Gavin Newsom.
No way.
Now, this is just my opinion.
He's going to win.
And it's early on. I don't think he will.
Man,
I think he has some personal baggage, and one of them is his wife left him. You could make the argument that his wife left him for Donald Trump. Is it Donald Trump the third? Don Trump Jr.
Yeah, it's Junior.
Yeah,
Trump's dad was named Fred.
Gavin Newsom better have a good counter.
There is nobody in the forefront of national politics in the Democratic Party that has the gravitas or the sway or the ability to compete with Donald Trump. They're going to have to pull from the private sector, just like Donald Trump. If I had to pick somebody right now, I'd say Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban's never going to do it. And I don't even know that he's on Trump's par, but I know that, they're level, but he would at least be on the playing field. They don't have anybody on the playing field.
You don't think Gavin can win?
Gavin, no. It's going to take a Mark
Absolutely.
Cuban or a, somebody that's
it's going to take a
street fighter. It's going to take a street. It's going to take a street fighter. Somebody that plays Trump's game, not somebody from conventional politics.
I just see Gavin Newsom as, he's come to the center on several things.
Okay, it's not us. It's not even policy at this point. It's personality. Donald Trump never talks policy.
And Gavin Newsom,
at least serious policy. He talks his beliefs.
And Ryan is.
Go ahead, Tom.
Well, I was going to say, Ryan, as an economist, you must know that Gavin Newsom, Trump will gash him open on California's financial state.
The fires.
Listen, he's got 4 years to clean all that shit up.
Oh my Lord!
He's never going to clean up the debt and the tax mess they're in 3 years.
I mean, I'm not saying there's not major problems. Don't get me wrong. I don't know. I've heard him speak.
I'm just talking pound for pound personality. Gavin Newsom's no Donald Trump.
I don't know. I've heard him speak, and he can carry the room for sure.
Okay, and this is gonna sound, and I'll kind of.
Who else do you see? Who else can even make a run?
Hope that the only person capable, even in 2 years, capable. I don't think the Democrats are going to win in 2026. Quite frankly, I think if they're this rudderless, they better get a firm hand on that tiller quick, or they're not going to win in 2026. And in 2028, either through just sheer age and physical limitations, or the constitutional challenge to a third term just can't happen. Their only hope is that J.D. Vance is the heir to MAGA. He's beatable.
Yeah, and Gavin, I mean, debating Trump is a roast battle. It's not a debate.
Exactly.
Actually, that's a good point. It actually is. It's a roast. It's so fucking crazy.
And you better be rotating the spit.
Look, I think there's more hope than you guys think, and here's why. The damage that's happening right now to the economy will be 3-year damage. It's extreme. We were already due for a recession. We are out of money. The more money that goes into the interest payments, the less they have to spend, which has a destimulating effect. Even when they cut rates, they're not going to be able to cut.
Okay, here we drift into the economics.
You think pocketbook wasn't a huge issue?
Ryan? Yes, I'm going to overtalk you. This is the article or the opinion piece. I'm going to put it in the back, and you can read it. I bet you'll like it because it's pretty much saying what you've said.
Which
Plus,
is that
good jokes in there.
They shit the bed. I don't know. I think
they're in the wilderness. They're looking for their Moses.
Yeah. Well, who are they propping up right now?
I have no clue. They're so uninteresting. I'm not keeping up.
Okay. I don't know. He's going to mess. This damage he's doing to the economy, though, it's going to be years. So, when everybody, absolutely.
Oh, come on now. He's only been in office 6 weeks.
It is worse than you think. We're already due for a recession.
We were probably already due. Look, and I
we
meant
were
to
due 3 years ago.
That, and I don't want to get bogged down. I want to deal with this video. Then we can talk about recession pressures. They're firing all these people is gonna have recessionary pressure, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then I need you to re-explain the mechanics of it. Basically, your GDP, the thing is you'll have a recession, maybe, someone's predicting 2 quarters, which will make it. a recession,
Yes.
but it's not going to go into negative growth. It's not going to be that much of a recession that we start having like negative GDP and all that. So, a little bit of a recession, you're going to have 1.9 versus 2.2% growth. I don't see
Yeah.
that as ruining the economy.
Well, let's put it this way: the recession is one thing, but when inflationary pressures are there with recession, it is tragic. So when you have the
Well, right.
inflation,
Essentially, people aren't going to have salary growth commensurate.
yes,
It just basically it's going to amplify the inflation.
absolutely. And I mean, the
Yeah,
biggest
well,
thing,
that's what Donald Trump said he would fix it. When my omelet
he's
starts
there's
cost
nothing he's
when
doing to
my
fix it.
homemade omelet costs me $20, like I'm a
That's
five-star
what's going to
restaurant,
happen.
I am going to be
And
pissed.
I mean, he's mishandling it in so many ways. It is. I mean, I'm wondering, do you want to crash the economy? Do you want to get voted out because we
Um,
got inflationary pressure?
people got what they voted for. I'm relishing it. I'm already shopping for uh I voted for Kamala sticker.
There's not
Don't
many of them out there, so
I voted for Kamala.
there's not many of them out there. But between he's got austerity measures, destimulating. He's got
Yeah. And you know what? This slash and burn, it's essentially austerity.
yes, and so he's got three things that are providing inflationary pressure and negative GDP,
Hey,
and
he's
it's
white.
just
He'll
fucking
figure
crazy.
it
It has nothing to do with it, but it does.
out.
He's a bonehead with some of this stuff.
But
And
I
this
can tell you right now, um, once Trump Gaza gets put in place, hey, he'll be inflation
that ain't
proof.
gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen, man. You mean his development project? It ain't gonna happen. Now, actually, there's a Saudi proposal, and there's a bunch of Middle
Yep.
Eastern countries.
We covered that yesterday too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was working.
The Palestinians stay.
Yeah, they're gonna stay and they're gonna develop
Yeah,
it supposedly.
we covered it. You want that article?
No,
I
we're
want.
good.
Let's at least start playing this video.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Again, it was a friend of mine who is a friend of the show. The Stanley V World show. Uh, Good buddy of mine, actually. I've known him for a while, and we lock horns too. But anyway, black people need to abandon the black community. I was like, hey, yeah, man, there's something to this. I kind of agree until I heard the presenter, and we can. Yeah, let's just get through.
Ding dong. And it's some window repair fucking sale. Ugh, I see you got windows.
boy.
When's the last time? How about you just walk away today? How about you go home and see your?
This is the man Be Brave wishes he could be.
That's unfortunate.
Family, if you got one. Just, it's not. I know it's not the top. You just wonder. I was going to be in like an intellectual mood. Now I'm pissed. I'm fucking pissed. Do they deal with this in Singapore? Like, isn't everything like barricaded off? You all live in condos or something? I don't know. It won't leave. I'm like, no, I do my own windows. We don't need it. We're fine. Well, here, fill out this form. I'm like, have you thought about just becoming a tradesman or an accountant, perhaps? Here's an idea. If we need windows, we'll let you know. How about that? That's not the request. The request comes from Shark Toast, which we have to say now because we live in the age of sensitive Karens. in social media. To all the YouTube censors listening, Shark Toes is a black guy. I have a fair amount of black clients and audience members. He has a question about the black community. Can we be adults and talk about it? Thank you, Karen at YouTube. So, Shark Toast, which his channel is linked below if you'd like to learn about quiet lounge music and sharks. What? Yeah, look it up.
Who's
Greetings,
banning
Cappy. Been a
people
minute.
for...
This IT course is making me work for it. Simple request.
I'm sorry, what?
Who's banning people for talking about cultural issues that aren't your own?
You know what? Banning equals criticism to these people.
Yeah,
if you call me, if you disagree with me, oh, it's woke. You're a social justice warrior.
There's also the I'm so important, YouTube's all over me. No, I guarantee you, YouTube isn't paying any attention to you at all, unless you play a song from Motown or any other song that somebody owns. Then they'll be all over you.
Well, I'm not going to put everyone, because I honestly haven't watched it. I just I queued it up, and I was actually thinking it was someone like an Ock Nation or John Galt, or someone who would actually have somewhat of enough experience in the. I just thought it would be a more seasoned veteran.
Well, he might have a comically interesting take. I don't know.
All right. Well,
he does so far. He's losing his nuggets over somebody wanting to wash his window.
Be brave. I hope someone like Palomino will recommend this to Be Brave, so Be Brave can be this entertaining and enlightened and intellectual.
Be Brave will be. He stole my whole thing. He's got the hat. He's got the.
Why is this guy? Why is this white dude talking about this shit? He's not in the community. Which is what I always tell Be Brave. I'm like, listen.
You know what? When I hear you talk, you sound like this dude.
There's plenty of black.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, I'm pretty neutral, right? So, but look, here's the deal. I always tell them, I'm like, look, man, there's plenty of black conservatives that are shitting on the black community. You don't need to as well. Like,
yeah, that convinces me you're a centrist.
Well, really, like, I'm like, listen, you don't have, like, this isn't your place to do it, right? That's what I always
white say. People shit on the scale, and black conservatives shit on the scale. It all equals out. Shit.
It's not a good look, though.
It's a good argument.
Like, if you want to go in on white trash, feel free. But
you know what? This guy does not look like. Look at his walls are painted. They're not pine. Whatever the fuck.
He doesn't have wood paneling.
There's no.
Got a new age pocket door there to the right. Not even with a knob on it.
This looks like a pretty normal kind of.
Got some ants. He went out and bought those Ansel Adams, the little Ansel Adams photo set on the wall.
Yeah,
that's like Kia, buddy. It's cheap shit right there.
This guy doesn't look like quote white trash, but
that hat looks pretty raggedy.
This could be maybe Be Brave with a makeover could be this guy.
He's Be Yuppie.
This isn't simple, man. This isn't simple. Did you watch the video you just sent me? He's all over the place. Would like your thoughts in response to this gentleman's video below. It's about black people, and he voices a lot of the points you have brought up. I even touched on this in your stream about Jake about not acting black. It's, as you've been saying, black men are waking up, and I blame you for about 30%. 30%? Dude, Kevin Samuels, fresh and fit. Dare I say? I'll make sure no one's listening. Okay, I wrote a book. I've talked very candidly, bluntly, and honestly about poverty. Black poverty, racial doesn't matter. Poverty, right? wrote a book called The Black Man's Guide Out of Poverty, right? Based on book sales, I have maybe been a couple snowflakes that caused the avalanche. The real movers and shakers that have woken black men up, I think, is the main ones are sick and tired of being poor. And they're starting to rethink everything they were told. There are influencers of the modern era like Kevin Samuels, who may he rest in peace. He was an influencer. He passed away. Fresh and Fit, Donovan Sharp. But you know who really influenced black men to start thinking differently? Black women. Whoa! Oh my God.
Oh boy.
The quiet, nice, supporting
You're
kind?
gonna make
No.
it after that.
No. Talk to Coach Greg Adams about it. No. Like I said, a couple snowflakes on the avalanche I may have caused, but I don't think it's 30%.
Motherfucker, really?
I think it's
they were dangerous.
Oh my God, Liz is coming to eat us all, Jesus Christ. I think of it being more serious. Yeah, I think it was, frankly, their women treating them like shit. That's what, and that's why you have the passport bro movement disproportionately being black men. Not solely, but disproportionately. I think that was the look. You take away your women, guys are going to start thinking about life.
Knows who this guy is.
So he provides a link, and this is a link to a guy, Linval Williams, his channel. And he's got about 43,000 subscribers, so he's not a small channel by any means. And the title is "The Black Community Has an Identity Problem." Now, see, here once again, we got the liberal white Karens over at YouTube corporate that are going, you can't say that where it's the N-word. I'm like, yeah, I got to come up with some ridiculous pronunciation because we can't have adult conversations now.
Yeah, I can't say the N-word.
Believers versus black people. Okay. If I go back to the thing, let me know your price and thanks for your time as always, you old man. Very respectfully, Shark Toss.
So here's his bio on LinkedIn, if you'd like to, not LinkedIn, Amazon, for his book. Aaron Clarey is the world's only motorcycle riding, ballroom dancing, fossil hunting, mountain climbing economist. He spent 15 years in banking to learn that work sucks, life is short, and it was not meant to be spent in a cube suffering the idiots of corporate America. He left and has since pursued a career in writing, consulting, ballroom dancing, and hedonism. You can read his blog at blah, 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 his consultancy at assholeconsulting.com. So
Sam, he's speaking your language, huh? Would you like to come up and do a
Would you say he's a
come on up, Sam. Let me drop the link for you. Oh,
this guy
look.
kind of looks like
Deacon Dave and Sam I am are fans.
Well,
Hey,
some guys like ballroom dancing more than others.
I think a
white John Galt.
seeking black people, the black quote community.
Yes, I refuse a commentator that doesn't ballroom dance, and in fact mentions it twice in his bio.
All I have to say is he's a less scruffy version of Be Brave. So I'm not.
It's a white John Galt. It's a white John Galt.
He's Be Brave. Be Brave light.
John Galt is much more depraved.
Be Brave light.
I love him. That's hilarious.
What's
tonight on the
hilarious?
John Galt show? Tonight on the John Galt show, we're having a white supremacy hour. I think. He's having somebody from Unite the Right, and I'm like, really? What the
Oh,
fuck are we doing?
you didn't like the racial roundtable? I got a bunch of zingers.
Yeah, I coined that shit. Okay, come on, you got to give me some credit.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
I won't.
the racist roundtable.
You need to trademark this stuff. Sam or Dave? Sam and Dave.
John's funny as shit.
Isn't that a group? A duo?
Yeah, Sam and Dave. Come on.
Sam and Dave, that's right.
Hold on. I'm coming.
Thank your praises.
Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on.
Unchained melody it is.
So I linked to both Shark Toss's channel and Linval Williams' video that he did there. If you want to go subscribe it. And so I'm going to try my best. But to be honest, the guy kind of meandered and didn't really have a cogent point or comprehensive point. There were many points in there. So I will recap best I can, and then I'll give you my thoughts on it. So his thesis was that within the Black community, you have trauma, right? And he uses the example. He was very specific about this example. He talks about how the Black community expects you to get over the trauma you suffered within the Black community. And one of the examples he gives is he says, okay, let's say you're the nerdy Black guy, right? And you ask out the hot girl. She shoots you down. She's going out with Pookie and Ray Ray. She's going out with the drug dealers and the gangbangers and the fun guys. And then you're also 30 years old. You went off to college or the military. You got the GI Bill, became an engineer. You're making good money. And all of a sudden, this gal comes back 80 pounds heavier with 3 different guys' crotch fruit in tow. And she's like, well, you should go out with me because now you're successful and you make the money and all that. And they were like, well, you should forget the past.
Jesus,
you should forget the trauma.
Christ, this guy's an idiot.
And quoting him again, best I can, he was saying that there's a push
the money in the
within the Black community to forget your trauma within the Black community because that's it. He used it, he called it bullying, which is, the Black community doesn't have a monopoly on that, but it was more of a standard behavior. It's how you tested people. You would bully people, which again, not necessarily limited to the Black community. And that it was maybe not so much a service, but it served a function in getting people to conform, not step out of line too much, a test to see if you could overcome the bullying.
Oh my God.
Cut your teeth type of thing, right? You toughen up a bit and that you got to get over it, right? You got to get over it. Then he went on and says, okay, so we're supposed to forget this within the Black community, but then we pull out the race card or not the victim card, what do you call it? Trauma card. Trauma. Well, we were oppressed in the
this
slavery
is a
days.
dumb fucking
And
argument.
what was the other one? We're oppressed.
Ahistorical.
Something else. And he's like, well, wait a minute. You can't say get over your trauma, and that's how you were built up. And that was a rite of passage, right? Let's say it was a rite of passage.
Okay, so what he's trying to do is talk about trauma, be it historical, be it economics. He's conflating it with children being children. This dude, and I'm going to reserve judgment. I think this is problematic. I'll just stop there.
Date the single mom of 3. But then like, oh my God, I can't get over my trauma when it comes to other things in life. And so that was kind of his main point, but then he went on, and this is where I kind of lost it. I'm like, okay. He kind of revisited well, wait a minute. Should we, one, it's hypocritical. Okay. But shouldn't we, if we wish to progress within the community,
who is we?
Get rid of the trauma and the bullying to begin with in the first place?
Okay. He's doing like Be Brave, the idiot. He's lumping everyone into one ball of trauma.
One anecdotal example that he made up out of whole cloth from something he read somewhere else.
Well, I think he heard another probably a hood-servative type. Hood-servative has a narrative. Be Brave has a narrative. Shit, I guess everyone.
I don't even understand the premise because Stanley.
Yeah, look at Palomino Ricky Z.
Well, hold on, Stanley.
You are saying that trauma is normal and good? Oh, motherfucker!
Listen,
Stanley. No offense. When he was talking there for a second, not that you were a nerd growing up, but the whole going, it probably got good grades, that whole thing, then went to the military, then came back. Did you feel traumatized, Stanley?
I knew about the trauma, but no, as a matter
exactly,
of fact, I'm the opposite of traumatized.
Yeah, you got accomplished and stuff.
Well, you know what? But I was built to be accomplished, and you know what? I'm lucky as a motherfucker. I will never. I have never. Ghetto.
But you didn't come from a rough neighborhood, Stanley.
No, I didn't. But you know what I did come from? I came from an all black neighborhood, or there might have been one white family somewhere.
A two-parent home.
I literally, this is why I poo poo on the bullshit about trauma. There is trauma in the black community. You could even talk about epigenetical, and that's a made up word. Epigenetics being a factor in, if you really want to get, into some weeds. The bottom line is assuming that every motherfucking black person is traumatized from the same neighborhood or has had the same experience. Therefore, you can just paint we are as diverse as any other community.
Sure.
If you go and you look at the stats, there, poverty, college, Amy Wax is right. We don't do as well, but there are enough exceptions that maybe it's a bigger problem than basically what I'm saying is everyone wants to go to genetics and IQ. IQ science is basically race science. Everyone wants to look at all kinds of things except what America is, how it was founded. And Charles Murray has always been in the forefront of this. Basically, it can't be America. It's got to be the people. It's got to be genetic. That premise is bullshit.
Yeah.
In America, I was in its military.
But don't you think he's wrong at the title here?
I'll hang come July 4th. But I think the kindest thing, the best patriot knows who he's being or which country he's being patriotic to.
But see, Stanley, let me ask you this. His title says what it says. I think that they do. Other than John Galt.
What you think? Are you black?
No, but don't you see people leaving?
Well, how about just qualify it by saying, I don't have experience in the black community, but
I don't.
Outside,
Let me just finish what I'm saying.
Finish. Outside looking in, this is what I think.
Okay, then I'll say it that way.
As an expert, how about qualify your statement?
I already said that in the beginning. Okay?
You know what? Say it again.
What I'm saying is
I don't know what I'm talking about, but this is what I think.
And
I don't know what I'm talking. I'll say it the way you want me to say it, Stanley. Okay, that'll make you happy. What I'm saying is, I think people leave their communities when they make more money. They get out of them. I don't see anybody
stay in a rat's nest.
Well, and listen. So his whole title is dumb because people leave their community when they get more money.
I give this guy a pass. He's never experienced anything like this. He's just talking about someone that he heard on another show. This is secondhand. It's his analysis of an analysis. Give him a break. He just seems silly. He is silly, but I'm not going to credit him with having thoughts.
So a pass, but not a hood pass. And Ryan, by the way, insult of insults, none other than HB said you have to fix your mic.
What's wrong with my mic?
I don't know, but
it sounds a little underwater.
Yeah, that's like Helen. That's like Helen Keller said. Telling you need to listen.
Headset.
How about try it now?
I hate the stupid headset.
Try it
Super
now.
aggravating.
Try it now.
Better. How about better?
Not really.
No.
Any better. Fuck.
Look, it's not bothering me, but I'm not wearing earbuds or headphones. So, I'm listening to you over my computer mic, so it's not bothering me. And if Tom can, deal with it, I'm good.
Oh, I'm fine. I just was reading HB's comment.
Yeah,
I
well,
thought it was.
HB, take your.
It was a little ironic because when HB mic is on, it's incredible, but it's usually super low in volume.
Is mine low in volume then, Chad?
No, you're fine.
No,
You sound like
it's a little bit tinny.
It's also a little like you're talking, under a blanket. You're a little.
You got a tin can with a string attached to your computer.
You're kind of muddy.
Well, believe me, it's no good. Trust me. It's dumb.
I can hear you. I can understand you. All I'm saying is that
it's muffled. It says
to a certain extent. I think this is an internal argument, but I'm not going to be the one that says Ryan or Aaron, people outside looking in, can't have an opinion. But I would beg that if you're going to do outside looking in, both sides of the argument.
I'll just talk louder.
I absolutely would not comment on a subject like this.
Well, that's probably wise, but if you're going to, just know both sides of the argument. And listening to a person that you agree with, if you're outside looking in, listening to a person that you would tend to agree with, fussing about one side of the argument, you owe it to yourself if you want to intrude into the argument to know what the other people are thinking. The best debaters, and I'm not a debater, know both sides of the argument. That's really the only way you can argue your side, is to know what they're going to bring up, predict what they're going to bring up, and have an answer for it.
Oh, yeah.
And people don't seem to understand that.
And Palomino, Ricky Moron, saying one can't comment because they're not a particular race is idiotic. Didn't say I can't comment. Didn't say I can't comment. Said I wouldn't comment. Didn't say I didn't think about it. Didn't say I didn't have any thoughts about it.
You know what? Discretion is the better part of valor. You know what? I
Ricky
would
hasn't
feel
learned.
perfectly shit. He knows Wolf.
Yeah,
unlike you, Palomino.
Know him.
Tom has black friends, black lifelong friends.
Yeah.
Like, these motherfuckers are like, if you ever go over to the Tom Gully show, and everyone should, it's like, I thought y'all were kin.
Yeah. I don't make those distinctions, but I do stay in my lane.
Like, Palomino has no white friends or any friends.
Yeah. So, like, this guy is. It's like one of the biggest things I think of when he's talking is, where do you get off?
Look at Palomino's very weak pony response.
Oh yeah.
Don't be a pussy, Tom. That's what you're saying. Oh God.
I don't have to say you're one, Palomino, but thank you for admitting it there in chat that you are.
You know what? I'm just gonna have to. I'm not gonna time you out, Palomino. I'm just gonna ignore you.
You know what I like is the 30-second timeout, because it really doesn't do anything to him except make him mad. It's 30
Well,
seconds.
I
Who
would
cares?
think just ignoring him. You know what? I think London's on the case.
Yeah, it's on the case. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
London's gonna clean house.
Okay, Palomino, your wish is my command. I will ignore you forever from henceforth.
Oh, you don't want that, son. So y'all let me know. I think we get the gist of this, or do you want to watch some more?
You know, the only thing on a video like this, and he doesn't have enough views to make it happen, is how you can kind of put the cursor over the little time progression bar, and it shows you the hot points. Yeah, it's not doing that. So that's the.
Oh shit! He's got 127,572 likes. He's not small.
Is it 127,000 or is it 12.7?
No. It's 127. It says 127K.
Well done to him.
And Deacon Dave and Sam I Am know who he is. So
he does have the 4,967th ranked.
Well, all I'm saying is that he's not minuscule. He's not Stanley Cross 6,000.
No, he's not the Tom Gully show.
Subscribers. Hey, by the way, subscribe to my channel, damn it.
Yeah, so it's the freak show factor.
HB says keep playing it because I know HB's got a hard on. He can't tell the difference between that and his gear shift.
Place. And don't I, as right as a nerdy, now successful black guy, like, I gotta forget that now in the past. Like, you're telling me you forget this, but now you're whatever, crying victim or crying wolf or whatever. Which one is it? It's inconsistent. And then
now I'm gonna make a snobbish point. I never was not a successful black guy. So, so he's not talking to me. Maybe that's why I think he's silly. There are black people who have always been successful. Quite a number of us. I grew up in a neighborhood of them. So, now a very large percentage do. But if you take rural and suburban, most black people do not live in the inner city.
Then it went into a general lamentation and critique about the black community, like, why can't...
Oh, and by the way, again, a very large percentage, but about 68%, I think it is, are working class or above in the black community. And let's just say black demographic, people who identify as black. And if you take the working class out, that makes it even a smaller percentage. But, roughly what? It's might be roughly 50-50. Actually, let me think. It's probably 60-40, 60%. Well, I'll have to look at the chart again. Most black people, even if you take the working class out, are successful. And I'm not going to call working class not successful. There's a category that's working poor. Working class are doing okay. So the trauma he's talking about is more historical. It's still there, but most black people don't live in shitholes.
Can't we celebrate success? Why do I got to get in the fight if I'm the nerdy black guy? Why do we even get to this stage early on where The girls are rewarding whatever the fun guys, the drug dealers, whatever. Pookie and Ray Ray.
This is his childhood.
Why don't you reward the night? It was kind of an innocent, bordering on naive, like because those guys are more fun.
Adulthood.
Because they got 6-pack abs. Because they're the badasses. This is different red pill stuff, but that was his thing.
Okay, this dude, I was a nerd in school. But I was also kind of shy, believe that or not. But I did just fine. What do you expect? When I was a kid, having a date to go out to a movie every now and again, or go to the military ball with. It wasn't all pussy all the time, and the expectation, of course, I wanted all pussy all the time, but my parents weren't going to have that. They were checks and balances, and the girls that I dated, there were checks and balances on that side. What we're missing is parenting. And that has gone by the wayside. And, maybe more so in the Black community. That's another topic, another show. But the bottom line is it's not nerds can't get girls and Black women or this. It's parenting. It's parents setting expectations for their kids. Why is he not talking about that? Who gives a fuck whether you're a nerd or not? If your kid's a nerd, set his or her expectations. You're a fucking nerd. Don't expect to get, 24/7 attention from the opposite sex. Set expectations.
Well, he's probably not talking about it because it didn't come up at ballroom dancing.
Hey, you know what? It's a good sport. I bet he's better at that than talking on into this mic.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess not.
It's not a badass endeavor.
It's a tragedy.
I don't know. My father-in-law's wife was a ballroom dancer, and dude, into her 70s, if I were a 70-year-old, I'd have been looking at that ass. She had an ass, and she was a competitive ballroom dancer. Now, I say 70. Okay. Did I touch a nerve? Come on, Tom. 10 years from now, I will be looking at 70.
So will I, but and I don't have a problem necessarily with ballroom dancer, but he's trying to come off as, motorcycle riding.
Motorcycle riding and ballroom dancing.
Ford hat wearing. Let me tell you about the Black community. Can somebody play Sing, Sing by Glenn Miller?
I'm guessing he's never looked up the word incongruous.
Yeah.
But HB, you still want me to play this fool? No, HB. HB, you need to come up and defend yourself. It does not all boil down to pussy. And once you get married and you go about, the 7-year itch is real. And one of these days I'll tell you about my 7-year itch. Thank God I had enough discipline, but it does not all come down to pussy. In my opinion, at my stage in life, it actually all comes down to, can you sustain a relationship? And I don't want to go all the way there. All I have to say is, if you think it's all about pussy, then you're fucked up. And I'll be blunt about it.
Yeah, it sounds a little
and an
unusual.
irony that if you perform well within the black community, you're at least punished early on. And then when you get out of the community or you grow up a little bit, then all of a sudden people want the success you had doing quote unquote the right thing. But you're definitely severely punished if you quote do the right thing because you're acting white or you're talking white or whatever else. Oh, you know, you think you're better than us, that kind of thing. But then you went back to the girl thing. So I think the guy maybe just, you know, he was a nerd, got shot down. He looks successful though. If you look at him, he's a jack dude. I can't tell what car he's in. I'm like, that looks like a nice car.
This motherfucker.
So, and he looks like he's about 35 or so. So I guess he went down that path. And so he's got a lot of questions. Then Shark Toss, being a black man himself, wants my opinion on it. So let's ask the pasty white guy from South Dakota what he thinks, huh?
Oh my God.
So let me throw this
boy.
in.
Okay, I gotta
Outside
stop
observer,
it.
like a referee.
Any black dude who comes for advice, and I'm not. Hey, ask advice from a Ryan or a Tom, someone you know. Don't ask advice from this dude.
Well, he's a moron, obviously.
Well, you know, he comes from South Dakota. He might have had
Well,
black
there you go. That's even worse.
He heard a rumor there was a black guy 3 counties over. That's the closest.
Well, I think King TL is in Montana. He's in one of those states that, you know, I would love to go and fish, like fly fish.
Yeah.
But it's too expensive.
Probably great there. It's probably nice.
Oh hell no! Nobody's moving to Montana. Their winters are like 10 months long.
Oh, Montana is the new destination for the super rich.
Yeah, because no black.
Actually, it is.
It is. The
Well, I
super
have
rich.
to say though, Jackson Hole, places like that, isn't Jackson Hole's in Montana, right?
Well, there's two things.
Wyoming.
Letterman
Idaho?
Letterman lives in
Wyoming.
Montana. Letterman lives
Does
in
he
Montana.
really?
Yeah, well, he's a big place there. He kind of lives wherever he wants to, but that is
Why
for
would
probably
you go
the
to
last 5 or 10 years. People are building these huge mansions and complexes because you know it's, and also if you're a person of that level of affluence, you want privacy. And and also Yellowstone, the TV series.
Well,
Montana
he
can get out of there in the winter. So
yeah, sure.
No. As people re-enter the office, that'll be less prevalent.
Yeah, but
People are re-entering the office.
Montana for last 5 or 10 years has been a choice destination for very affluent people.
Well, yeah, it's you know, Wyoming, you know, that's nice, but you better have a second home. Is all I'm saying.
Denzel.
Denzel.
Sorry, no.
Yeah.
Dennis Washington. Sorry.
You know, yeah, okay. Dennis Washington?
Yep.
Really?
Yep. Let's see
Hell,
here.
You know what? I would live up there like a couple months out of the year, but I wouldn't. That winter would kill me.
There's a place called the Yellowstone Club that's a destination for the likes of Bill Gates and Justin Timberlake and
oh wow.
Yeah, I mean it's let's see here. Oh, let's see. Michael Keaton, John Mayer, Tom Brady, Mr. David Letterman, Bill Pullman, Jeff Bridges, Kevin Costner, obviously, Phil Jackson, Tom Brokaw, Huey Lewis, Ben Affleck, Dana Carvey, David Lynch, Dennis Quaid, Glenn Close, Howie Long, Harrison Ford. It's been a destination because, you know, land is beautiful and cheap, and you are not going to be bothered You're just not going to be bothered.
Well, wait, here's an idiot. Isn't Dennis Denzel's son?
No, he's a businessman. It's a different Dennis Washington, I guess.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Anyway, HB, I have no doubt. I'll put. Do you know who this guy is? If not, I'll give you the link to this video, and you and John can fawn over him. I think he's a fucking idiot, but to each his own. We're free black men in America.
I didn't grow up black. I haven't lived in the community or anything like that. And let's remove, quote unquote, the black community from it, because it will it will obfuscate and confuse the analysis I'm trying to do. Instead, let's look at your modern day weak cult of Christianity or churchianity, like a cult.
Come on, Stanley.
And if you look at the black
there we go.
community from, and by the way, with black,
I thought you were about to stop playing it.
Oh, this is like a transfusion of what to you?
No. It's just interesting. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, well, Deacon Dave and Sam I Am like it, so I have no doubt you would too.
Oh, it's interesting.
Community, I put it in quotes in there. I mean, black community trademark, right? We're not talking all black people, right? We're talking the quote unquote stereotypical black community that is referenced in media or people talking about it, where it would be like, everybody down in Florida is a trailer park, missing teeth, redneck hick, right? It's a stereotype that does not reflect the entire.
Now, here is where I have to give him kudos. Maybe he can teach the anti-black blacks how to qualify their statements. I admire that he's at least addressing the stereotype. The anti-black John Galt HB blacks never do that. So kudos to him.
Well, Stanley, I think we just know we have a very high intellectual audience, so we don't really have to do that for them. So I think he's doing it.
You have a confidence I don't have.
Well, I know the audience. We got London in the building.
I look at Palomino Ricky Z, and I don't see high intellect.
No. I don't.
You are only as strong as your weakest link, and Palomino Ricky Z is in the chat.
No, well, I listen. I know Mavid isn't the brightest guy, but even he knows, like, we're not gangbanger thugs out here committing crime. So I think our audience does understand.
I'm not accusing him of anything like that. God forbid.
Well,
all I'm saying, we were talking intellect. I think we're alluding to high intellectual ability of the audience. All I'm saying is there is London and there is Palomino Ricky Z.
Well, I never said there wasn't a.
I'm saying, and maybe it's a military thing. Your team is only as strong as its weakest link.
Come on. There's a spectrum, Stanley. There's a spectrum.
That's my point. But on that spectrum, your weakest link is your weak point.
Come on.
And I'm saying the little yellow horsey.
Spectrum's a good word to use there, by the way.
I didn't mean it like that.
I did.
That's offensive. That's offensive.
Yeah, baby, I didn't mean it like that, man. I didn't mean.
I'm just talking about my cable provider.
I was talking about that old Philadelphia basketball arena that Dr. J used to play.
Exactly. What are you guys talking about?
Oh, come on, Maven. What do you mean she doesn't barely speaks English? She's probably the best English speaker on this panel. What are you talking about?
Palomino's jealous. She's prettier than he is.
Little yellow horsey.
That motherfucker's a carousel horse. little children ride him and call him horsey.
One of those pantomime horses that two people get inside the suit.
Except he's the ass end.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, well, let's give you another shot of white pride there, HB.
But it is the stereotype that comes to mind when you think black community. Riots, gang banging, hats on backwards.
Well, look at Ryan's
else.
glasses. Wait.
Yeah, you think he's better than
God,
us.
dog. From the Harry Carey collection.
No,
Nah, they're fine.
I have many pairs.
Are those readers? Are those prescriptions? Or are they readers?
No, they're for reading only.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, are they prescription reading?
No, just regular readers.
No, you get them at the store.
Go. Stop being cheap.
No, they're actually they're really good, and they're not necessarily cheap. Yeah, they are really good. They're not super high prescription. They're a lower prescription just for reading, and they're very effective. A lot of people use them.
Well, this is years ago. My doctor recommended bifocals, and I'm like, you know what? No, I'm not doing that because you have to tilt your head and all that. Yeah. So I asked for 2 pairs of glasses. I used one for driving, one for computers, and I had bifocal sunglasses, so I could tie fishing knots. It was just right. Tying the knots on the hook and all that stuff. The bifocals worked there, but I wasn't about to wear fucking bifocals.
Have you thought about the progressive lenses?
I had those.
Stanley, those would be perfect for you.
I had them as a kid. Let me put it to you this way. They never, back in the day, I'm sure they're way better now, but back in the day, they were always a little dark and you looked a little nerdy. So in the Navy, I'm like, fuck that. Let me get a pair of Ray-Bans. I would have prescription Ray-Bans. So they cost a pretty penny.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was about to say they kept getting stolen. Like I went through a couple pairs, and the revenge was, you stole my Ray-Bans, but they got like Coke bottle lenses.
I'm talking about the clear lens progressives they have now, where
they'll make you sick. They'll make you sick, Tom.
They take the place of bifocals. And Ryan's right. When you first get them, they really do mess with you for the first couple of weeks. But after that, once you're kind of trained where to look for distance and close up and stuff, after that they're awesome. But they do definitely mess you up the first couple of weeks till you get trained on how to use them.
You know what?
You'll trip and fall wearing them too.
Well, sometimes. I didn't trip and fall.
Well, my solution was I have, like my regular glasses, and I have a Kindle. I don't need reading glasses.
Oh, you can blow it up.
I'll blow it up to where, I can see it and I can read at night and all that. Kindles are actually really good for that. I don't need reading glasses. You just get it where you need it to be.
Yeah.
God bless you, Amazon.
I agree with that. I use the iPad, but it's great not having to use regular books now because you can blow up the print really big,
Right. What's up, Lou? You might as well hit the panel so you can get some of this anti-black scorn too. Lou, I bet you know who this dude is.
I feel like he
Your
saw.
stereo ghetto type image that comes.
I feel like
I'm
he saw.
sorry,
His whole experience comes from watching Good Times and The Wire.
Keeping your
Hey,
head.
the wire. The wire. There's a lot of truth in the wire, though. There's a lot of
No,
truth
there's
in it.
not.
I don't know.
When
I know
Kima
that.
got shot in real life, she would have been dead. You full of
Where it
shit.
was filmed
There
is
is
pretty
no,
bad, though.
if you're looking for truth, like literally, I don't believe. I think art imitates life,
Yeah.
not the other way around.
No, obviously, but a lot of those stories in the wire, man,
They were
it's
true, but
yeah,
don't use the word truth. There is no truth. They're true to life or whatever.
yeah. You know, I look at
Well,
the
let me
wire
let
more
me
like
qualify that. There is no universal truth. Like
oh yeah, of course,
the person who wrote the script wrote his or her truth.
yeah,
Okay, but you don't get truth out of it other than maybe that was the artist's truth. It's not a universal truth.
It's not also an overall experience. You're
Right.
experiencing a piece of
But
drama, not
you
a.
know what? I look at Omar and I'm like, well, goddamn, that's cool, but I could never do it.
Well, I
Do
would
you
hope. I hope not.
do you
I
think
wish
A
I could.
homosexual.
do you
I would.
think you think
You know what? I wasn't even thinking about that, Mister
do you
DEI.
do you see a
I
little
was thinking about the farmer in the dell and just blowing people away with a street sweeper.
Yeah.
do you see a little Stringer Bell in John Galt or a little John Galt and Stringer Bell?
A little
No,
bit. I see more. Honestly, John. I see
no, I
more
see
John.
Avon.
Yeah, I see
I'm
more
sorry,
Avon and
Avon. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
I see
Yeah.
more Avon and John.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. I'm sorry, I
Uh,
messed him up. It's been a while since I've seen The Wire.
yeah. John's more the Avon type of guy. You know, he wants his corners, man. He
As
not.
a matter of fact, you might be the Stringer Bell.
Yeah, I can see you being more Stringer Bell than John.
Who, me?
You know
Yeah.
what?
I'm Mullooney or whatever his name was. That's the cop guy, the white
With
dude.
the furniture,
No. I'll figure it out here. Let's see.
the bald guy who was just
Actually, that probably would be my lot in life. Would be to be the bald guy that ends up being on the mayor's, defense team.
detail.
I'd probably be more like Frank Sabatka and just get killed for representing the union.
You would be what's his name? The guy who winds up was it Richard Doman is his actual name.
Oh, that guy.
No.
No.
Tom
Oh,
would be the
the guy who actually cracked the wire.
no, the older guy who's the colonel, then he's the deputy chief. His name is Richard Doman in real life. I can't think of his character's name.
I would be
The Machiavellian.
No. I would be Lester Freeman.
I think I would hope I would be too.
And if not that, I would be Bunk Moreland probably.
No, I would give you Lester Freeman.
I would be the tired, grizzled, intellectual. Let's do it the right way.
Because it'll come back to burn you.
Picks up that Brazilian chick or whatever, scoops her up out of the ash can because she's smoking hot out of her bed.
Well, no, I'm thinking of that first season where the stripper who they wind up kind of saving.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And Lester winds up getting her, and it's never described. But I think they just You know, I think they were like, I think they wound up a couple. And
Chardonnay. Oh,
everyone,
they definitely wound up a couple.
yeah, everyone's like, what the fuck?
Stanley,
Yeah.
Because he treated her nice and with
Stanley,
respect.
you'd be Prop Joe to me, Stanley. You'd be Prop Joe.
I'm sure I would be.
I don't think.
Repairing toasters and just kind of fat.
Aw, not that part. You
I
know,
see. I think Stanley would be Bunny Colvin.
which one is Bunny Colvin?
He's the officer that basically said, "Look, if you keep all of your drugs and you're shooting people in these 3 blocks."
Oh, you know what? Fuck yeah.
And then he went into the
Into
schools.
the schools. Oh,
and
yeah.
then he saved
Yeah.
that kid, took him off the streets and everything.
And you know what? Now, I wouldn't agree with what he did, but he just fucking solved the problem. You know, somehow or another, he did some good, but he did some bad. So he winds up being kind of an anti hero.
Yeah.
And then I watched an episode yesterday because I'm on season 4 now. I started rewatching it from scratch. Where he goes with the kids from the school to that fancy restaurant, and they're kind of like, they're awkward as kids will be, but extra awkward because they were surprised that there was a waitress. So after the dining experience, they all pile into the car. They revert back to their like hood behavior, but as kids will do. And then after eating at a fancy restaurant, they want to go to McDonald's.
Yeah.
For fries. However, if you've ever dealt with kids, I kind of laughed. And he didn't fuss. He just kind of shook his head, started the car, and just drove. If you ever had to deal with kids, like, yeah. Yeah, of course. They were tired mostly.
Well,
And
Bunny Colvin's also the
kids
one
will
that saved. Bunny Colvin's also the one that saved that kid. That he saw some promise in, and him and his wife adopted it and went to his father.
Really? I haven't got. I don't think I've gotten to that part.
Yeah. Now, HB, I don't want to insult you, but I kind of see you being Cuddy Wise.
Cuddy?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I see you going through it and then coming back and going, nah, I don't want none of that, and then starting the boxing gym.
I could
yeah.
kind of see that. Yeah. I could kind of see that. I could kind of see. Yeah.
Let me tell you. Go ahead.
No, I'm just. We need to get this all. Somebody needs to AI this for us. I don't know. A lot of shows have these people doing AI. We need to make the John Galt wire.
I could definitely see that.
That'd be fun.
That would be funny.
Let me tell you something that Bunny did that comes to fruition in season 4, where he took that young guy black guy who was kind of reckless, made sergeant. He was in the DEU, Drug Enforcement Unit. He was the sergeant and and then he pulled him into his office and said, hey, just gave him the talk like, you're not fucking cutting it, basically. Are you a cop? And then the next season, he becomes like, yeah, I know who the kids. Don't arrest him. I'm going to take him for a walk. He becomes that young guy that's going to be an up and comer. I love that cycle.
Bunny Colvin's one of.
Kids, I want to beat some heads, and then one talk with Bunny, and the motherfucker took it to heart, and he's gonna be the next generation. I love that cycle.
My favorite characters on The Wire are the ones that couldn't be corrupted. The ones that now maybe they were at first, but then it was like, look, this is,
yep.
That Poblowski, the guy that ends up going into inner city and teaching. Yeah, that dude, even Sabatka getting killed. He's like, no, I'm not playing this. Those are my
Right.
favorite characters on The Wire. Are the ones that just kind of but
Well,
Bunny Colton.
I'm gonna have to say, and I don't know that I ever watched the fifth season, but the redhead attorney and Cedric, the major, and he's just got promoted to colonel. Of course, for obvious reasons, but you know what? To me, they were kind of magic.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
kind of
know how
like
it ends. Tell me.
I kind of like that chick that McNulty ended up with too, man.
Oh yeah, she is. Yeah, she's
Beatrice
in.
Russell.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? She is actually like actually good looking.
Yeah,
Just
I don't
kind
think
of
that.
she's
I don't think they ever
not
showed
beautiful, but just
McNulty's
cute.
wife. I don't think they ever showed his wife. Did they ever
like
show
his
Yeah,
ex
they
McNulty's
did.
wife?
his
His
ex-wife.
ex-wife.
His
Yeah.
I
ex-wife
don't
with the kids. Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay, okay. I
I
remember
think
her.
they did, but when he because Beatrice was a patrol person,
You're right.
Right.
and his
His wife was kind of Italian looking. His ex-wife
yeah
and the
his ex-wife
kids.
was
And I just saw a scene where he's at the detective, or actually, it was the old colonel died, so he's at that wake. You know how they do the wakes in the bar,
yeah
and he's there. Bunk comes up to him after vomiting or something like that.
yeah
And he's sitting at the bar drinking a club soda and lemon. McNulty of all people at
yeah
a
he went
bar
on
at a wake. That woman fucking domesticated his ass,
yeah
and that was another good cycle where he just fucking went back to patrolman and hooked up. Yeah, that was kind of beautiful actually.
Hmm. I mean, they don't say The Wire's the best show ever for no reason, man. Like, I think it's
You
the
know
the
what? You know what? It probably is.
yeah, like the cycles of each character is just
I don't know how the fuck they did it,
yeah.
but it is a masterpiece.
It really
well
is. It
there's
really
like
is.
there's like three shows, and it's like they call it kind of a golden age of television
Hmm.
because you had The Wire, you had The Sopranos, you had Breaking
Yep.
Bad. And
Yeah.
then kind of mixed in there is Oz a little bit, maybe, but
Yeah.
not
I think Oz didn't have the
re, re,
acting.
it didn't have the
It,
Oz
realism.
would be number four.
Oz
yeah.
was kind of cartoonish,
Yeah. Yeah.
it
Yeah.
wasn't as realistic. But those three shows, man, those are pretty incredible. But the awesome thing about the Wire feels almost like a British show in terms of the fact that every season was a brand new story.
Yes.
Yep.
It
Yeah.
was a brand
Yeah.
new focus, and
Yeah.
that just made it to me more than this continuing droning on. Some people say Game of Thrones, and it's like, well, if you like that kind of stuff,
I've
but
never watched Game of Thrones. Who
Yeah.
recommends it
Yeah.
here?
Yeah. Not. Well,
for
it.
that kind of stuff, it's awesome, but it's not real. It's not realistic. It's not
Yeah.
you couldn't imagine it happening. And if you're not into that stuff, and not everybody is, you don't even care. But you can show The Wire or The Sopranos or Breaking Bad to somebody that
London,
anybody.
you gotta watch it. It's actually that good. It
Oh,
it is
London,
as good. It is as good as what's the one that Helen Mirren was in? Um, I can't think of it.
not
It's
power or
as good as
money
that
or
Helen Mirren police thing she was in for years. It's probably better.
Miss Me. If you ever saw Line of Duty, which is a British show, it's Line of Duty times 1 million. And I
Is
love
Lion
Line of Duty.
what was the one Helen Mirren was in?
She's in a ton of TV series. She's in 1823. She's got another one coming out
Oh no, no,
called
no! This is way back in the day when she was young. She was kind of middle aged. in her 40s.
You got
Helen
me.
Mirren is sexy as a motherfucker.
There's a new thing coming out with Pierce Brosnan.
She's 500 years old, Sam.
With Pierce Brosnan.
You know what? And she still looks good.
There's a new thing coming out with Pierce Brosnan, Helen Mirren, and Tom Hardy called Mobland. And I don't know whether it's a series or a movie. It looks like a series, though. And I cannot wait. Mobland. I saw the trailer for it, and it's just really good. Maybe it's
I'm looking at the trailer.
No, it's
now.
it's a TV series. Mobland is a TV series. And by the way, why don't they let movie theaters and YouTube alike? Why don't they let people play trailers? Every show that's out there ought to be. I don't think they do. I think
I'm pretty sure you can. We have over here, and we don't get clipped for it.
You guys play fast and loose, baby. Let's see here. To play movie trailers on YouTube. Let's see. I made some fast me. While movie trailers are copyrighted, you might be able to use them on YouTube, especially for fair use purposes like commentary or review, but without permission or adding significant originality, you risk copyright claims or strikes.
Yeah. You definitely have to make commentary over it. But yeah, you could play trailers usually.
But I'm saying
that's usually how like a lot of YouTubers that do movie reviews, that's usually how they get around it too. They'll just play clips from the trailer, not the actual.
Well, what they do is they do a whole thing on Patreon, bumper to bumper, with commentary, so it's transformational, and then they cut it down shorter and put it on YouTube to get people to go pay for the
show.
Patreon thing. But
Prime Suspect, Miss Me. It's better than Prime Suspect. And Prime Suspect was fucking good.
They should let you just play the trailers. It's like free advertising. Why wouldn't you just say, this is, for all intents and purposes, public domain, or we're not going to enforce our copyright unless you're a site that, is into stuff we don't agree with. Old Tom likes being monetized. I don't like to I don't want to walk on that type of...
London. You gotta watch Prime Suspect. You are missing out on your own.
Anybody that hasn't seen The Wire, I would say you need to, as soon as Stanley's and HB's shows are over, of course, immediately just start binge watching it for the entire week.
Started now. It's better than this show.
And to London
you'll learn more.
By the way, your guy Idris Elba is a star in The Wire.
Oh, that's
also.
right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Helen Mirren and Idris Elba. Oh my Lord,
Helen Mirren
gotten together in real life.
You really want some Helen Mirren? See Caligula.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That woman is. She is a legend.
All I got to say is, how old is Helen Mirren? Let's see here. She's 79. She could probably still get this work.
She does.
No. I don't think you understand the slang of the terminology I'm using. She could probably still get this work. You guys never heard that? Maybe it's a suburban.
Yeah, it wouldn't be my worst.
Does that
mean?
What?
What? It wouldn't be my worst.
Does that make you wise?
No, actually, London, I've had all 4 wisdom teeth pulled out. It was horrible.
What's that mean? I'd like to know what that means.
Yeah, I'd like to know what that means.
Probably some British old fable or something. I don't know.
It's a fable.
I never had my wisdom teeth pulled. All my teeth grew in straight.
Yeah, no, I had to get all four of mine pulled out. It was
Let me
terrible.
let me put it to you this way: my teeth grew in straight, and I never had braces.
Oh wow. Yeah, I never
Yeah, I
had
was one of
braces
those
either, but
rare children. My first cavity was at 21.
Ryan, the wire doesn't glorify that stuff.
yeah, nah, it's
Oh,
actually
fuck
the
It's just
no,
too
it
much.
does not.
It
It's too
shows
much.
you how that's bad
yeah,
to do.
yeah.
I don't like I don't like a lot of the shows
No,
like
the ultimate thing,
Scarface
if there is a
or
thing,
anything.
crime, bad people get their comeuppance, even if you're a cop.
And not in a good way.
Yeah, yeah.
Miss Me,
Yeah,
what is it? What does it mean though to have the wisdom teeth thing? You got to tell us what that actually means.
It's some old British allegory of
Yeah, it's
some.
well, he's still got all four of his wisdom teeth, eh? And nods as good as a wink to a blind bat. Hello, hello.
Wow.
Yeah, no, Ryan, I think The Wire, man, honestly, it's probably one of the best shows to tell you not to get into the streets, man. Like,
My
because,
issue with The Wire is that
What?
there.
Universal Jones and
I've been in
London.
the places. I've been in the
That's gonna
places where they filmed it. Okay,
yeah,
and it's
yeah,
really a very sad thing to see. So
that's that,
I don't
yeah,
watch it because of that.
yeah, no, I can understand from that
Yeah.
perspective too,
Yeah,
because
there's a lot of there's steam tunnels. It's powered by steam, and I've been in the tunnels, so I've had to go in the units, and it's just
yeah,
really it's just sad. So
because you
that's why I don't.
like Dookie, that was probably the saddest like
Yeah,
storyline in The Wire, and that
totally.
it's the reality though, like some kids just have all the worst, and that's what a lot of people don't really understand too
That's
about
my problem with it. That's my problem with it.
some of the like some of these really impoverished black communities, like you know some of these kids, there's just really no hope for them
Yeah.
at
Let's
all.
just put it this way. Well, they closed the one area which was called McCullough Homes where they filmed it. They
I
closed
think
it
we're
and
too
they built new places,
into
right?
a place that is more appropriate on another show.
Well, they moved a lot of the people out of there, but one
And
thing
you will bulldoze your way, and I'm
I just
gonna
want to
be.
say this
I don't
about The
give a fuck.
Wire.
No,
Why can't I just say it?
you
I
know
hear
what?
you.
Why can you just not say it?
I can't say that it's sad and
Is it
terrible.
a burning desire within you? It's
Yes, it
gotta
is.
come out like a demon.
There's
It
no
is sad.
concrete. There's no
Go
concrete.
ahead
I mean,
and say it, demon.
there's no grass. There's no grass out in front of their places at all. There's not.
Oh,
It's
Jesus
100%
fucking!
concrete.
You had a
All right.
burning desire to say there's no grass in the
Yeah,
front
it's just listen.
in the
I'm just
hood.
telling you that
No,
you just think
you're
it's
just
great because it's
telling
great
us something
cinema,
we
but you don't care
already
about the
know.
people.
Oh my
I hear
God!
you, London.
Hey,
What?
Go
but Tom,
ahead.
just like there's Dookies, there's also Canards too, and I think that's like what the show really, it really kind of just really showed. Like there's some kids in the hood that are they just pure of heart, just made of just got the wrong cards, but then there are some straight up psychopaths like
Motherfucker, there
Canard.
are people in the suburbs who get dealt the same card, just
That's
fewer of them.
whataboutism. Whataboutism. Whataboutism.
You know what?
Damn! I just fucked you up, Stanley. Oh my god! Seriously.
No, I don't think you did. I
All right, I'm
think
just
a
kidding.
little
I don't care. I'm
bit
Well,
of
okay with
Dookie,
whataboutisms. I'm okay with
Dookie was
whataboutisms.
Dookie
think
was
your
so sad.
Cheerios, a
Dookie
little
was so
bit of
Dookie was so sad because, like HB was saying, he just never had a chance. Even with Mr. P helping him out, it
Oh
just wasn't
man.
going to happen. And there's also the Namans out there
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
hey, it's a shot in a million. But if a Bunny Coleman sees something in you and reaches down and gets you in a successful environment, that's the whole parenting thing right there.
Yep.
Is it's people want to make the debate about nature versus nurture. you know, that's a success story. You know, that's you know what we should be shooting for. But man, oh man, yeah.
Yeah, and Naaman wasn't cut out for the streets anyway. He was never cut out for it. So,
yeah.
He
By the way,
right
my wisdom teeth came in straight. They have never been pulled. They came in as just like actual, real working teeth. I'm serious. It's like all these people, I feel so bad because, as I understand, it's a miserable, awful thing to have them pulled, but never had to have it done.
Oh yeah. It's pretty brutal. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. You get hydrocodone, so that's always fun. But yeah, it's pretty brutal. Pretty brutal.
But the wire, oh man,
yeah,
man, oh man, that's some good stuff.
Yeah,
it's
something for everybody.
It's interesting
how the mire.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I am certainly willing to go to the next. Y'all want to watch more of this?
Yeah. Let's watch some more. And let me ask you guys one question: Is Kima hot? Is she hot to you guys? I can't.
Absolutely, she is.
The lesbian cop, was she hot? I could never tell.
She's just a character. I don't know. Is she a lesbian in real life?
I'm pretty sure she is in real life. She played it too good.
She's a hot lesbian then.
Well,
how do you feel about that? She's hot and she doesn't want you, HB.
She's not.
Let's do a hypothetical. How would you react?
What's a converter?
Hot lesbian, like I can't. She has S's in her name.
Well,
how would you react? If you walked up to her and you went, "She's hot," and she turned to you and went, "HB, I don't like your kind."
Yeah.
Would you be cool, or would you pull a hood service?
We get tough underwear.
No. The only type of girls that aren't into me are lesbians. So I don't take it. It's not
she is a heterosexual.
You wouldn't attempt to turn her?
Oh, no. I don't have time for that.
In real life, she's a heterosexual.
Ellie, what a great actress. I thought she was completely a lesbian. Wow.
Yeah, she fooled you, didn't she?
Yeah, she's good.
Here's how open-minded she is in her personal life. She has two daughters, Sophia and Sakira. In 2003, her name's Sonia Stone.
Yes.
Sonia Stone. She married didgeridoo player Adam Plack. Now, if you'll marry a guy I can't imagine there's a lot of work.
He plays a long pipe.
There's just, you don't often hear a guy go, "Man, we need to get a didgeridoo in here." So she was probably carrying most of the water in that relationship. But as of 2019, good news for you, HB. Although I know you're in a committed relationship. She and Plack got divorced apparently when the didgeridoo music industry dried up. And then shortly thereafter was arrested in North Carolina and charged with felony possession of cocaine.
Who was?
Sonia Stone.
She was? Oh, wow.
It does not give her age.
Wow.
It does not give her age, which usually means that, they're not going to release it. She won't tell anybody. How old? It says here she's 60 years old.
Wow.
God damn it, she's age appropriate.
Yeah, she's in your age.
What she needs to do is if she's still on probation or something, she needs to release herself to my custody.
2019, I doubt it. Depends on what the weight was, but I kind of doubt it if it was like a first offense. I imagine she's all through that.
Deacon Dave said his wife plays the didgeridoo. Oh, wow.
Yeah, you know what? I bet you sound like one when she does it.
That is a
dumb fucking comment.
often awful sounding instrument.
Hey, wait. You know what? I have to find the sound of Dave. Sound of didgeridoo Dave.
It's almost like Zamfir, master of the pan flute. Is there some?
You know what? Is it better or worse?
Is there some really incredible like Yo-Yo Ma level didgeridoo player that we just don't know about because we're American? Or?
Yeah, I don't consider a didgeridoo a real instrument, honestly.
Me neither. I consider it the paper towel roll. That's when you all the paper towels off it, you give it to a kid and they.
Oh, that's the drum.
Hello. Today we're going to learn about the drum sound of didgeridoo.
Where
And
is
we're going to do that because
I want to hear the drum sound. I want to hear the majestic.
You can learn the didgeridoo in just 1 month. I guess this is 2. I mean, just 1 month.
Yeah.
I practiced the didgeridoo.
Yeah, that should tell you.
That's Dave. Dave. That's his wife.
You can't become a master of the didgeridoo in 30 days, but you can learn a lot. You can learn the basics and learn how to make all the basics.
Didgeridoo.
If you are interested in learning the didgeridoo, I put all the information on what you need to.
If Stanley went on a date with her, we'd say didgeridooer.
Oh, you know what? I would go out with Sonia's son.
Are you not able to find that drone sound on the didgeridoo?
This
Putting it in your teeth, and then I'm going to use my lips to pull in
the didgeridoo.
To pull in the corners of my mouth, and then I'm going to straighten out that pencil while it's resting on my teeth.
This
and I'm
was
still
the
not using my teeth to bite it into place. Okay, so that's using quite a bit of the corners of my lips to strengthen that hold. And now, once I've got it in this position, I'm going to blow over the pencil.
Literally.
Imagine you're trying to wrap the pencil in an envelope of air, just like a cylinder of air. Exercise you can use to work on the buzz. Now, as you play that, the muscles of my face.
Damn it!
I'll show you an
Does
example
he ever
of
put
buzzing
his lips
to
around
apply the pressure of the
didgeridoo?
Be breathing all the time. When you're blowing air down this cylinder, there might be some obstructions that are causing the back pressure to be too high. There might be too much resistance to get it to make a sound, and eventually you'll get it. Another one like this.
Oh, this motherfucker!
The perfect thing is
go
as little air as possible.
He's just teasing
to be.
Yeah, come on, man.
It might also have not enough back
the
didgeridoo. You can do kata all day. Eventually, you got to do some kung fu, dude.
Straw has
less back pressure. You know what? The joke is overplayed anyway, so fuck it. Didgeridoo Dave.
Didgeridoo Dave is crazy. Didgeridoo Dave.
Miss Me, London has a story about the lady whose children froze to death. She lied. They apparently died of carbon monoxide.
That actually makes a lot more sense, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this response. We have not the most cheerful audience. Miss Me, okay. Yeah, I misspell your name. I misspell on purpose too. I was joking about the not knowing English thing. I just think Americans pronounce words normally, more correctly. But you guys sound smarter.
Simp.
Simp. This motherfucker thinks he sounds smart.
We literally speak their language. We speak their language, man. What are you talking?
Oh my lord, this young man.
Take another simp of your Coca-Cola, buddy.
Oh man,
didn't read that on Wikipedia.
We have the funniest audience.
By far.
Didgeridoo Dave, how are you? Well, see, Dave has a good sense of humor. I have to give. And no, Dave, I tease you because I know, motherfucker, you're just smart. Dave's pretty damn bright, regardless of that weird comment about his wife playing the didgeridoo.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's being serious or not, but I got a
Oh
feeling
no,
he
no,
is.
he was making a joke.
Uh,
I just took his joke and took it farther.
well, yeah, let's finish this video, Stanley. I mean,
Do we have to?
Do we really?
it's a good. I
There's
mean,
like
he's.
a bunch of time left on this.
Yeah.
Comes to mind.
Let's
What
do it for
I
HB.
think outside for
Outside.
those black people. I think well, it wouldn't be those. For everyone who wishes to do better, okay? Everyone. Doesn't matter your race. What you need to do is you need to make decisions that are based in the real world, right?
Yeah, the real
Okay.
world.
And it doesn't matter who you are, where you are, right? I'll give you an example.
Okay. I'm going to stop this right here. And I either know what he's going to say or I'll just translate what he said. Because it's very Booker T. Washington. The real life is black people need to assimilate into white culture and act like us. You need to act civilized like us. You need to have bourgeois values. I'm quoting Amy Wax here. Fuck y'all. What you don't understand is black people are going to do the same thing as white people and do what the fuck they want to be and be how they want to be. Fuck the statistics. That's my response to little pansy boy here.
I'm on top of a cliff. I have a choice. I can walk down the cliff, go to the side. There's a path there. Or I could say, you know what? I think I can fly, and I'm going to jump off the cliff, and I'll just coast all the way.
Yeah, bad examples,
I'm not-
dumb examples, motherfucker. You are not. Deacon Dave, you might want to come up on this panel so I can shed all over that point. I'm in a shit mood. My constipation is over now that you've made that comment. Define normal, Didgeridoo Dave.
Oh, good.
Dave, do better.
I'm not living in reality. And if I make the mistake of jumping off the cliff, I'm going to die. Right? And most people would say, well, yeah. Well, I want to do what's best for me. I want to have success. I want to die. I want to walk down the cliff, and I want to find a girl with tig old bitties and have sex with her, and eat ice cream.
Oh my God.
These are pretty universal goals among men anyway.
It's 80s.
And logic, if you're uninterrupted.
All right.
If you're
Deacon Dave, you are baiting me successfully. I've heard you talk about women. I have been on Hood Servitives channel. I don't think you live in reality. And if you want to create your reality and live within it and tell us the benefits of it, that's fine. But motherfucker, don't be calling how you live and how you think is normal. That's a goddamn mistake.
Deacon Dave is kind of funny, though. I'll give him that.
The way you think, Dave,
He is
about
funny.
women and some of the shit you say, you talking normal makes me chuckle.
Stanley, I put in a highly intelligent video on fairness in the back chat.
Let me shit completely on Dave.
All right, Stanley, you've already done it, okay?
I need to make sure he's covered.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Hit the link.
I put in a smart video about fairness in the back chat, Stanley. You should watch it. It's better than this idiot.
About what?
It's about It's about fairness.
Fuck fairness.
Just put it up there, bitch.
Is life fair?
It's actually kind of funny, but no, it's they did an experiment about fairness with just with monkeys, And it's an interesting video.
Okay, Dave. Then my apologies. You know you're not normal, so don't tell anyone else what is normal. That's my point. HB wants to watch this, so
Yeah. This guy isn't. I don't see what he's saying that's so crazy.
Well, what he's saying isn't even crazy. It's just pablum.
Nobody knows what pablum means, Cameron. Just talk normal.
I know what it means.
Baby flakes. That's what
Well, me and HB don't know. Me and HB don't know. So
that little
dumb it down some.
flaky stuff that you used to give kids.
Yeah.
That are learning to eat solid food. I think it was called pablum or something like that.
No, it's called pablum.
I'm sorry.
I thought it was Zwieback crackers.
Yes. Well, no, not the crackers. There's like flakes. I know. I can't remember the name of it. That's what this dude is feeding a UHB.
He's not. I'm just listening, Stanley. I'm not.
Well, you see nothing wrong with it. My son was just eating. It doesn't have taste. It won't offend his young taste buds.
And it won't. It's for their stomach.
It has no spice.
It
has no flavor.
It's
wrong
processed.
With somebody's opinion.
Nothing's wrong. What's wrong with my opinion?
No, that's why I like watching it. He's obviously
No. I'm shitting on his opinion and your opinion of his opinion.
I haven't even made it.
What's wrong with my shitting on your opinion of his opinion?
Well, Stanley, I usually like to get the full.
Oh, motherfucker! You know what? Read a book for that. Yeah. You're not going to get it from a YouTube video.
Well, no, I just want to hear his full point before I even come
I'll
up with
put the link in the back for you.
Well, come on, Stanley.
Ryan wants to move on.
He also
No, it's okay. HB can roll. It's fine.
Yeah,
he also very melodramatically compares the two choices of, jumping off a cliff or walking
Stanley's
down.
just fighting with the guy on the video, but not.
No, honestly, he said he was an economist, and that doesn't.
He's not an economist. I don't believe he is.
Oh, he said, "Hey, he
was in business for 15 years.
He's the world's only motorcycle riding, ballroom dancing.
Yeah, he's a ballroom dancer.
Economist and hedonist.
Oh, you didn't hear the economist part?
What? He was in business for 15 years.
He
said he was an economist.
He could have majored in marketing, though.
Okay, majoring in something doesn't make you what you majored in. I majored in chemistry. I've never called myself a chemist.
Well, did he major in economics?
Oh, of course you're going to push back.
The
economist is a profession, not a college major.
He's the world's only motorcycle riding, ballroom dancing, fossil hunting, mountain climbing economist.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, maybe he was making a joke, but he reminds me of an economist.
Ew.
Horrible at being a human being. Well, that's too strong.
I was about to say, Stanley, Jesus
that's too strong. Let me take that back.
I could think of a couple worse people that have
beings.
Who are you talking about?
Did not mean it that way. What I'm saying is that
Glenn Lowry?
Glenn Lowry's the fucking worst. Glenn Lowry should stick to economics.
Is that who you were referencing now? Saying he was a bad economist?
Oh, no.
Oh, me?
Me,
yes.
No, he's talking about this guy.
And I apologized for that, and to you too. They make the worst cultural critics, social critics. They are not good at it, but they think they are. Glenn Lowry suffers the same hubris you do, Ryan.
What, using math and stuff?
Yeah. Yes.
That was a joke. Okay, that was a joke. All right, I'm just fucking with you. It's a joke. Come on, I'm not. Okay, I'm sorry.
Answer your question Yes, because he uses math and stuff to describe stuff that math can't deal with.
Don't forget about the and stuff. Don't forget that.
You mean like 10 million people crossing the border?
And
How does
stuff.
math describe girl power?
Math
I'm
and
sorry.
stuff.
How does math describe black girl magic?
And stuff.
Well,
And
that's
stuff. Yeah, don't forget the and stuff, Stanley.
so you would
No,
look at.
motherfucker, you lost me
I
thinking
can't even
about it.
explain it.
That
I can't
you
even
have to
explain it.
think about it and break it down into component parts.
Just show my monkey video. Would you show
Motherfucker,
the monkey video? Show the
that
monkey
you
video.
have that you
It's fucking
even
awesome. It's
Freeze.
hilarious.
you even think about quantifying black girl magic. That's a
Look, I
problem.
don't disagree with it. It is a thing.
Oh no,
However,
I'm not asking for. All I asked you to do was quantify it as an economist.
And stuff.
well, I don't know if you can put quantities on it. I don't
Good
think
for
it's a
you. Good for you. Then you're not an economist.
well.
Free zone, Lou.
Whenever you reference analysis and statistical data, then I think the economist comes in quite handy.
All I'm saying is that trying economists make it worse than critics.
Why is HB laughing like that? Why is it so funny?
something.
Your math and stuff.
Stanley versus the world and stuff.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
Well, Free Zone, you might get it. Can't quantify it, and stuff is good enough.
Who was the character on The Wire that was the best economist and stuff?
Ooh.
Would it be Prop Joe?
It would definitely be Stringer.
No, I think Stringer thought he was the best. I think he thought he was the best.
Wanted to form the cartel. He wanted to run it by the business as a business. We don't have to do violence. No, he was the best economist.
No. See, Stringer,
he had real estate. He was buying shit.
But what Stringer forgot about though was like the real life implications of some of the things that he did.
An economist.
Yeah.
Why is it? When you quantify everything, turn it into a model. Look.
Yep, and that's why he got.
Use science and stuff.
Yeah, no, he did, and that's eventually what got him killed. He just thought everything was ones and zeros,
Well,
not ones and zeros. Economists don't do just ones and zeros.
The thing that got him off, I mean, his success was his failure, kind of. That class was in macroeconomics, and he took it so to heart that he failed to look at the human elements of what were going on around him. And if he had, he would have realized, I can do the things I'm trying to do, but I need a front because they will not accept me. They are never going to accept me, and they're playing a game of chess that I'm not playing right now.
Right.
And so he got kind of took by the legit people he thought would respect his understanding of economics and, self-interest and wealth and all that other stuff. It didn't work that way.
And you know what? That
he thought he could buy into class. And
if there's there was class. You know what? It wasn't as a matter of fact, it's anti-class. You can have all the money in the world.
Yep.
But there's economic class. There's class in America And I think class everywhere. You could be, what is it, genteel poverty. That's kind of taking class. You have the class, but not the wealth. Class isn't necessarily wealth, and you can't necessarily buy class.
Right.
But there's so many permutations to see. I know the word permutations, math boy.
Well,
so many permutations.
All I'm saying is that you seem to be against science and math. This is a MAGA stream. It's kind of a MAGA stream. It's a MAGA stream. My fault.
Let me put it to you this way. When you were taking economics, I bet it wasn't considered STEM.
You were like 40.
No, answer my question. Because there are many.
They didn't have. There wasn't quote unquote STEM.
5 years ago
listen,
did not.
You didn't. Let me back up.
You
didn't have. Okay, wait. You didn't have STEM either. Nobody had STEM.
Business is not considered STEM.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Economics
that means a
class
lot.
Through the business school, it may or may not be considered STEM. So don't.
What does that have to do with anything? It has nothing to do with anything.
Ryan,
just show the monkey video and I'll be happy.
You want to say math, motherfucker? Are you a mathematician?
No, but show the monkey video.
Well, then you're not STEM.
I kind of agree. I think it was Prop Joe was probably the best economist in the show.
I think that show them
not economists.
Show the monkey video should be the title of tomorrow's show, but I think that
businessman is not just economist. They're two different animals.
What Stringer Bell,
I agree with that.
Stringer Bell forgot or just never knew that old money almost always looks its nose down at new money, and it almost always excludes it. And he didn't know that.
That's where the class piece comes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
And old money might even be broke at the time.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, he didn't get.
Why is it crazy?
He didn't.
I just didn't even know it existed until I was like 20.
Okay, well then why is it crazy? If you just discovered it, are you just calling it crazy?
I'm not. No. Okay, listen. What my point is, I didn't even know there was such a thing as old and new money. Right when I was a kid, and I probably learned it when I was about 20, and I was like, because I dated this girl that was new money. And she was excluded from the old money people. And I'm like, why? You got more money.
That's crazy.
Well, okay, why?
You know, Stanley, I think
it was just weird.
I think too that the Stringer Bell, it kind of was like a indictment on education too, because he didn't learn that at school. He didn't learn that aspect of it. They didn't really
learn
teach him
aspect of what? How's that? This is an interesting thought. How is it an indictment of school?
Because
I have a counter argument. Took me 2 seconds.
Well, because he thought he was smarter because he took these classes.
Now, okay, good. Now, how is it an indictment of school?
Well, just because I think you have to understand the real world too. You know, it's kind of like the
my father used to say a little learning is a dangerous thing. Stringer Bell had a little learning. He did not have much learning. He had a little learning. So half knowledge is a dangerous thing.
And back to the class.
It's an indictment of, it's like thinking taking one class is a whole education. That's it's not an indictment of school.
And back to the class thing, the old money folks have been running that game on new money because new money wants the acceptance and the prestige of old money. They've been running that game on new money since the beginning of time, and he just didn't see it coming.
And the best counter argument is Beverly Hillbillies. No, seriously. Seriously.
I know. I'm just thinking of the Mr. Drysdale, the Mr. Drysdale theorem of economics.
Milton Drysdale was a fool.
Yes, Miss Jane had her act together, though. You have to admit.
I had to throw that in there. I actually do think it's a good counter argument to old money.
But was Mr. Drysdale old money? I don't think he was. He was the hired help for old money.
Wife?
Now she was old money, probably.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, well, you're right. Mr. Drysdale was probably new money, sniffing more money. His wife was a better example. You're right.
Mr. Drysdale was the hired help for old money. I mean, he still had to go to work. He had to grovel.
Yeah.
So much so that he ate Granny's possum stew.
Okay, you got me there. Good one. I welcome someone who has the cultural wherewithal and the knowledge to check. Your young guns aren't cutting it.
Next week on the Tom Gully Show, let me tell you about the Beverly Hillbillies.
It would be awesome. Buddy fucking Epson, that motherfucker was awesome.
He was almost, was he in or was he almost in The Wizard of Oz?
Here's the deal. What was that detective show he played in?
Barnaby Jones.
Yeah, but when he was, that motherfucker was handsome as shit when he was young.
Okay.
I think they grizzled him up for the Beverly Hillbillies.
Buddy Ebsen was set to play the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz, but for some reason
he's probably too pretty.
He got at the last second. He was
seriously. You go back and look at Buddy Ebsen when he was young. Holy fuck!
They used this like silver based, and it was silver mercurate or something.
Oh,
makeup to put on him to be the Tin Man, and it made him so sick that he just got off the set and said forget it and didn't come back to The Wizard of Oz.
Right. But I think he did Broadway. He could sing and shit. He was the dude.
Jethro was the son of the former heavyweight boxing champion of the world.
Yep, Max Baer.
Yep.
Aaron Clary. Look, another motherfucker who's excited to see this moron. Welcome, Brian Nichols.
Yeah, he must have a pretty good message. Everybody's speaking highly of him.
Well, a pretty accepted message. Yeah. Good and accepted aren't necessarily synonymous. I am impressed. Again, a buddy of mine, Freddie 3, sent me the link saying, need to abandon the black community. And I had no clue who this clown was. I was thinking it was some black guy making an argument within the quote community. I had no clue it was a mindless drone doing an outside in critique based on something that he heard from some black guy I'd never heard of.
And for Ryan, at the beginning of this video, his graphic actually says, this must be a series, it says, Bachelor Pad Economics.
All I'm saying is, I should say the word analysis would be a better term.
Yeah.
Why? Why would it be better?
I just feel like it's a poor analysis is really the whole thing that I
analysis means there are actually facts to examine. I would just say, I would call it opinion.
Data. Yeah, it's just his dumb opinion.
He has no data.
Well, that's my problem with it. That's my problem with it.
Presented.
That's my entire issue with his argument.
What
then
data
it's not
does he need for
it's opinion.
What data does he need for his analysis?
Okay, in general,
Analysis
general,
always takes in data of some sort.
My problem is the heading.
Okay,
The very heading is up.
Hold on. Let's help HB here.
Go ahead.
Opinion is analysis without data. Analysis, I would assume, has data to analyze.
Yes.
Well,
motherfucker, don't be step and a half. Don't come up here with that bullshit.
What? I haven't
For
even
me?
said anything,
Or HB?
Stanley.
Me or HB, Stanley? Stanley, you're just angry at the world right now.
Analysis.
That's why I think we needed to break it up with a good monkey video.
Fuck that. We're gonna do this straight, no chaser.
Yeah.
A good monkey video about fairness is way better.
Straight no chaser.
I think he's just giving his opinion, analysis.
Okay, thank you. Opinion is fine. Don't call this shit analysis.
All right.
I'm not.
Yeah,
believe
he's just
me.
giving his opinion.
I'm not. Yeah.
I'm still waiting for the punchline.
I'm talking about Aaron the Monkey King here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This guy's a guy in a Ford hat talking about the community when he's living in Wyoming.
Is the coolest thing in the video.
He's not even Wyoming, he's South Dakota.
Yeah, this dude hasn't even been. So yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
And any fan of this moron, Deacon Dave, Brian Nichols,
What makes him a moron, Stanley? He hasn't said
because
anything
this dude's
moronic.
a moron.
He hasn't said anything moronic yet.
He hasn't said anything worth me considering.
Well, I mean, you've given a lot
I don't
of
have to
pushback.
take his opinion.
Mm-hmm.
He offers no analysis, so I'm just offering a counter to his opinion, and I'm going to shit on it because it's funny.
Well, let's hear some more from him.
This motherfucker, this guy is actually Palomino Ricky Z. Finally, he reveals. He comes up on.
He is the perfect troll for you, though. He is. He really is. He's the perfect troll for you.
Palomino is?
Absolutely, because you respond every time. You respond every time.
You know, ignorance of that type. Yeah, it's abrasive.
Like 10 minutes in, Stan.
I can't leave that brand of ignorance unchecked and
untouched. I got you.
It's like a radioactive isotope.
Yeah, I get it.
And assuming you're not a kid, right? You're not
needs to be buried in.
What do you want? I want to eat ice cream all day. Well, yeah, you're gonna have to brush your teeth and eat like a carrot or something. No, I want ice cream all day. Assuming you're a reasonably intelligent
God, this
adult,
guy's a child.
You will say, okay, let me take in the information around me. All right, I want to do this.
God, the hand gestures.
I want to make 100,000 a year. All right, well, let's look up starting
so
salary.
performative.
Pay 100,000 a year. Oh, look, a lineman. Linemen, they make pretty good money. I'm going to go and become a lineman. You'll logically,
and I ride the main road.
But what
One
if
of the greatest songs of all time?
you were part of a community? What if, like me, when I was growing up, part of the
now who
Wisconsin
knows
Church, which is like
who sang that
a
song on this panel besides
version.
Johnny
Like,
Cash?
if you ever saw Footloose, like,
Yeah,
like that,
okay.
you're not supposed to dance.
Conway Twitty. I don't know.
Feel like shit about
what?
yourself.
Johnny
a very
Cash might have sang it,
extreme, hate-filled
honest.
sect. Borderline.
Sounds like Hank Williams or somebody.
I can tell you it was probably on the
had
good,
it.
like an actual cult.
So did
it was
Johnny
on
Cash.
the guy's name
What ends up happening
Good
is
Time
sometimes
Hour.
That's even I barely remember that. But the motherfucker is one of the most amazing guitarists of who knew he could play the guitar that good?
If you want to see something, Stanley, see the duet that he did on his show, trading vocal licks with none other than Stevie Wonder. It'll blow your
I've
mind.
never seen that one.
It'll
Did you
blow your
see
mind.
The documentary?
Yes, I've seen the
Oh my
documentary.
God, that motherfucker! When I was a kid, we used to watch the Glenn Campbell show. I'll give him a hint. And I had no clue he was that talented. My parents liked him. And, going back to John about black people don't like country, motherfucker, John has no fucking clue.
Well, and Wolf puts
No
down
young person under like 25 likes country ever.
Yeah.
It's something like a fine wine. You drink Mad Dog when you're 20,
Yeah.
but by the time you're 40, you're wanting a better vintage.
Well, the Wolf says Glenn Campbell or Roy Clark. There's videos of him
Shit. Well, Roy Clark was awesome.
Well, he's trading with Roy Clark. I mean, Glenn Campbell was amazingly talented. But if you really want to see something, see when he had Stevie Wonder on his show, and they
Would
do
it be copyrighted? Could I show it?
Oh, I don't think you could. The version that I've seen most often has a time code burned in on it. But I don't know. It probably would be copyrighted. Let me see here.
Because God damn it, I've never seen that. But Stevie Wonder is fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's probably copyrighted, Stanley. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
play
well,
it.
you're not me. When it becomes HB versus the world, you'll have courage.
Hey, you just gotta,
That's a joke, HB.
He sings. He actually Stevie Wonder.
If it's copyrighted, HB.
Okay.
Stevie Wonder opens it up by actually singing.
Superstition. Oh, that's right. I think I've seen that before. Because Glenn Campbell does Superstition, right? Folks,
let me see here. I'll put the link in the back chat. I would not recommend you play it, but at least you'll have it.
I'm not going to play it. But Glenn Campbell, if you think Eddie Van Halen was a motherfucker, no. And I think, I don't know why. I've never looked at. There was a magazine called, was it Guitar Magazine or something like that? I was never really into it, but if Glenn Campbell is probably the best guitar player I've ever seen. And we're talking about,
acoustic.
I'm 60.
Acoustic.
I can't think of anyone better.
Yeah.
He's a pretty amazing acoustic player. Probably better electric.
The most amazing thing is he was able to do it in the middle of like senility. It was instinct.
Yeah. I interviewed his daughter just before that documentary came out.
Really?
Yeah, she was really cool.
And he married Tanya Tucker.
For a while, and then they drank them a lot of
Oh,
liquor.
you know what, though? Tanya Tucker back in the day.
Oh, boy. I'm telling you now.
Even back in the day.
Yeah, she was something else.
Oh, she was awesome.
That was during the era when all the country music singers married each other. George Jones and Tammy Wynette and Johnny Cash and Miss
Yeah,
June.
you remember that? Was it Carol Burnett, Tammy, Why Not?
Yeah.
Do you remember that skit?
Yes. Tammy, why not? Anyway,
that was back when humor was humor.
Glenn Campbell does like a falsetto or a high-pitched voice with Stevie Wonder, and they do Blowing in the Wind. Yeah, they do Blowing in the Wind together, and it's pretty electrifying.
Oh, wow.
And I put it in the back chat.
I'll watch it. I'm not gonna show it, but they were both young. Holy shit.
This has been
so HB. I'll put the link in the chat if people want to see it.
Yeah, this has been the silent era with Tom and Stanley, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well, Tom and Jerry, Tom and Stanley.
Stanley, you remember when we finally got talkies? How great that was.
Was that before or after you had to crank the engine and then get in the car?
That's when the phone was just a box on the wall and you had to pull the little receiver thing to your ear, talk into the box.
It was like, Clara?
Yeah, exactly. Clara.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about Charlie Chaplin next. What's going on?
You know, yeah. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
There was superstition because we believed in that shit. For real.
Stanley, remember when if you were gonna drink a beer, you had to have a can opener that would puncture both sides of the top. It wasn't a pull tab on it.
Yeah, I remember those days.
Milkman brought milk to your house.
No. Hey, Tom. We actually had a milkman.
So did we.
Wow.
Every Saturday or so. Oh yeah, man. It was Borden. He worked for Borden.
Yep.
There was Starland Dairy, I think, first or second grade.
They'd put it in that metal box outside your house, or sometimes they just set it on people's door. We had a metal box with a lid on it, and he'd put it in there.
No,
we had 8 kids, so he came twice to our place. He had to come twice a week, and they could also bring you other dairy products, cottage cheese.
Did you say 8 kids?
We 8 people in the house, 6 kids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And none of them were lactose intolerant. Back in the day, we weren't lactose intolerant.
Remember when there was no ATMs and you had to go to the bank to get cash?
Motherfucker. And you had to have like copies.
Yeah, you would go in there. There'd be like 19 tellers in there and only one vice president.
Because there were 1,000 people.
Yeah, they were all in there trying to cash their check on Friday. There was no drive-through at the bank, so you just all standing there. And you had to get cash back from your check so you could do things on the weekend because there wasn't debit cards or any credit cards really except for Diners Club. And if you ran out of money, you were just done doing things.
When you put a credit card in that little machine, it would go back and forth.
Yeah,
there were like 3 copies. Oh, fuck yeah!
And they'd make a big deal out of it. I'm going to use like my Diners card.
Because I was back in the day because I worked in a shoe store in college. So, if they gave you an Amex card, you had to open the book and match the, to find out if it was a good card.
Yep.
Oh, man, those were the days.
Oh, yeah. And the bank, it closed. It wasn't open on the weekends.
Oh, fuck no.
5 o'clock Friday, you're done.
And they took a lunch break. At the lunch break, they weren't there.
Well, during the week, it was banker's hours. The bank would close at like 3 or 4 o'clock. And so banker's hours. Yeah.
You know what, Palomino? My first car was a 73 Super Beetle that we still have, by the way. It's not in driving condition, but my father is restoring it for my son. See, these are the black people I come from. No one asked my father to do that shit.
My first car.
The 73 Super Beetle HB was bought brand new in 73. I drove it in high school. My brother's 13 years younger than I am. He drove it in high school. And I fear my father has it in his head that either my son or my brother's son will drive it again. Herbie will ride again, and I didn't even call it Herbie.
Here's one for Stan. Remember when you pull in?
Tom, I want to emphasize something to HB.
All right.
Not every black family. We got like fucking. It'll be like 3 generations driving a 1973 car that my father is paying to have restored. Don't know why. He just feels like doing it. So I don't understand John. I don't understand you, motherfucker.
What do you mean? I had a car growing up.
I'm gonna lump you in there.
I had a car growing up. Stanley, what are you talking about?
See how you missed my point?
I don't know what your point is.
My point is that black people have traditions independent of Boys in the Hood.
Stanley, come on, man.
No. I'm not going to be nice. I'm
All
not going to
right,
come on.
Stanley. I don't understand
No,
your.
what you don't want to hear is black people they don't show up in the in the police body cam videos in the main.
Well, congratulations, Stanley. You had
Oh
a
yeah,
beetle.
motherfucker!
You had a.
Congratulations to black people, successful black people. We don't all fuck. I was laughing when Portia was talking about Target and Walmart. I was like, people still do that?
Yeah, you passed down
Motherfucker.
a beetle.
Hey, there's Amazon. Black people do Amazon. I think it's silly to boycott Target. The best way to boycott Target is shop at Amazon. It's cheaper anyway.
Stanley, you remember when you'd go to or your parents go to the gas station and like three dudes would run out and one of them would fill up
Hey,
with gas
I
and
remember
another
when
one would do
gas
the
was
windshield,
25
another
cents
would
a
pop the
gallon.
hood. They'd pop the hood and they'd
Oh
check
yeah.
your oil.
Oh my lord.
They'd check your oil and they'd check your water and on your radiator. And
Hey.
another dude would be wiping doing the
Oh
windows.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
Let me put it to you this way. I'm not sure my mother, I'm sure she must have, because I did leave home at some point. My mother fucking pumped gas. She'd look at you askance like, what?
Yeah, well, they didn't want you to pump the gas.
Right. Oh,
You know,
yeah.
if you were out at some out of the way place, that you might, but the rest of them, you didn't pump gas. All those dudes ran out and did it for you. Oh, they checked the air in your tires, and I remember guys telling my dad, "Hey,
hold on, Wolf. I'm afraid you're wrong on this one. They were super Beatles. I don't know where the fuck you grew up, but I'm not wrong. Don't correct me. This is one you and I will go toe to toe on. It was a super Beetle. Motherfucker, I still have the original manual at my father's house, at our family home.
Hey, Stanley, are you gonna?
What you're thinking of is like, there were takeoffs, like the convertible Super Beetle. There were takeoffs on the original. I actually know what I'm talking about when it comes to Volkswagens.
Are you gonna paint it Kwanzaa colors?
I'm not original color, as
Oh
close
wow.
as we can get it to
that
the
light
original state.
is the light blue?
We don't. It needs to go back to its original state.
Is it the light blue?
No, it was beige. Believe it or not.
Okay, cool.
Oh wow.
It was a beige. If I can find a picture of it, I will. But no, I'm not bullshitting. And when we talk Volkswagens in our family, we do it with reverence.
Well, yeah. Congratulations, Stanley. You have black
Yeah,
family.
congratulations. I just busted the anti-black myth that this station propagates.
Stanley, your family passed down a German car. It's nothing black about that.
Oh, you see it as a German car, HB2N?
Yeah,
I
they were.
see it as
They were
tradition.
driving.
You
Hitler.
can
Hitler
laugh
drove.
it off.
Hitler drove one.
You can laugh it off in all your braided might.
Hitler drove one.
But,
Stanley, he
but
drove the same car.
hey, there is something in a black family, a contiguous
Nazi.
black family, by the way. Oh, don't interrupt. I'm talking. There is a through line from my father buying it, who is 81 now, to either my son at 18 or my nephew at 14. There is a through line of tradition. You might want to make light of it as a German car, but motherfucker, me and my father pulled that engine one summer. He rebuilt it from goddamn scratch. And then we put it back in to get it ready for me to drive in high school. There's fucking tradition in my family, and I think I'm not rare. So don't put it down to a German car. Put it down
is a
to
German
me and my
car.
father replacing clutch wires because it wasn't hydraulic, it was wire. I would have to fucking sit in the car and work that clutch back and forth, snake the wire down so my father could attach it to the engine.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
you if you think it's just a German car. You are part of the problem.
Congratulations, Stanley.
That wire.
Yeah, motherfucker, you better congratulate me. Let's hope your kids, you can build a tradition like that for your kids.
That wrapped up.
Let's fucking hope, Brady Bunch.
That wrapped
Well,
up two.
why aren't you fixing the car up then, Stanley? Keep the tradition going.
You know what? Because I'm not interested in doing it.
Yeah. So
No,
much for that tradition. So
Hey,
much for
guess
that
what?
goddamn tradition.
I'm not, dude.
You
This
fake
is my
pro-black.
show. Start your own show if you want to do a rebuttal.
Yeah.
The reason I'm
Paint a
not
swastika on
no,
that hood.
motherfucker. The
You
reason
damn German.
I'm not interested in doing it is because you know what? Let the old man, whom I respect greatly, if you recall, I don't have heroes because he's my hero. Let him do what he wants to do.
We drove Fords.
It's not like motherfucking.
No damn. We drove Fords. We ain't driving no damn
Yeah,
German
and you know
cars.
what? You know what? I bet you drove it in the hood.
Nah, actually, I didn't live in the hood, Stanley.
Oh,
it was
a Ford. You
black.
did. You drove in the Ford hood. And by the way, my father has a 20-year-old or more King Ranch Ford F-150, or might be a 250. I can't remember. So your argument is bullshit. And of course, you don't understand what you want to do is pollute it with anti-blackness.
No.
Black people can afford shit. Black people can have traditions. Black people can
What
be
are you talking
wholesome.
about? Black people can't afford shit.
We're not all a Walmart body cam video.
Stanley. I don't think you're making
not
it.
Gonna be able, you're not going to be able to convince me.
No. Stanley, you think of it just as a black and white thing. It's so much more complex than that, Stanley.
I think that y'all don't think.
No. You know,
I'm not interested in the argument, HB.
Even if you look at the NFL,
HB,
even if you look at the NFL,
you want to go all over the place, and then in the end,
no, because you don't understand the nuances of the conversation, Stanley.
I understand the nuances you haven't dreamed of yet.
No, you
See,
don't.
this is the problem.
No, you don't.
You think you have. John does not understand nuance. You don't understand nuance. Don't fucking make me laugh.
You don't understand.
I fucking sit here day after day watching anti-blackness in action and wanting to join up with a naked racist, and you're going to tell me I don't understand nuance? Motherfucker, create some nuance.
I got a nuance perspective. You never see
it's
violence
with a
you
D.
Never see in the NFL. NFL's majority
Motherfucker,
black, right?
I don't give a shit about football. Is all the nuance you can muster there as a black man is
Stanley.
NFL? Motherfucker, give me actual nuance. Don't bring up sports. Don't bring up entertainment. Motherfucker, bring up a book nuance.
It's the same shit.
I don't care who had the most touchdowns or who can't throw a
Why don't you go fix that goddamn Beetle, Stanley? Go fix the damn Beetle. You let it rot. You let the Beetle rot, Stanley. You let the Beetle rot, Stanley.
sports ball.
You let the goddamn beetle rot. Telling me about some goddamn tradition. Yeah, about tradition.
And guess what happens when it rots, bitch? If you have enough money to bring it back and make it right,
bring it back there.
Oh, yell that you might. It does not work.
Bring it back there.
It does not work, HB.
Telling me about a $200 car.
About rot.
I don't give a goddamn.
Oh, you want to bring up NFL? Tell me about your point about the NFL.
I'm trying to, Stanley. I'm trying to.
Quarterbacks are not as good as Tom Brady.
Oh my God! Can I give my?
I heard you agree with that bullshit.
Like can I give my NFL perspective?
Every black boy, if he can throw a ball, might join the NFL. Motherfucker,
do you want to hear it, Stanley?
The rot is the anti-black core.
Do you want to hear it?
No, I don't want to hear it.
Well, they don't ask then, Stanley.
I don't want to hear the bullshit.
Well, move on.
No, motherfucker, nope. I'm going to stay.
Move the hell on.
I'm going to critique this more. The heart of the anti-black argument
with your anti-American car
is the.
Don't tell me about a goddamn Volkswagen. We drove Mustangs, Stanley.
We want to talk ASAP Rocky.
American muscle.
ASAP Rocky.
I drove a V8, Stanley. You drove that's a goddamn 4-cylinder. What are you talking about?
We want to talk dead bodies.
That's a clunker. You need to jump that car.
I bought a business.
Cars for kids car. That's a cars for kids car.
My travails.
We drive American cars. It's America.
Voluntary.
Volkswagen.
Scrape up
goddamn Volkswagen.
And then you want to fucking rub every goddamn body's nose in the mortuary. How about just open up a fucking funeral home?
Stanley, my point in the nuance,
dying in your house
of the black culture.
Funeral parlor.
The NFL is majority black.
The
however, you don't see the same issues in the NFL as you do in the black community. Why is that? Because they are millionaires. They signing contracts.
You know what?
So the nuance in the black community is a lot of them are poor.
Are you a millionaire?
That's the point.
Why are you taking the millionaire side?
If you have something, you're not going to want to lose it. That's the nuance. A lot of these people don't got nothing to lose, Stanley. That's why they do what they do.
You need to shift gears. You're not a millionaire.
That's why they do what they do. They ain't got nothing to lose.
Who gives a fuck what they do?
If you had something to lose, you wouldn't be doing all these petty crimes. You wouldn't be joining gangs.
Dude.
You wouldn't be doing this dumbass shit that they do in the hood.
Goddamn.
They're a bunch of unemployed shooters.
NFL
That's what they are.
Is not a gang. Then
that's what they are. So yeah, we point them out.
You know what? You played football without a helmet, apparently. The NFL is a gang. Tell me it's not.
Hit the like button, you guys. Subscribe if you're new here. Hit the like button. Make sure you guys hit the like button.
Yeah, and come up and talk about the NFL so I can shit on you too. What's up, Antoine?
Hey,
sorry,
that Volkswagen.
This drivel.
Oh no, it's cool. It's cool. That Volkswagen, is it true? They don't have a radiator, and it's
air cooled.
Air cooled. Okay. Because my friends, he had two of them.
Now they had
the engine was in the back.
There was like an aerator or something. Oh yeah, they were air cooled, and the heating was air. It was a heating element. Now in this version, they eventually got air conditioning into it. The 73 Super Beetle did not.
So sitting at a light and idle, what happens? You won't overheat?
No, I never had a problem with it. As a matter of fact, now I drove it in Savannah. Never had a problem.
Yours had the sunroof?
No.
The roof that you
Oh,
retracted
back
anyway?
in the day, my father, they weren't that fancy.
Well, no, a lot of them did because it
I'm
was
not
so
even
hot.
sure. No, this one did not. It was
that thing would get, man, in the wintertime, you turn that heater on, it was hot now.
Oh yeah, but you had to warm it up. Back in those days, it had a carburetor. So, you actually in the cold, you would have to like set a choke. It had a choke and all that.
Yeah.
Did you have like a shag carpet in there too?
Oddly enough, there was kind of a shag thing because if you pull the back seat forward, there was a little compartment under there, but the main trunk was in the front.
Yeah,
But yeah, there was a storage space in the back.
Engine was in the back.
Yep.
I remember I was coming home with a friend of mine that had a Volkswagen, and all of a sudden, we can't get any gas going to it. That wire that you were talking about with that little clip, it was sort of a rounded wire all the way back, and then had that little clip that clipped to the actual carburetor. That little clip broke. I had a paper clip.
Oh
and
shit! So he couldn't get gas.
Yeah, we ran the paper clip through that thing and drove it all the way. We were in Bloomington. We drove it all the way back to Indianapolis.
Let me tell you a funny story. I told you I was in Army ROTC in college.
Yeah.
So what was wrong with it? I drove that Volkswagen from Savannah to Fayetteville, and it was at Camp All America. It was a part of Fort Bragg. So in the end, I think the battery had died or something. And the awesome thing is you can push
start it. Yeah.
Yep. And
I was just gonna say that, Stanley.
The last time I saw these friends of mine, they push started it. I got it started. I drove it all the way to fucking like South Carolina. And you know how in the gas stations they tell you to shut down the car?
No.
So, fuck no, I couldn't do that. I can't push this thing. So I left it running while I put gas into it. Someone came out and said, well, you got to shut down your car. And I explained like, no, let me, they were, oh, okay. Now that we push started that motherfucker and it went from Fayetteville to Savannah.
And
it was awesome.
Those VWs got incredible gas mileage too.
Yeah, they did. And the funny thing was when they went from leaded to unleaded, it ran the unleaded just fine, oddly enough.
Yeah.
Ain't that's called popping the clutch, Stanley?
No. Popping the clutch is a different thing.
Oh, that's what we used to do. My friends used to do that.
Popping the clutch is it's like if you come off the clutch too soon, it makes the car lurch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. I got it.
Now, riding the clutch is a different thing, and it doesn't matter if your clutch is hydraulic, but riding the clutch, that master cylinder, the master cylinder has to close into that engine flywheel thing. I can't remember what it's called, but they turn at the same rate. They separate and the engine runs free until you re-engage it with the clutch. So riding the clutch is not good because back in the day, was it a master cylinder?
Yes.
Okay. God damn it. I'm not mechanical, much to my father's disappointment.
I just remember pushing the car and all us popping in and it popping and it start up. I remember doing that when I was a kid. My friend had one. All us to get out, we'll push it and then he'll crank it up.
Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you have to pop the clutch once you get it going. Yeah. Oh yeah, you got to pop the clutch because you got to re-engage and then it turns and starts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I know what you mean.
It used to be 8 of us in that little car. 8 of us.
Popping the clutch is making it lurch. So.
Yeah.
No, I get you. There's gonna be a hop though when you let off that clutch, because the two slam together, and then the car goes. So anyway, you know what? Stories like this, why my father wants to restore it, and let an old man restore the car he bought brand new. By the way, it was off the shit. I went to school with the kid of the father. The kid of the father. We all knew each other back in the day. So I understand you sneer at this shit.
Nah.
No.
I actually
heard
do
what
think it
I
is
heard
beautiful,
what you
Stanley.
said.
I know it is
Something about
beautiful, Stanley.
be thrilled because you had a German car. Well, motherfucker, there are stories built through
It's a beautiful
my
story,
no,
Stanley.
motherfucker.
Nah, trust me, it is a beautiful
No,
story, Stanley.
I trust you. All
It
I'm
is.
saying
Well,
is when you can have a family history.
Yeah.
My father talks to my son about me in college.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Popping your clutch. Yeah.
Running out of gas in a that type of Volkswagen. You never want to run out of gas because trash gets into the carburetor. And one day I ran that motherfucker out of gas, filled it up, and coming out, there was a fucking fire on top of the carburetor. It was a blue flame.
Yeah.
And you know what I did? I blew it out. It melted the breather. There's a breather with an air filter on top of that carburetor. Melted the fucking breather, but it drove just fine. My father, and god damn it, I was hoping that story would be forgotten, but he was talking to my son about it. Yeah, that motherfucker. It was like there was a blue flame, and Stanley, how'd you get the fire out? I'm like, well, Daddy, I blew it out. I was fucking panicked. I just needed the motherfucking
that's
fire.
back when you could flood an engine, and if you
Yes,
did, you had to take and put
in
a comb,
carburetor.
or something in the carburetor to make it wide open, and then get it to turn over. But HB, you got to remember those Beetles and Super Beetles took the United States by storm in the mid to late '60s, and they were actually really cool, really hip, inexpensive little cars that probably, I don't know what the equivalent would be unless it would be a Mini Cooper or something like that now, but they were way more pervasive than a Mini Cooper. They were everywhere, super reliable, would run forever, kind of cool, small, way smaller than an American car. It was the novelty of the engine in back and the front.
I think Austin Powers drove one, man.
But let me tell you an even better story.
He drove a Jaguar.
When my brother, I guess he was in college or something, there was that new Beetle that came out. He bought the second one. Well, my father bought it. Second one in Savannah. We had a Volkswagen Tradition. So my brother, young man that he was, had a fucking brand new Super Beetle or whatever they were called, the new Beetle. But the second one in Savannah. Now, Chicago boys like you, not a big crime. It's just a German car.
Detroit, Stanley. Detroit. I grew up in Detroit.
Here's the deal. I guess for black people in Savannah, it was a big thing. And frankly, motherfucker, my father bought the second one in Savannah. I don't even know who bought the first.
No, I get it.
That was my brother's college car.
I get it, Stanley.
No, I don't think you do. The reason it was a big deal is because because there is a tradition that in our family that likes Volkswagens. My mother fucking never learned to drive a clutch. My sister did, and she's as good as I am because my father taught her how to drive a fucking manual ship too. Bottom line, that people, and quite frankly, I'm gonna go. People like you and John
Oh,
don't
come on,
understand.
Stanley.
Don't understand that not everything in Black life in America is negative.
It's
There
a
are people.
beautiful
There
story,
are people
Stanley.
like me and the
It's
people I grew up
beautiful.
with. Motherfucker, I went home and I had not seen this girl in like 20 years. She was across the street neighbors. And she fucking ran and hugged me, and I hadn't seen her in like 20 years. And her comment was, "Your hair's longer." So she the
Did you get some
middle
coochie?
child who, I guess maybe, everyone thought, oh, those two were nerds, they'll get together. She's got a daughter in the fucking Naval Academy.
Wow.
So, motherfucker,
Dodged the bullet.
this is like a neighbor I grew up with.
Yeah.
I grew up with Black success and all the bullshit about, the blacks. The blacks think this. The black think that. Fuck y'all. I've seen black people be successful. And shit, it was expected in my day, in my neck of the woods.
Yeah. It's a beautiful story, Stanley.
Oh,
It really
motherfucker,
is.
it's not a story. It's goddamn real life. That's what it doesn't seem to be able to sink into your head that is real black life as well.
No,
Hey, Stanley,
I'm
No,
accepting it.
don't
Yeah.
nah me. Just say yes. That's a
It's a
part of black life as well.
well, yeah. It was a part of your black life.
Not
I
yeah.
can.
Say yes. Say it properly. No,
No.
that's a joke. That's a joke.
Stanley.
Tom, you were about to say something? I'm sorry.
No, that was Antoine.
Yeah,
No,
Stanley.
I need y'all to know that y'all are only telling half the story. Motherfucker,
Yes.
Wolf is that motherfucker's successful.
Stanley,
And
all I was saying,
I think
Stanley, is not common.
everybody black on this channel or in the chat is
oh,
successful.
motherfucker,
Yeah.
then why are we watching more black success?
Stanley,
Are we looking down on our less successful
You know what,
brethren?
Stanley?
Because
You know,
that's what you're saying. Everyone's successful, so these videos are looking down on our brethren.
you know what, Stanley?
No,
You know
motherfucker,
what?
answer my question.
We literally give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Oh, well, is this CPT now?
Give me 1 second.
Are you changing lanes or?
Yeah, give me 1
Hey,
second.
Stanley, I know where we coming from though,
No,
because
go ahead.
most
Go ahead, Antoine. I'm sorry.
most Southern boys like me and you, we like super sports, Cutlass, stuff like that, and
Oh,
Palas. Cause I'm into that. I'm into that.
LeSabre. My mother had a Buick LeSabre.
Oh, okay. The big body.
My mother was a
Yeah.
Buick woman.
My dad drove an Impala for a long time, big ass Impala. And then he got, at some point, he had a Caprice Classic, I think. It was silver. It was really cool. But then he got a Nova Sport package, because I think he never had I think he had old, like back in the late 50s, he had some sort of hot rods and stuff, but having a family and a Suburban and all that crap. Hell, he drove a was it a Gremlin or a Hornet? I think it was a Hornet for a while, an AMC Hornet. And I think he got that Nova Sport package with the dual exhaust, and it was just, oh God, it was a great car.
You know, Stanley, we did a whole deep dive on Marvin Ellison maybe a day or two ago. And I noticed something, Stanley. You got real quiet
Who
in the
is
chat.
Marvin Ellison?
He's the CEO.
He's the head of Lowe's.
Of Lowe's.
Of Lowe's? No, you didn't do a deep dive.
No. We talked about that man for an hour. We talked about that man for an hour.
This is what young people call a deep dive? Really?
We talked about that man for an hour,
Motherfucker,
Stanley.
that you talked doesn't imply deep dive.
We literally went through his whole
knows what a
history.
deep dive is.
We went through his whole history.
Online, right?
Yes. This is black excellence. This man this man was working security at Target for 15 years. Now he's the CEO of Lowe's. And not only did he do that, since their fourth quarter, they made money in their fourth quarter, he gave all his employees a $10,000 raise, a bonus. So Stanley, don't overlook when we cover the positive stories. Don't overlook that. Don't overlook that. Don't try to muddy it just because he.
Let me tell you what, motherfucker, I watched the goddamn show. I was in the chat. The only reason you started doing a deep dive was because of what question?
Because the Universal was hating on him.
No, motherfucker. Universal, the other anti-black psychologist, I bet he's married to a white woman, or it's something to that effect. Is he married to a black woman? The deep dive came from an anti-black question. So you don't fool me with the bullshit.
Well, what's more anti-black than a white woman?
No.
What's more anti-black than a white woman, Stanley?
Throw it away.
What's more anti-black than a white woman?
Y'all only did a deep dive to find out what color his wife was.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure he had a black wife, Stanley.
Motherfucker, you never would have done the deep dive had it not been for an anti-black racist question.
What's more anti-black than a white woman?
Don't ask me all that bullshit.
What is more anti-black than a white woman, Stanley?
Don't story away. Let Universal do that.
What's more anti-black than a white woman?
More of a man.
Did you forget about Emmett Till, Stanley?
Hey, if you did,
you must have forgot. You forgot about Emmett Till.
The weight to that deep dive was an anti-black question. And I actually responded to Universal's question. Do you recall that? In the chat. I went, if he's married, he's one up on you. You wanna let that point sink in? Oh, it's gonna take 2 HBs.
Yeah, we're both in here. Let me kick this one out.
Dude, don't see. You're used to dealing with like a Joe Cool or an HB. I'm sorry, an HB. Joe Cool or a look. I understand how arguments work.
Say something positive.
I understand.
Say something positive about Marvin Ellison, Stanley. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course you want to scurry away. You talked about motherfucker. All you want to do is scurry away. Here,
you can't do it, Stanley.
Here's how this is gonna work. See,
he voted Trump. You can't do it.
That yelling shit works on everyone but me, HB.
You can't do it.
The only reason
ain't in you.
You did a deep dive, and I see Universal is in the chat, was
Thank you.
because of anti-blackness. You were surprised that the man was someone you could admire. I wonder if he's married. I wonder if he's married to a black woman. That's the only reason you did a deep dive. You wanted to know the color of his wife, and all the good stuff was icing on the anti-racist cake.
Yeah,
You
sounds like
don't
a
fool me.
whole lot of
You
whole
don't
lot of
fool
nothing,
me.
Stanley.
Dude,
It's not even an
dude.
argument.
You might want to yell.
It's not even an
Yell,
argument, Stanley.
motherfucker. Yell.
That's not even an
You're
argument.
dealing with someone
It's
who
not even an argument. What's
understands
more anti-black than a white
anti-blackness.
woman, Stanley?
You know what?
Oh,
How many
man.
black men were hung over a white
You
woman's accusations?
You did a deep dive.
I think we kept stats on that.
Congratulations, HB. You
Yeah.
did a deep dive.
And they didn't keep the stats for a
Motherfucker,
reason,
it's
Tom.
probably the
They
first
didn't keep
deep
the stats
dive.
for a reason.
It's probably the first deep dive. Motherfucker.
Now it's the first.
Oh, yeah. It would be the first. It would be the first. Tell me another time, motherfucker.
Hey, Tyrone, put P
Tell
Black on
me
timeout.
another
Put P
time
Black on
you
timeout, man.
spoke positively of another black CEO.
We talk
Because
about it all the time.
I already know the answer.
We talk about it all the
No,
time.
you don't.
You're sleeping.
No, you don't. No, you would be surprised at what I watch on this channel, HB. That's why I speak so authoritatively.
We talk about positive black people all the time. Barack
Name one.
Obama. We talk about
Name one.
Michelle.
No.
Michelle
I've heard
Obama.
you talk. Oh yeah. I've heard you talk about the Obamas. That wasn't praise.
We talk about
You
talk
talk
about black
them.
positive
You
blacks all
talk
the
about
time.
them for show. There is no doubt you talk about successful black people. You talk about them. Shit, you talk about rappers.
Yeah, the dead niggas. We talk about them.
Yeah, and there is the word, and I swore the N word would not be used on my panel. Why are you polluting it? You were here when I said it.
I thought that only applied to white people.
No,
Stanley,
motherfucker, it applies to my panel.
Okay.
If you want to start a new show, we're at 5:30.
No. Yeah, I want you to keep.
I will not.
I want you to keep talking about your Beetle. Go ahead, Stanley. Keep talking about your Beetle
directly. And I hope John and Portia are listening. Not on my panel.
Did you have a tape deck or
the people who can start new shows? If you want to go all anti-Negro, you can say Negro. If you want to go anti-black, do it on your own show.
What about Negress? Negress? No.
Negress. Not Negress. Negress.
Negress.
Have you never read a book or heard it pronounced before?
Yeah, the last book I read was The Cat in the Hat, Stanley. You happy?
And Negress was Dr. Seuss never approached that.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. You gotta read some of his older work. You'd be surprised.
Oh, I'm aware, but I don't know that he ever used Negress in any of that either.
I just waited for the movie. I just saw the movie.
And for the chat, I hate to interrupt, Tom. On my panel, the N word is banned. Negro's fine. I don't want to hear ninja. I don't want to hear anything close to the N word. Don't use the AH. Don't use the ER. Don't come up to my goddamn panel if you're going to be anti-black. Now, fair criticism I'll allow, but anti-black, because I'll know it when I see it. And this is the chat. This is the panel. This is anyone in the team. Don't do it on my goddamn. Them's the rules. And I hope Solid Snake is listening because he won't remember. I hope he's sober.
Well, you know he's not.
Oh, occasionally he is. And you know what? This is the other thing. I'm not tolerating fucking drunks I don't like on my panel anymore.
Ah, come on, Stanley. That
No.
X's out
Yeah,
half the people that hit the link, man. Come on.
Let them on your panel.
Ah, come on, man.
Nope. Sorry. Since I am here putting down, drawing lines.
What about when you drink, Stanley?
Hey,
yeah.
Hey, tell me you want to start a new show.
Are you drinking right now, Stanley?
Yeah.
Stanley, some of those Volkswagens.
I'm not slurring yet.
Some of the Volkswagens were made in Germany.
Let me also.
Stanley, you deserve a round of applause, man. You really do. Hold on.
Well, the other thing I deserve a round of applause is I've also made breakfast.
Wait, would you make with eggs being $50 a carton? Would you?
Motherfucker, I just buy them.
Oh.
Hey, Stanley, did you have a tape deck or anything in that Beetle? Did you just have the little radio in front?
Of fact, I had one. What was Circuit City? Oh, hell yeah. But it was a cassette tape deck.
Yeah, like a Sparkomatic or a Technics.
Yeah, with speakers. Yeah. They cut them in the panels of the door. Oh, yeah. Cassette tape.
Man, because those Volkswagens had a pretty good radio in the front of them, but it wasn't very loud. But if you put speakers, that was the man.
Nah, they were tinny.
You guys had like radios and stuff back in the.
Hey, the original radio that came with it was AM FM. So, in high school, now we're talking like 1981, 82. It was probably 82. Because I was 16. Circuit City. Now, I think I paid for it because I had a job. And of course, I didn't own the car. Fuck, I didn't pay the insurance. I had to ask my father. And, if you pay for it. So I did.
So HB, the cars when I was a kid, I don't think we had FM till like I was in high school.
Jesus Christ! So you had to listen to talk radio all day?
No, it wasn't talk radio back then.
No.
It was music. That's where you got your music.
On AM? AM it was music?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Times have really changed, huh?
Yeah. But a lot of people would get those tape decks. 8-track. 8-track was huge for cars. Lots of people had 8-track in cars. And then cassettes, yeah. And a lot of people, like my first car was a 72 Vega. And so my speakers, I put them in, and then I taped. They were in the back. They were on like that back little shelf in the behind the back seats. There's a little shelf behind there before you hit the back window, and so you'd install them by opening the trunk, and you put them in there, screw them in, and then you would take a shoebox and put it underneath so that like the speaker was down into the shoebox and tape it up there so that none of the sound could escape. It would all go out into the car. And but I remember as a kid, FM radio didn't really become a popular thing until the 70s. So a lot of cars didn't have an FM radio in them. Just the AM.
So they just drove around and didn't listen to nothing?
No, they listened to AM radio, and like
AM radio. Then it became FM.
Yeah, AM was the radio everybody listened to, back in the day when there wasn't any television. The AM radio was what people listened to. They didn't FM.
We're talking. You ain't that old now, ain't you?
No, but I'm saying AM was the thing until probably the beginning of the 70s. That was the thing. And the station that played all like the hits, the songs we kids liked, which would have been, your Elton John, your Meatloaf, your, ABBA, all that stuff.
Prairie League.
Yeah, the Pure Prairie League, all that. That was an AM station. That was an AM
FM
station.
was kind of, you remember, what is it? AOR?
Yeah, it was album rock. Was the FM was kind of like for your more serious music, your Emerson, Lake and Palm, your ELP, and your Rush.
FM was stereo and AM wasn't.
Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah.
No, as a matter of fact, on that deck, that tape deck that was in the Volkswagen, there was a little push button for mono.
Yeah.
Stereo.
Yeah. And I remember all of the FM stations
ELO.
when people ELO, when people started listening to FM, all the FM stations had these imaging sound packages that like made use of the stereo in them so that they would make it sound way cooler than FM. In Indianapolis, the big station was WNAP, Naptown, WNAP. Wrath of the Buzzard. And that's when you got the explosions and the side to side, time for the hits and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's a rock block Tuesday night on the Buzzard, that kind of. Oh, and by the way, the kick-ass killer shit, gotta listen to it all the time. R&B station in Indianapolis was WTLC. And oh God, that was, man, I listened to the shit out of that station.
WSOK, which
sucking it too.
It was SOK in Savannah. That was the shit.
Oh God, man.
And it, you know what? White kids used to listen to it.
Oh, we all listened to TLC.
On the down low, they wouldn't let them.
Ohio Players and Parliament and all that stuff. Oh, Kool and the Gang, Gap Band, all that stuff. And like, I remember their sounder went, there are seven known wonders of the world. You are listening to the 8th WTLC.
I can't remember WSOK. Their announcements would be along the line of Soul Train. It was that sort of thing. So it was pretty mellow. And overnight, the Quiet Storm. That's the big joke. They didn't call it the Quiet Storm. It was something else.
But there was a show like that in all the towns.
They used to play like bedroom music, whatever you want to call it, overnight.
Barry White.
Oh, hell yeah.
A lot of Barry White. Yeah.
If you want some mood music, just fucking turn on WSOK.
Our guy was named George Anthony, and he would like take every dedication on earth. This one goes out to Chandra for her.
Oh, yeah, the dedications?
Yeah.
Like Saturday morning. Oh, shit, yeah. Saturday morning.
Yeah.
The dedications. Yeah.
This one goes out to DeWitt from his special lady, Lenora.
Yeah. You could call in.
Yeah, you could call in and get dedication. Sometimes they would record your call in and play it over the song.
They wouldn't even charge.
Nope.
No, you could just, if you could get them on the phone, it wasn't like you had to do a Cash App or. No.
Oh, and TLC would do something. Here comes the 17-minute version of Donna Summer, Love to Love You, Baby. And they play this long version. Oh, yeah. Back in the day.
So did y'all have color TV back then?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Watch Time show on the color TV.
Well,
Yeah, with 4 channels. With 4 channels too.
No, he just did a whole show on the history of color
dig
TV.
this, dig this. When Stanley's family bought that Super Beetle, only half of the families in the United States had
wow.
color TV.
Wow.
Yeah, half the TVs were black and white.
Better than that, dude. In this is like in the 90s. I had you remember how TVs were in these big actual wood
Yeah,
cabinets?
pieces of furniture. You little slide on the
Oh,
top with a
motherfucker. I had
stereo
it
in there.
in
I'll be
1991,
right back.
92 in Norfolk. I think it was a Zenith. I think we still have it somewhere. My brother rescued it, but no, you would have to fucking put furniture polish on that TV because it was ensconced in an actual wood cabinet. And I used to watch. You could get a cable box for it, and then you hook it up to where the antenna leads would be. Dude, into the 90s. It was like it wasn't even a remote. You had to turn the channel, and then there was a UHF little wheel. I wish I had that TV now. And my brother may have it somewhere. But no, it was an awesome TV.
Yeah, my grandmama had a TV like that.
Oh, fuck yeah. It would take
Yeah, my
two people to
grandmama had
lift it.
Yep. And we had one TV. Everybody had to watch the same TV.
Yep. And we
That's why I know what
got
the story
fancy.
is.
Now we were a fancy family. You know, each of the kids had their own TVs once. I don't know, maybe I can't remember. Fairly young, but no, when the family watched TV, like after dinner, oh fuck yeah. You know, we were in the den. Yep.
Everybody sat down and ate together. I remember that.
Yep.
When the street lights come on, it's time to get home.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, my mother, because I would never come home when the street lights, where we used to play football in the street, it was a side street and I could see my house. It was second from the corner. You know, my mother would flash the light, front porch light off and on, and everybody would go, "Oh, Dolores, want you home now. You better run." So those were the motherfucking days.
Stanley, do you remember those crazy promotions they would do on the radio? It's time for the secret treasure. Four spots in it. 4 different spots in Indianapolis.
I won shit off albums, posters. You know, WCAT Tantone.
We had my first radio station I ever worked at, I did overnights when I was 16 years old on weekends. And it was WIFE, the Minute Wife. Or you love your wife, and all that stuff. But we had these promotions where it would be at 7 spots in Indianapolis. We place secret treasures that you can find. The first one's located at a place you might see while dribbling a basketball. And it would be at Market Square Arena. Somebody would find it. I found it. I'm calling it in. I found it. And there'd be tickets to a concert or something. And they'd give out all the clues. Let's see. Wolf says, I listened to that station out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Elton John, Foghat, Zeppelin, etc. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could get it. We drove them off.
Wolf looks like a Foghat fan.
Oh man, the Wolf's into everything. He's into but he likes a lot of that very complex, real good musicianship kind of music. He likes Captain Beefheart.
Yeah, well, I'm just
like
into
that.
the melodies.
So like we drove off all those young bloods, man.
Oh, they'll be back.
Maybe.
Young bloods, that's funny. Nah, you know what? Look, people, and I'm not as drunk as I would like to be and shall not, because at some point I actually have to go to sleep. But the complexity, the arguments. When you argue a point, you have to stick to the point, and when you start running off, but what about? You've lost the argument, and these folks don't seem to understand that. And this isn't old days versus new days. It's like if you actually understand what you're talking about, you stick to the point and hash it out there.
I don't know why those guys left. I'll just say that those who
Oh
do not,
well,
those who do not learn, those who
HB's on the road and he'll be in and out. That's understandable.
those who do not learn from the groove are destined to repeat it.
Or skip it.
Yeah, or skip it.
And repeat the groove. Skip.
Yeah. The Wolf's always been a guy that just ravenously
Wolf hit the goddamn link.
He's like myself. He's a guy that just ravenously consumes media of all kinds. Just a junkie for it.
And that is not unlike myself. My mother used to call it general knowledge, just knowing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, knowing things is good.
Well, if for nothing else, for no other reason, you can talk to people, which is a forgotten art.
Yeah. Well, as my one of my writing mentors early in my career says, you know what a writer is? A writer is somebody that knows a little bit about everything. And
well,
yeah, kind of true.
And there are problems with knowing, a little bit about everything. But in my experience, it rarely becomes a problem.
No, it isn't.
Whatever. See, here's the deal. If you know a little bit about everything, if you need to concentrate on one aspect of what you know, you can study it. But at least you know how to start studying it. And to me, that's what high school is about.
I always say, I may not know much, but I know a little bit about everything, and I know a lot about some things. But it's what makes you able to be a good conversationalist.
Right.
That's what, no matter who you talk to, you can at least get the ball rolling. And then the other part of a good conversationalist is if you can start a conversation, let the other person talk about their expertise. That's where you really learn things.
Right.
Is when you talk to an expert. My dad always said, never, ever, ever pass up an opportunity to talk to an expert about what they do. It'll fascinate you.
Oh, yeah. In Yellow Pony Z, amazing that Stanley would criticize anyone's debate skills. Well, I don't consider myself a debater. So, yep, I feel fair in doing that. And I had news stories, actually, believe it or not. And
oh boy, I only heard a little bit about that rocket breaking up on the heels of we're going to conquer the world and we're going to do this.
Oh yeah, I see the irony too. We want Elon to run the government, and motherfucker. Now, but the thing is he's gotten a lot of stuff to orbit and back. Yeah. You're gonna break a few rockets when you're testing stuff, so it's a short-term argument. But let's at least watch this, because you know what, I'm not really in the unless people want news, I will do it. But having too good a time. Oh, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it broke into 1 billion pieces. Interrupted airports.
There we go. And we have sort of liftoff.
We have a government.
And now we're starting to.
What an incredible sight to see these booster
I'm gonna
down
give them
into
a
the
pass
tops
on
of their
this.
arms once again.
I do like that thing where it grabs them if they're screwing up.
Yeah, well,
And we just saw some engines go out.
That can't be good.
Is this what is this?
I'm no
It's our
rocket.
government under Elon Musk.
Oh, okay.
I'm no rocket scientist, but I'm pretty sure those engines come in handy. Then it hits the atmosphere and just burns up.
Again, I'm not gonna,
Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police.
I thought
his name is DJ Daniel. He is 13
Beyonce.
years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
Is that a love sign? Oh, what a shocking! Pull that poor
But in
child.
2018,
Is that the child that John is talking about?
What? Oh, the little kid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Democrats should have stood for that. I got you.
Yeah.
That poor John.
If they had any compassion, they would have stood for that little kid. But
you know what? They don't have compassion.
Well, obviously.
If
Democrat.
that man, look, let me rewind that a little bit. You really, the only people who would stand for that kid, he doesn't even look happy. Does he really want to be there?
Well, Stanley,
let me finish.
He's had brain surgery every year of his life.
He probably doesn't. I think the Democrats did not stand because that kid does not look happy.
Stanley, he has cancer. What the hell are you talking about?
How many kids have you raised?
What the hell are you talking about, Stanley? He has cancer.
How many kids have you raised, HB?
How many kids with cancer have you raised? How many kids with cancer have you raised, Stanley?
What I want to hear from you is how many children have you raised?
How many kids with cancer have you raised, Stanley?
Yes, of course you can't answer the question.
No, you can't answer the question.
You scurry away.
You can't answer the question.
You scurry away. Motherfucker, I asked the question first.
You can't handle the truth.
No, the truth is you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You want to know the truth,
And
Stanley?
the other truth,
You can't handle the truth.
The other truth you can't handle.
Yes, he deserves to die, and I hope he burns it out.
I don't see a smile on this child.
Stanley, he's had 12 brain surgeries.
I will not stand and clap for child torture.
Stanley, he's had 12 brain surgeries,
obviously does not feel well, and his parent and
God!
His parent and Trump.
What an understatement!
Do you see a smile? Happy children.
What an understatement, Stanley.
Hey, I have experience around children. Happy children smile. Do you see a smile on this child's face?
You know, if you watch the video...
No, answer the question. Do you see a smile?
That kid is stoic, Stanley. You gotta actually listen to him talk.
That kid is stoic because he's hurting.
No, he's stoic. Listen to him talk.
He is forced to be stoic.
Listen to him talk, Stanley.
His daddy holding him is probably hurting his lymph nodes.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Stanley.
The kid is a child slave.
My God, Stanley, no!
Forced into that. The first thing.
Stanley, that was his dream. What are you talking about? That was his dream, Stanley, to be a part of the Secret Service.
You know what he asked his father?
He wanted to be a part of the Secret Service. That was his dream. He wanted to be he wanted to be a police officer and then a part of the Secret Service.
Can I go home now?
Oh my God, Stanley, you are a sick fuck, man. Oh my God.
Democrats don't stand and clap for child torture.
Stanley,
that's
you
what's
are
happening.
Sick, man.
Do you see a smile on this child's face?
He's stoic, man.
I'm not going to even call him a kid I'm going to call him a child victim of MAGA.
Oh my God!
This poor child.
The kid's
His
got days
daddy's
to live.
holding him up.
Trump gave him a.
This child, his daddy's politics under those arms are hurting him.
Stanley, you are. Come on, man.
Oh no, I'm looking.
Only Democrats make a feel good story political.
Only MAGA.
Only you Democrats make a feel good story political.
MAGA.
The kid, his dream was to join the Secret Service.
This child.
And Trump let him do it. Man, come on,
you
Stanley.
know what? Trump told his daddy to do it. Oh, your kid wants to be your kid wants to be a Secret Service agent? Hurt him.
Oh my God.
Keep him up. What time is this child's bedtime?
Oh my God, Stanley.
When my son was this child's age, it was at 7 or 8. This is past this child's bedtime. And his daddy brought him here for Trump to shout him out. I would have said, let's do it another day. My son, who is sick, needs his sleep, President
It was
Trump.
It was about him being inducted into the Secret Service, Stanley.
Cruelty. MAGA is not good for kids.
Oh my God.
This kid is not smiling.
Stanley does not represent the views of everybody.
And look at that bald white man. That bald white man is clapping.
Come on, Stanley. God.
Clapping. He's clapping that the kid.
He's a Make-A-Wish kid, Stanley. He wanted to join the Secret Service.
You know what? His wish is to be tucked in by his daddy, but his daddy trotted him out to a Trump rally. Congratulations, HB. You voted for cruelty as the
I don't know that you can blame the Democrats for politicized. I mean, they didn't invite him to a presidential address. That's what made it political.
This child is not smiling and it's past his bedtime, but John and HB want Democrats to stand.
Well, no. The issue,
the issue want no. Don't avoid my point.
The issue is they just didn't stand up for him. They didn't stand up for him.
I understand that part of it.
HB2N want Democrats to stand up, literally and figuratively, stand for this kind of cruelty. HB.
It was the kid. He wanted to be a police officer and join the Secret Service.
So the kid drives the problem here. The kid, see, now I get it.
Yeah.
You think kids are making these "I want to be a kid" trans arguments? Adults,
what the hell does a trans kid have to do with this? What the hell are you talking about, Stanley?
MAGA world. MAGA is like a Charlie Brown cartoon where the adults want, the kids run the show. So now I understand. It was the kid who wants to be a Secret Service agent and told Trump and his father that I need to be honored. Y'all are full of shit.
Stanley, you know goddamn well that's not how it works. You know goddamn well that's not how it went, Stanley.
Adults in your MAGA world.
Oh my God, Stanley. Come on, man.
Hey, that kid is not smiling.
Hey, he's had 12 brain surgeries. Let me see you go have 12 brain surgeries and see how much you smile.
Then if the kid had 12 brain surgeries, why would Trump demand his slave and his boy?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's a command performance in every sense of the word.
And who knows? Maybe the kid voted for Kamala. Maybe that's why he's not smiling. Who knows? Maybe he voted for Kamala. Who knows?
It is a command performance and the overseer is clapping. The overseer is going, you done made the big man happy. I'm sorry for the free flow there, but I was having fun.
Wolf.
What did Wolf have? Stanley is sleepy. Oh, Wolf.
No, hold on. The funny, he's joking about that part. The next part's the funny part.
He had watched Ryan's Lancelot Link video.
Remember Ryan wanted to watch the monkey
video?
video?
Lancelot Link was like a Saturday morning cartoon. Well, poor Wolf. He thinks I am sleepy and I'm not that drunk, but I am having fun. Does Wolf think a black man having fun equals drunk?
No, he's joking about that.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, totally. He keeps the funny part's the Lancelot Link part.
Oh, that's funny. I can't even remember it wasn't the main cartoon.
No.
Well,
they eventually made it into the main, a cartoon by itself, but I think wasn't it on the Banana Splits or something like that?
Probably. Shit. I'm gonna have to find those old cartoons. That and HR Puff and stuff.
I was gonna do a show about all the Sid and Marty Krofft.
Sid and Marty Krofft.
Yeah, HR Puff and stuff, and Sigmund and the Sea Monsters, and.
Yeah, I remember that. Jody from Family Affair.
Yep. Was it Johnny Whitaker? Johnny Whitaker.
Yeah. All I have to say is, and I'm sure I'll sound like an old man. Life's Rich pageant back then. There was you had a cornucopia from three network channels and a UHF channel.
Mm-hmm.
There were books there, dude. There was more variety back then.
Toys, lunch boxes. Oh
my Lord!
Now they have whole
thermoses.
Now they have whole networks dedicated to it. Obviously, I work on one of them, but I guess it started about 7 a.m. on Saturday, and it went till at least noon.
6.
Yeah, it went till noon, and then they kick you out, make you go play.
Fran and Ollie.
Oh yeah, children's something theater, children's something theater.
I know. It'll take me a minute. No, you could go, parents, and you'd wake up at like 5 a.m, and then your parents were asleep, so you go get some cereal and milk.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then you come back to the room, and no, you just turn on the TV. Fuck, you know what? It was, hey, and by 1 o'clock, if it was summertime, then you're ready to go outside,
raise hell,
talk with your friends about the cartoons.
Yep.
Play some ball.
They had that, wacky racers and Hong Kong Phooey and all.
Oh, Hong Kong Phooey.
Yeah, Hong
You
Kong Phooey.
remember what was it?
Josie and the Pussycats.
Josie and the Pussycats. They could be in orbit.
Yeah.
I remember that shit. Let's see.
The Schoolhouse Rock. What about
the Speed Buggy?
Yeah, Speed Buggy was great. Captain Caveman. They had the
oh yeah.
They had the Schoolhouse Rock.
Oh
which was really good, and you learned things. Well, that one and lollies, get your adverbs here.
Get your adverbs.
What about verb? That's what's happening. I can my thing in action. A noun. Oh God,
Conjunction.
What's your function? Yeah.
See, and this is why you and I know English better.
Right.
It's like the shit was on Saturday mornings.
I do it with an adjective. What about? What was it? The one interjection. Ow, with emotion.
Oh, that's right.
There's generally said apart from the sentence by an exclamation point or by a comma when the feeling's not as strong.
Yeah, it was educational and fun. Come on.
They had the history ones. They, the one about the 19th Amendment struck down that restricted rule.
Yes.
Yeah, about the women's right to vote.
I can't remember the song to that.
And we the people, in order to form a more perfect union.
Cooking up words and making it sound right.
Yeah. Phrases and clauses.
Yep. And all this is out on YouTube. You can find it.
It is. And I have this really cool box set because they had the arithmetic stuff, they had the history stuff, they had Interplanet Janet, they had some science stuff. And I have this, remember those three ring binders with they would have they'd be covered in denim like a pair of jeans.
Yep.
I have it's like that. Only when you open it up, it's all those CDs. So I actually have all of Schoolhouse Rock, yeah.
So you had the 3-ring, like the sleeves, you could put in a 3-ring binder.
No, it was a special edition that they sold for Schoolhouse Rock.
Oh, really?
To give it that retro feel, they had the denim.
Fuck.
And it was a thin 3-ring binder, like half the width of a normal one.
Wow.
And it just had the CDs in it. So
well, damn. You know what? If I wonder if I don't know that I would buy it now, but god damn, that sounds so cool. Do you have a pocket?
Yes.
Like a pocket, like a jeans pocket on the outside. You know how they used to do
they had all the math ones. 3 is a magic number. They had naughty number 9.
Yeah.
The cat playing pool, and they did all the tricks with,
Okay, well, humble presidents, you have to explain this one. These illegal immigrants and their kids don't know nothing about this. Oh, wow. I don't even know where to go with that. Why would you expect them to know?
Maybe they had all that stuff in their home country. Who knows?
I'm trying to figure out how immigration came into old-timey Saturday morning cartoon.
I don't know.
Because back then there were no Mexicans.
Here's another great show. Here's another
you know
great
what? When I was a kid, we had beans.
What was that show called? Via Alegre that was on PBS?
Oh, yeah. That was a good show, too.
Bilingual.
Yep,
but
Via Alegre.
Don't go to sleep on the Electric Company either.
Yep. Rita, was it Rita Moreno in that?
There are 2 Academy Award winners in that show.
Oh, yeah.
Morgan Freeman started on the Electric Company.
Yeah, he did.
And Rita Moreno, hey, you guys.
That's right. It was Rita Moreno. Mm-hmm. Oh, she was hot. You might be a 7-year-old boy. You're
knew.
Kind of wondering what's up with this woman.
Well, and she's an EGOT.
Yes, I do know that.
So, and she's doing the Electric Company. That's awesome.
Okay, let me put this up here because Stanley, I'm 30 years younger than you, and I know this stuff. Yeah, okay. Okay, humble presidents. I'm not going to even respond to that. You know this stuff. Rich chocolatey Ovaltine.
Oh yeah.
Yep. What was the one?
The big fig Newton.
The big fig
Newton. Here's the tricky part.
What was the one the chocolatey drink with the rabbit? I can't remember now.
Oh, Quick.
Yes.
Came in strawberry. And in strawberry too.
Yep.
Oh yeah. What about hot dogs? Armor hot dogs.
Oh man, the Wiener
kids eat Armor hot dogs. Fat kids, skinny kids, kids who ride on trucks.
I wish I were an Oscar Mayer Wiener.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And then BOLOGNA.
Yeah.
That was Saturday mornings too.
Yeah, all that stuff, man. Trying to sell
They
that
sell
stuff to
the
kids.
Jiffy Pop popcorn. Oh yeah.
Yep. They're trying to sell all that stuff to kids.
But you know what? Your parents would buy it for you.
Oh yeah.
You know, it wasn't. It was now the Nestle Quick and the Tang. You know, back then we didn't, know about all this stuff, but it didn't kill us. So, but the Jiffy Pop popcorn, I can remember my father making it like on a Saturday night to go and watch movies. He, do that Jiffy Pop. And you know how that foil would, kind of twirl as the popcorn popped. Yeah,
Yes.
you know what, motherfucker? You have brought out some memories I hadn't thought about in decades.
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's not got nuts. Mounds don't. Yeah.
What was the? It was it Reese's peanut butter cups? The original commercials. You got chocolate in my peanut butter.
You got peanut butter in my chocolate. Oh, what about this one? Mr. Wise Old Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Let's see. 1, 2, and then he just bites into it. Crunch. 3. 3.
Was it Bubble Pop? There was one. There was a there was bubble gum at the middle of this lollipop, and I can't remember the commercials.
Charms Blow Pop.
Yes. Yeah.
The Wolf says, do you remember having Jiffy Pop at Ball State with Brad? Yes, I do. Because Jiffy Pop not only was awesome, it was easy to
weird wrappers.
It was easy to make. Well, they were flat to begin with, and when they popped, they got this big dome, almost like a hot air balloon, and they were cheap.
Probably the principle.
They were easy. They were quick. You didn't have to put oil in a pan and do all that, and they were dirt cheap. They were very inexpensive. So yes, Brad probably loved them, Wolf. The legendary elusive Brad was the Wolf's roommate.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the Beef? I remember that. I think I was in high school when that came out.
Clara Peller. That was the actress that played.
That was now. I think that commercial started it all. It was like that for back then. You would call that viral. We're still talking about it 40 years later.
Well, there were other things before that.
I can't remember.
That were like, I can't believe I ate the whole thing for
Alka-Seltzer. But it wasn't quite like that.
No.
Because kids were talking about Where's the Beef.
And then there was another one Alka-Seltzer had that was...
Oh, Pop, Pop, Fizz, Fizz.
Yeah, but...
you remember Have It Your Way.
Yeah, Burger King.
Yep. And
how about two all beef patty special sauce in the middle? And,
that was McDonald's. Yep.
Yep.
Well, I guess HB's not coming back up.
Burger King, like that became a thing that
Mikey likes it. Now, when that came out, Phoenix Fish, I was in high school because that's when my sister started calling my brother Mikey.
Also, with the Burger King,
my sister and my mother would call him Mikey.
With the Burger King thing, that's when people would say, I'm not Burger King, so you can't have it your way.
Yeah, I remember. How about, and this is slightly off the topic, but that was Kiss My Grits time too.
Yeah, Mel's Diner.
Yep.
Polly Holiday was the actress.
Mel, the original
Kiss My Grits.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Polly Holiday. Linda Lavin just recently died, didn't she?
Yeah, not too long ago.
Yeah, she was actually in something that I saw like within the last year. So, anyway, she could sing too. which was anyway. This has
Oh,
been.
Linda Lavin was a big Broadway star.
Yeah, she could sing.
That's how she got the role of Alice, because that's from the play and the movie. Alice doesn't live here anymore.
Yeah,
but and she was also married to
My
a,
bad.
a relatively well-known actor.
Ron. He was
Ron Liebman.
Yes, they were married, right?
Right, but then they got divorced, and he ended up being married, I believe, to Jessica Walter.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. So he got around.
Two-time winner.
He got around. He passed away about 6 years ago. But Linda Lavin just died December 29th of last year, so it hasn't been that long at all. But she won Emmys and Golden Globes and everything else for, for Alice. Now, she had a recurring role in Barney Miller that lasted for a long time. And I think
Linda Lavin did?
Yes, she was Detective Janice Wentworth.
You know what?
Right
I
at the
don't
beginning.
remember her. Now, Barney Miller was a show that in Kojak. We would literally, like, all of us fucking, it was like, I mean, we would all be in the den watching. There was family TV back then.
Well, we had a thing where we would watch All in the Family, Bob Newhart.
Yep.
And what was the next one? All three in a row. They were three comedies. Oh, no, then Carol Burnett. Right after that.
Yeah, they were all CBS. Yeah.
Yeah, it was all in a row. And man, oh man, my parents loved Mary Tyler Moore and All in the Family. Oh, and Bob Newhart. And Bob Newhart was in there too. The original Bob Newhart show. And they were all so funny. And when you're a kid, at least at my house, because my parents, they're pretty strict, to see them laughing, to just see them laughing was probably more entertainment for me than the shows themselves.
Well, that wasn't too far off. Now, both my parents had good senses of humor. My father still does, but they were different senses of humor.
My parents, it's weird because they were very strict and didn't really laugh and joke around too much with us kids, but they both had amazing senses of humor. If they had friends come and visit and stuff, you'd be sitting there and they'd tell you, okay, go to bed. And you'd be there in bed with the door cracked open, just listening like crazy to everything everyone was saying. And you're just laughing your ass off because your dad and his best friend are so funny.
But you know what? I mean, as a kid, my mother was sarcastic as a motherfucker. You wouldn't think it was funny, but it was funny. But once I became an adult, I told you the last time I spent with my mother, and she could remember my father, never forgot him. She kind of never forgot me because I look like my father. She never lost her sense of humor, and my father. They just had different types of humor. My mother was more like me. I mean, horribly enough, and I know I'll catch shit on this anti woman ground.
Stop it, Stanley.
My personality.
Stop it.
My personality is more like my mother's.
I'm not anti-woman, Stanley. Stop it.
I did not call you out by name, did I?
Stop it. Just because I say women aren't funny.
Did I call you out by name?
Oh man,
Stanley.
don't self-apply that stuff.
No, Stanley, I know what you're getting at.
America is misogynistic. Is that better?
Women are not funny. That doesn't mean.
Oh, wait, hold it. Where did this come from?
Stanley.
I'm saying my mother was actually funny. Now,
right.
She wasn't on national TV. She was funny to me. She was my mother. We might have a shared language. My sister and I. And I would consider my sister my best friend because we grew up together. Here's the deal. She's funny as shit too. But it's my mother had a dark humor.
Yeah, no, I could definitely. I
And
think you definitely get your
my
humor from your
father
mom,
has
Stanley.
humor, but he's a lighter guy. His humor is kind of on the up and up. Oh, my mother, you
Nah,
know.
Stanley, you definitely are really funny. I mean,
Hey, Portia.
it takes a really funny guy to make fun of a kid with cancer.
Oh, you know what? I try hard. I
yeah.
had to come up with this from scratch.
Yeah, nah, yeah, hey. When you're good, you're good, man.
Oh, and when you're bad, you're bad. However, this motherfucker, this poor little child, cancer kid. Did John call him cancer kid?
No, he did not. He
Democrats
called him
do
his
not
name. His name
stand.
is DJ.
Hey, let's face it.
DJ.
Democrats will not and should not stand and clap for child abuse. And that's what's happening in this picture.
No, that's not what it is,
The
Stanley.
next thing this kid says is, "Ow, daddy."
No, that's not. Stanley, like I know this is strictly political. If that kid had a rainbow dress on, they would have stood for him.
Well, then you need to tell our mentor, John Galt, that it's all politics and stop asking dumb questions.
Well, yeah.
No,
I understand that. I understand that.
Why didn't Democrats stand for the child with cancer? Because it's politics. I already told him that. Maybe if he'll believe it coming from you.
Well, I think that's why so many people are apolitical nowadays because I mean,
Hey, you know what?
it happens on both sides.
That's their fault.
It happens on both sides.
They should become more political.
I mean, what happened to the compassion? What happened to the compassion? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Okay, you know what?
Don't get me started.
Talk about America and compassion, really?
For everything,
where should I start?
For everything one party does, it's very easy to point out when the other party has done something similar or bad.
But you know what? The neat thing is the compassion, American compassion, defies politics. I'm waiting for someone to tell me how compassionate America has been and is. Any takers?
It's performative. It's not really.
Oh yeah, it's conservative compassion, compassionate conservatism.
I don't know. When I heard this kid's story,
it's like makeup. It's like makeup. You wash it off at the end of the day.
Washable ink. Yeah, it's what was that Gold Star family that somebody? I'm trying to remember. I mean, we could play that tennis game all day long. Should they have done it? Do I think they should have done it? It probably would have been a better look. But you can't say the Democratic Party is broken and screwed up and it's rudderless and then go, why didn't they do the smart thing? They're not going to do the smart.
They did the smart thing.
Oh, I don't think it would have.
Black child with cancer.
I don't think that.
They were going to stand and see him and his father.
Well, it's when you bring them out for political purposes, you have to respect their political response. But I don't think it would have hurt them to stay seated and clap.
Yeah,
it's too easy of a.
It's all academic now, but all I'm saying, I'm looking at this picture, and I'm glad they didn't clap this kind of abuse.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Man.
I think when you're at attention, you're not allowed to smile, to be fair to him.
I mean, the kid, his dream was to be a part of the Secret Service. He's an official Secret Service member now, Stanley. Officially.
You know what? Can you hear my heart beating in response?
Well, me personally, I think that is I think it's pretty beautiful. I think it's honorable.
Of course, you think it's beautiful, and you and John Galt are wondering why can't the Democrats realize and see the beauty y'all see in this?
I mean, it's to
You're
me.
gonna sing. Are you gonna sing "Wind Beneath My Wings"? Because that's what's that's what's hurting this kid's armpits. The
No,
wind beneath his wings.
it's just that they can't see the beauty in him, but they saw the beauty in George Floyd. I just,
Yeah, there you go with the whataboutism.
they
You and
Saint
whataboutism,
Floyd,
Ryan.
Saint Floyd, the saint,
Whataboutism, Ryan.
the saint with
Whataboutism.
the
Y'all
Chauvin's
are
knee
the
on his
three
neck.
whataboutisms.
He got his wings, Stanley. He got his wings. Saint Floyd.
And they hurt.
We're still painting murals of
Hey,
him.
by the way, have you heard it in the air that Trump might pardon Chauvin?
Oh man, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I
That would
I
be
want him to pardon Chauvin. I want it to happen.
nah. I don't want him to pardon Chauvin. I think
I
that would
do.
be
I
that
do.
would be very.
I want Trump to do the right thing.
No, Stanley, stop it. Who is saying this? Where are your resources, Stanley? Where are your facts? I don't believe this. I think you just,
wait, hold it. Let me find it. Oh,
pull it up, Stanley.
I'm not making this shit up.
Do your research, Stanley. I need you to do your research.
Hold on. I didn't do research. I just saw a news story or an opinion piece.
Who made that? Was it The Onion? Who made this up?
No.
Who made this story up? Was it a Mad TV?
It might have been the Wall Street Journal.
No way. This might be just anti-MAGA propaganda right here. There's no way he's gonna pardon Chauvin. Come on, man. Oh God.
Now this is CNN.
Oh well, of course it's CNN.
All I'm saying is it's in the wind. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm not gonna even say it's being considered. I'm just telling you, CNN is not chopped liver. It's not The Onion, certainly.
Trump is too smart to pardon Chauvin, man.
Oh, Trump isn't that smart. You're giving him much too much credit. If Elon wants it, Ben Shapiro pushing it.
Yeah. Fuck Ben Shapiro, man.
Oh, you're just mad because he fired what's her name?
Oh no! He should have fired her earlier. He should have fired her. Hey, no, fuck Candace Owens too. I don't like that bitch either, man. What are you talking about? I don't like either of them. I think they're fake conservatives. You know, they're just pundits.
Oh, they're fake conservatives. Are you a real conservative, HB?
Nah, hell no.
You're MAGA. Of
hell
course.
no. Hell no.
MAGA. You're MAGA.
Hell nah. I like Mexican food, Stanley. I like Vietnamese food. I'm not. You think I'm just gonna eat a hamburger every day? America.
This is Time Magazine. Let's see. Is there a reader on here? Damn it. Derek Chauvin. You know what?
Put your bifocals on, Stanley.
Oh no. I hope it doesn't happen. But would you be surprised if it happened?
I would be very surprised, honestly.
Would you be disappointed?
Yeah, I would be disappointed. Yeah, big time.
You wouldn't.
No, I would. I would 100% be disappointed. Now, you know, Stanley, my whole thing about Derek Chauvin, I do think George Floyd clearly died.
Here we go.
No. This is the thing, though. This is the thing.
It was clearly.
He clearly died of an overdose.
Yeah, clearly.
I mean, what the medical examiner said.
However, Derek Chauvin should have never took him out of that car.
Fuck all that. Fuck.
He should have never. No, he is the cause. He is the cause of the death. He's the cause of the death. He's the cause of the death.
Can you hear me?
Go
Jury
ahead,
of
Stanley.
his peers.
Go ahead, Stanley.
Jury of his peers.
Derek Chauvin.
I trust the people, don't you?
I do too. That's why I'm saying he shouldn't
convicted him.
Stanley, we're arguing on the same side. What are you talking about? I don't want him to be pardoned.
You said clearly died of a drug overdose. The jury of his peers disagrees with what you find clear.
Well, that's you know.
You do know it. The jury has to be unanimous, correct?
Stanley, regardless.
Oh, don't Stanley me, young man.
Regardless, you're talking about the case. I'm talking about. No. Stanley. Regardless, I'm talking about them trying to pardon Derek Chauvin.
What's clear to you is what's been programmed into your head.
Well,
you have a very political clarity.
No. I just know if you're doing fentanyl, you're doing
motherfucker. You don't know about fentanyl. You don't know about what went on. You weren't at the trial. You weren't on the jury. You're talking through your didgeridoo.
Ah, come on, Stanley. I don't have it. I don't have a didgeridoo. I don't have a
didgeridoo.
Yeah, Stanley, I'm on the same side as you here. I don't want him to be pardoned. I don't want him to be pardoned. He deserves to be in jail.
Oh?
What do you mean? Oh.
I'm listening. Hey,
what am I supposed to mean? Oh.
I just said oh, and I was waiting for more from you. You
no,
say you're on my
side.
Should I have to say elaborate?
Oh, okay. Well, if you want me to elaborate, there we go.
Just if you'd like to be specific, the medical examiner said that the restraint of his body and compression of his neck were the primary reasons that George Floyd died.
Along with the fentanyl too.
But
there's no along with. Those are the primary reasons.
But here's the deal. Had he been healthier and not a drug user, would he have survived a couple minutes longer?
Possibly.
We don't know. There's no way to know.
You know what? Had he not been in that position, he would have survived a couple minutes longer too.
Yep. And if Chauvin didn't pull him out of the truck. If Chauvin didn't pull him out of the truck after he already had him arrested, he wouldn't have been in that situation either.
No. Don't care about any of that.
Well, that's part of it. That's part of it.
No. Let's be very specific. Chauvin had the knee on a man who was physically compromised by the drug use.
And handcuffed.
It stands to reason, had Chauvin not knelt on him for anywhere near that long, the result could have been different. It's a counterfactual. It's a hypothetical. What happened. So I know I'm in a vulnerable position here.
If you attack an elderly person and they end up dying of a heart attack, that's the attack is the primary cause. The health of the person, that's a secondary thing. Right. That's you can't start litigating secondary and thirdary reasons of stuff.
Right.
There's a primary cause. Without that, it's like, if you didn't chase him in the street, he wouldn't have gotten hit by the car. It's what's the act that caused the death. That's the only thing that matters. because everything, George Floyd's a big dude. He used to play sports. Maybe that's a contributing factor. What about these other things? Doesn't matter. You had your knee on his neck for 11 straight minutes.
You can't kill a man from rear neck pressure like that. Oh, what a dumbass. Choking was not the cause.
And it wasn't real. It wasn't real.
His lungs could not expand to inhale Yellow Pony. Dude, you know what? I'm going to start calling you My Little Pony.
And the pressure on his neck wasn't from the rear; it was from the side, which is actually even worse because that's where your arteries run.
My Little Pony.
Yeah, nah. Chauvin needs to stay locked up, man. I'm not on that side. Well,
You know what? I'm gonna call my congressman, who is a Republican, and I'm gonna demand that Trump release. I want to see the chaos, baby.
Stanley, you're sick.
I'm not real happy.
Oh no! Hey, you know what? I bet the Democrats will applaud them.
I'm not real happy with the officers that sat there and watched him do it either.
Well, they all caught. They caught some jail time themselves.
Yeah.
But you know what? I honestly though, I feel for them because dude, I have been in that situation where the guy that's the lead in the Navy.
Yeah.
I don't know that I agree with this, but he's senior. If I'm wrong, no, I feel for them though.
If they'd have made a pass or two at, hey, come on, Chauvin.
Someone did question him. One of them did.
Yeah.
It was too late by that point. But the crowd was questioning those guys hard.
And in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, no facts to back me up, I think that's why Chauvin stayed there. He was like, hey, look at me. What are y'all going to do?
Well, he was away. I'm talking about the guys assigned to control the crowd. If you've seen the phone cams of those guys, the crowd is really on them. I mean, like you can't imagine. The one Asian guy, and you could tell he was uncomfortable with what was happening. You could tell he did not like the fact that he was being ordered to sort of let Chauvin do what he was doing.
But here's the deal, though, that it's not the military, but I will say that I feel for the guys. Some of them were trainees or really junior. I feel for them, to be honest.
I do, but I also feel
I would have given them a pass.
I feel like, look, if somebody's doing that, you as a subordinate officer as well as a citizen, you only have to follow lawful orders. If something unlawful is going on,
there is what is it? Obstruction of justice, interfering. If you're wrong, and even if you're right, it's going to cost you money to hire lawyers to defend you. American justice, the justice system is fucked up.
The bigger thing for those cops would have been
once they slap an obstruction on you, you have to defend yourself, and it will cost you money.
Once the bigger problem for those officers is if they went against Chauvin and said, no, you can't do this, blah, 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 blah. There's a certain point at which that thin blue line comes into play. And nobody wants to work with them, and they're just doing admin the rest of their career.
That's what I'm saying. Same thing. They were in a bad position. I would actually, I really hate that they were. I think some of them caught jail time, or they at a minimum. I never really followed up with that. I really feel sorry for them. They, in my effed up opinion, they're the losers. They were the ones, careers nipped in the bud by dealing with this toxic individual.
Yeah.
Well, I think they
George
were
Floyd
cowards,
was
Stanley. I think they were cowards.
What?
I think they were cowards. They knew what
Motherfucker,
Chauvin was
you've
doing was
never
wrong.
been in any sort of military or paramilitary organization, so I'll just let that go.
I mean, yeah, you got a point.
No, even, dude, I'll tell you a story one day where I disagreed with my captain and I jumped the chain of command, and the only reason I survived it is I was a boot ensign. And they're like, this motherfucker has no idea what he's doing. We're just going to give him a pass because I felt passionate, but it was a bad decision. And as it turned out, it was actually a bad decision on my part.
Well, that's probably why you became an officer. They need somebody.
No. This happened after I was an officer.
Oh, okay.
First deployment, fucking, you might as well say, well, first time outside the United States, I had that fiery passion at 22 that I'm right, and the captain of a ship doesn't know better than me, so I went to his boss. And God damn it, they saved my ass. They could have ruined my career. But
could you have gotten a court martial?
Call it DEI. I was a black officer. Or I was an officer with promise, and the dude had some gusto and balls. Sometimes you want to know your fucking young officers have some fire. And the message was, we appreciate your fire, but don't do anything like this again.
Would they have made you walk the plank?
No, what they would have done is fucking sent my ass back home and discharged me.
So these officers, Chauvin
One
got...
was in 06, one was in 04. Now, the one had an eagle on his collar. He could have fucking made life difficult. As a matter of fact, that guy became CNO. The CNO that killed himself years ago.
Damn.
Yeah, that was 06 that I'm talking about became a 4-star chief of naval operations. So that was the guy, and thank God he was like, hey, Captain, no harm done. My CO, Captain, no harm done. Don't hurt him. I like seeing young officers like that. But
wow.
Yeah. So I've known some people.
Why did he sink the ship?
Why did he kill himself? Stolen valor, oddly enough. He had claimed a medal, and I don't know. Look, this was years after. I don't know the particulars, but he had been accused of stolen valor, claiming a medal or something. And I don't know. There had to, just that. I can't imagine, but I don't know the man's mind. The one time I met him, he heard me out. This was in Abu Dhabi. It was in, we were deployed.
Jesus.
So anyway, all I'm saying is that I feel for those young policemen, policewomen too. Because I've been in that situation and they got wrecked by a bad decision by another, and you don't feel comfortable necessarily because what if you're wrong? And then you're fucked. You're fucked either way.
Basically.
The only way you're not fucked is if you're right. And
you're still kind of fucked because you went up against
right,
them.
exactly.
So like here's what they all got. Chauvin, and by the way, they were both convicted federally and in state, but they got concurrent not concurrent, concurrently running sentences. So whatever the longest between federal and state was is just what they're going to serve. So Chauvin gets 22 and a half years. Kung gets 3.5 years. Lane gets 3 years. Sorry, Lane gets 3 years. And Tao gets 4 3/4 years.
Damn.
And Chauvin was convicted of second-degree state charges of second-degree murder, third-degree murder, second-degree manslaughter. Lane, Kung, and Tao were all convicted of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Incidentally, 2 of the other 3 officers than Chauvin pleaded guilty. And Tao waived his right to a jury trial on the state charge in lieu of a review of the evidence found and a determination by the judge. So they all 3 of them pretty much said, "Hey, I'm not fighting this." Pleading guilty.
Man. Yeah. You gotta think twice before you put a knee on somebody's back.
When you become a Leo, they tell you you are closer to prison now than you've ever been in your life right this minute.
Yeah.
Because anything that you do wrong at this job could conceivably land you in prison if it's serious enough.
Right. While I'm thinking about it, everyone hit the like button in the chat, because I always forget to do that. That's what a solid snake is for.
Yeah, Phoenix Fish, and I think that's the saddest part, man. They made a spectacle out of a goddamn junkie.
You know what? Even criminal junkies don't deserve to die like that. Phoenix Fish, hit the link.
That's what's so sad about, like.
What's sad about it?
That, like, because I've watched the video many times, Stanley, and
I bet you put music to it.
Mama, yeah, I actually did like a remix to it, man. Mama,
I have no doubt.
But it was very clear that he was on drugs. So when he was in the car talking about, I can't breathe, get me out of the car, I'm claustrophobic. Like, this is just a rant of a fucking drug addict. Like, why even listen to him?
Sometimes all I need is the air that I breathe.
I have a fan in you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just throw him in the truck, take him to jail. Like, it could have been so simple.
It did. If you actually watch the videos, it wasn't that easy.
I mean, he got in the truck and then he started screaming about, it's hard to breathe in the truck. Like, he was a junkie. All you had to do was just take him to the police station.
I was riding along with a couple married men. One worked for me, I worked for the other. And they were talking about their wives, and I made the comment, well, if it were me, I would say this to her. My boss looks over at me and laughs, and he goes, "Stanley, I can tell you've never been married. HB, I can tell you've never arrested a junkie."
Yeah, but trust me, Stanley, I've watched a lot of arrest videos of junkies. And
let me ask you a question. Do you really think you telling me that is going to convince me you know what the hell you're talking about?
No, but I do see how good.
Why would you even bother saying it?
I do see how good cops handle those situations. They don't.
I don't think you know shit about good cops, bad cops.
I do know good cops.
You have an opinion, which you should preface stuff like that with.
I've watched.
In my opinion,
it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation when someone expresses medical, even if you think they're faking. You're better off with just letting them tire themselves out.
You're no better than HB with that statement. that poor 55E couldn't breathe because he was dying from an OD.
Nope.
And let's see, the dumb white cop fell for it then.
Yeah, he did. He did. He fell
He
for it.
fell right into the trap.
He was he wasn't dying from an overdose.
That poor dumb white cop couldn't tell that. I think that's HB's argument.
Mm-hmm. He shouldn't have fell for that bullshit. He should have known better.
He died from the
it's
pressure
My
on the
Little
neck
Yellow Pony. What is my
and the
little
inability to expand his lungs.
Stanley, you're not superior because you were in the military. Watching videos gives him more. Oh my God. Oh.
Well, thank you, Maven. Thank you, Maven.
Watching videos gives him more experience on. That's got to be a joke. Thanks for that. That's got to be a joke.
When you're right, you're right, Cal. Maven. When you're right, you're right. Hey, I'm not gonna argue against it.
Fred, it's the John Galt chat.
Yeah. So what article do you have up there, Stanley?
Wait, Fred's a veteran, so he's taking umbrage at My Little Yellow Pony.
Well, hey, Fred, thank you for your service, man. Thank you for your service.
That's the short bus chat. Yeah, Fred. Yep, Fred.
When somebody's
by the way, hey Fred, we watched that Aaron, what's his name video.
Yeah, Stanley couldn't get through 4 minutes of it.
Hey Fred, HB's a fan, a new fan.
No. I just thought what he was saying was pretty.
It makes sense.
You know what I liked about him too, though, was he didn't get up there and say these things like he came up with these ideas. He definitely gave those who came up with these ideas or these philosophies credit, and I did like that.
That made it better.
No. I just sometimes white guys they'll make comments about the black community like they thought of it.
You mean
when black guys have been talking.
You mean like Be Brave?
Yeah. Oh, Fred, Mr. Fred, we have not watched a Pop the Balloon yet today. Would you like to watch one?
When you have somebody expressing a medical issue like that, you're just way better off chilling them out until the EMTs get there. Right. And then the EMTs are going to take their blood pressure. They're going to get their rate of respiration. They're going to check all that stuff out, and they're going to do one of two things. They're either going to take them to the hospital themselves, where they'll give them a full workup, and you just hang out until you cuff them and take them away, or they're going to turn them over to you. And at that point, you have medical information in your hand that tells you this guy's in jeopardy or he's not in jeopardy. And if he's not in jeopardy, you throw him in the paddy wagon, bye-bye. And if he is in jeopardy, then the EMTs can take him down to the hospital, and you go to the hospital behind him, and you cuff him to the gurney, and they do their business.
Well, Tom, I think me and you could both agree that the worst thing you can do
there. I'm not going to say what Chauvin could have done or would have done. I just know what he did.
Yeah.
And I'm going to depend on the jury of his peers. He went through a fair trial, and that's that.
And I think the worst thing you could do if somebody's having a medical emergency is take him out of the car and put your knee on the back. That's the worst thing you could do.
I will acknowledge that's what you think. I think none of us on this panel know shit about it. I depend on that jury of peers.
I don't know.
Well, the jury agreed with me. They agreed with me.
So they sent him to jail. Okay.
Yeah, they sent Chauvin to jail.
You agree that Chauvin, that he only got 22 years, to me is light.
Well, I think the time was more politically motivated more than anything, but he definitely deserved to be in jail for that.
Well, I think maybe him being a cop, and sometimes you have to make spur of the moment decisions. He
Yeah,
just
yeah,
went a
yeah.
little too far. I can understand. I still think it was too light, but let's
Really?
give him the benefit of the doubt.
No, I think it was too late.
Fine. The bottom line is I depend on that jury of peers. They were there. And I actually did watch the trial.
I do too. I think the reason it was light was that there was some confusion or vagueness about the Minneapolis police policy
Yes. Yep.
on
Yep.
using
Yep.
certain kinds of control.
Yep.
Yeah. I just think maybe like 10 years would have been better, but
Oh, Fred thinks 22 years is a bit much.
yeah, I
Would
think it's a bit much
would
too.
20 be better, Fred?
Yeah,
I don't think it's
that
enough.
I don't know. I mean, because I don't know. I just think he just got overzealous. Got
No,
gassed
he
up.
Oh
he
yeah, Latino brings up he had a rep.
yeah, he got in his ego, and that's why
Yeah,
he was
yeah,
sitting
yeah,
there with those
yeah,
people yelling at him, and he went, "I'll show them."
yeah.
Yeah,
That is cruel
that's
and
what I'm saying.
inhumane, and he
I'm
needs to
just,
be in
yeah,
there for 30, 35 minimum.
yeah.
I just don't think, and I
And
guess that's why he got second degree. But I
Phoenix
don't think
Fish,
he.
Phoenix Fish. I think the best thing would have been give him 5 years, and then let you be his sponsor, his halfway house after he got out.
I don't mind 5 years as long as that five
Come with
years
Phoenix
has a
Fish
guy
in
his
this.
size on his neck for the whole 5 years.
Who the fuck
Yeah.
is Little Ronnie? I heard y'all
He's the
talking
one
about
that
him.
got.
Is he famous?
Yeah. He's Texas famous. He's the one that got killed down in Fort Worth with his daughter. Him and his daughter got killed.
Uh, yeah. Well, R.I.P. But I have no clue who he
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. They
And
sent the.
I
And
no, I don't care.
Yeah.
Stanley, please, it's not Little Ronnie, it's Lil Ronnie.
Lil Ronnie. Lil Ronnie. Yeah, Lil Ronnie. There is no T in
Oh,
there, Stanley.
hey,
Lil Ronnie.
listen,
Lil Ronnie.
now that would be funny.
Anytime I hear
Where
someone's
you
name
can go back
starts,
to be a cop.
anytime I hear somebody's name starts with Lil, I don't have to wonder what profession they're
Lil
in.
Abner.
Their employment, their vocation is no mystery to me at that point.
Yeah.
Really?
Lil,
Yeah, if your name is Lil and then throw in any noun you want, I know what you do for a living.
Well,
Yeah.
we had a place in Savannah called Lil Chick. It was a chicken place. So that's what I think of.
Lil Chick is also a rapper now.
Wow. Really?
Really small girl.
Is he a Savannah rap? Savannah.
No, it's a girl. It's a female rapper.
Oh, okay.
She's just a little chick.
Savannah rapper.
Oh, look at this motherfucker. Little yellow pony. Stanley hates black excellence. He was a successful musician and business owner.
Yeah, now he's trolling now. He's trolling. He's trolling
And
now.
you know what? You are a successful little pony. Come over here and let me pet you.
Hey,
Lil horsey.
You know what? I'll put you. I will take my brush and I will brush you down and put you out to pasture.
Hang a bag of oats on his face.
Run, little horsey, run!
Hang that
Matter
bag
of
of hang that bag of oats on his face.
That's right.
that
You
he can
deserve a bag of oats.
tip back and eat it. Yeah.
When's the last time you guys went horseback riding?
Me?
Oh, my lord.
Yeah, both of you guys.
Oh God. See, Utah was about working on 3.5 years ago.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
Which reminds me, I need to talk to my son about that.
Well, you guys are gonna go horseback riding?
Oh, I'm not fucking riding a horse. But he was supposed to learn how to. I had a friend who's got a ranch, and anyway, that's probably something he needs to learn how to do.
Riding a horse is easy. The cleaning up and getting ready and brushing it and putting this blanket and then the saddle and strapping it up and all that, all the other stuff. That's the pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Hey, Phoenix Fish, you're going all fantasy. I said nothing. I said nothing about riding, but if that's your fantasy, you go, boy.
Full genuine. Nah, I think Stanley's had a couple hip surgeries. I don't think he can ride the horse anymore.
Oh, hey, riding a horse is like standing if you do it right.
Yeah.
But I'm not fucking riding a horse. Phoenix Fish, imagine me looking like Fabio. I bet that's what you're really thinking about.
You're gonna perm your afro out, Stanley.
Stanley with his flowing blonde afro, riding yellow horsey. Phoenix Fish, there's a novel in that. You gonna write it?
Sounds like a terrible idea.
It sounds like Phoenix Fish's fantasy come true.
Stanley, what is this? What is this story up here?
Oh, I had no clue I still get the print edition of the Wall Street Journal.
Hey now.
I don't get the digital version, but I get the print version. It's PDF. Who knew?
Oh, wow.
Hey, I'll take it. Now, the problem is it's practically unreadable unless from the screen.
Yeah,
but it's and there's no AI to read it.
Hell,
but Montague County residents embrace Trump's putting an iron fist down.
Oh boy, out there in Bowie.
You know where it is? Is it near Dallas?
Oh, everybody know where Bowie is.
You don't pronounce it Bowie? Okay, well, Bowie knife. Okay. Last week, 17-year-old Gage Bice enlisted in the Air Force with his mother's support. Of course. Both agreed that he wouldn't have done so if President Trump hadn't won the election. Trump is a more reliable source of direction for the country, said his mother, Joy Story. Of course, they don't have the same last name. A maintenance worker at an apartment complex who has struggled to support her 2 children. One down, one to go. Nearly 9 in 10 voters here in Montague County, Texas, backed Trump in November, making it among the Trumpiest counties in the U.S., according to results tallied by the Associated Press. It is a place where voters are thrilled to see Trump delivering on campaign promises. No matter how disruptive they are to those in the nation's capital, those on Wall Street, or the broader set of voters who are nervous about Trump's whirlwind return to Washington. It's all about us, folks.
Yep.
Out there in Bowie.
You're damn right.
Here, voters are enthused to see deportations of immigrants in the country illegally. They have celebrated cuts to federal agencies. Local manufacturers are optimistic the tariffs will revive domestic industry, making price increases worth the pain. Oh, Jesus Christ, worth the pain. Trump halted U.S. military aid to Ukraine after his heated meeting with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Several Montague County Republicans said they want to see the war end regardless of the cost to Ukraine. Regardless. And they don't consider Russia a threat to the U.S. Trump voters also said they trust that the tariffs Trump is implementing will help the country eventually, even if they mean higher costs for goods immediately. What's the highest rating I can give him? Wendy Parlett, a real estate agent in Montague County, said of the president. What's the highest rating I can give him?
What's the highest rating I can give him? I want to give him that and more.
I don't know what to say. She doesn't rate him. She just asks.
Yeah.
Shifting right. Montague County, population 21,000, is 84% white, with an above average poverty rate. So they're all on.
Oh, that's
Oh my
good. That's
God.
good. That's good to
An
hear.
above average poverty rate and a below
Yeah.
average education rate.
You hear that, honey? We're above average.
Yeehaw. Median per capita income is just under 30,700 versus 43,300 nationally. Now, you tell me, can you survive on 30,700 down there?
Well, down
In Texas, yeah, you can survive on that.
In Bowie, you probably can. You got
Yeah.
your Piggly Wiggly, the Walmart. You
Oh,
got
I love Piggly Wiggly.
You got Family Dollar. You got, of course, any roadkill you can find. You can get by.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Yeah, you
do
got
they
the
still
you got
any
the wild
armadillo?
hogs. You got wild hogs out there. Yeah,
Oh,
you can
you got
survive
them
on that.
wild hog. You got an occasional squirrel, grackle. You know,
Hey, squirrel's good. Local
Rattlesnakes.
said, I've
rattlesnake.
never had snake, but I
armadillo.
hear you can eat it.
That'd be an armadillo. You get you a lot of them armadillos.
You know what? It looks like one of them fancy two what are they? Fucking terrines. You put it. Have you ever had armadillo terrine?
Oh,
You fry
tureen,
the
yeah.
meat, you put it in aspic. You put it in a square pan and you chill it. It's delicious.
Sounds delicious, Stanley.
Oh, you never had an aspic? Look
Oh,
it
you
up.
got to get that. You got to leave the head
That's
on and
like
make
so
it.
1970s though.
Leave the head on and make it look
Put it-
out forward. So when you serve it, it's looking at everybody at the table.
Sounds delicious.
Let's see here. They used to be mostly Democrats and shifted Republican in the 1990s following Texas. Texas says bad grammar. Wall Street Journal.
Yeah,
Overall, and more recently, the populist shift to the GOP.
Ann Richards died or left off is what happened there.
The recently enlisted Bass, who lost his father to addiction when he was a child and became a father himself at 15, said that he had felt despair in recent years over the economy and the state of the country in general. Motherfucker, wait, he's worrying about the country?
Yeah.
Well,
This motherfucker's a father at 15 and he's worried about the country.
Well, half of it is his.
Well, shit. His mother, though, she relies on Medicaid and food stamps, said she resents other forms of, oh God, resents other forms of government assistance. Oh God. And she thinks, let's see, encourage people not to work. Bass learned about politics through his grandmother, Melody Gillespie, who serves as the Montague County GOP chair. I want to go in there, but I will respect other officials in the chat. He said he has been glad to see Trump put an iron fist down on things ranging from Ukraine aid to illegal immigration. Now I can understand, the iron fist on immigration from his point of view. I bet his son is half Mexican. How much you want to bet?
Well, that's a good piece.
She was an illegal. That's why he wants her out of the country.
That's a good piece from Mexico up there in Bowie. Bowie northwest of Dallas by a good piece.
Gillespie cited her grandson as among the ways Trump's term is leading to confidence among his supporters, much of it based on perception as much as specific actions. Parlett described friends from Mississippi who wouldn't allow their teenage son to travel to Texas before Trump was elected because of fears about the border.
Yeah.
That's so much bullshit. Bowie is 500 miles from the border, and border counties have long had among the lowest crime rates in the state. This is the Wall Street Journal putting this in parentheses.
Why do
Lowest
they
crime.
focus on that, Stanley?
Listen to me. Bowie is 500 miles from the border, which is
Bowie.
quite a ways. What?
What does that have to do
5,
with
6
anything,
hours?
though?
And border. Oh shit, that's like 7 hours from the border. And
Stanley,
border counties have long had among the lowest crime rates in the state. Now
what does
you're
that
asking,
have to do with anything, though? What does that have to
Bowie.
do with anything?
well, it has to do with the part about the friend from Mississippi being afraid to travel to Texas.
Well, that's just propaganda.
Okay, no, you're not. Are you having trouble comprehending or putting things in context?
Bowie.
No, Stanley, I'm saying that friend is just listening to the propaganda that all these
Like
migrants are.
all MAGA does. He heard Daddy call and he said, "Hark, who is that?"
Bowie.
No, but you see the propaganda on the other side where they're trying to make it seem like just because they're illegal, they're not breaking any laws. Well, there's no crime there, so it's
Okay,
okay.
no.
There's no
See,
crime.
once again, you and Ryan
No
have the
crime.
same.
There's no
You and
crime.
Ryan have the same level of reading comprehension. The argument is not that they don't commit crimes.
Then why even put that in there?
Where does it say crimes there?
It says the lowest
Oh, I'm sorry,
crime
crime
rate.
rates. My bad.
Right.
Okay, but where does that? What is that? Lowest crime rates does not mean they don't commit crimes.
No. What they're trying to make they're trying to make you like have sympathy for the illegal migrants. And that's my issue. It's like there's
your
just
issue is deep within that unfathomable brain.
why would they mention it then?
Oh, for God's sake. Let me move on. It's easy to say, oh, well, we like this or that, Gillespie said, but the overreaching thing is that confidence and faith is doing things, pulling people out of fear. Let's have a look.
Oh wow. She's a handsome lady.
And he is going to make a fine military person. Gillespie found herself furious Thursday when Trump listed alleged fraud and waste found in the federal government.
Mm-hmm.
Alleged. How can I barely make ends meet and hear this list of waste? Oh, God damn. Alleged fraud, and she's going to get all frothed at the mouth. Oh, man. What piece of... Now, why is that in the middle? Hopefully that... Okay, that goes around. It's been a while since I've read an actual print newspaper. Local Republicans are proud of the event. They are planning later this month to celebrate Larry Brock Jr., a North Texas former Air Force officer who was pardoned by Trump after being convicted of storming the U.S. Capitol on January 6th in combat gear before the riot. Oh, God. Oh, my God. And they're going to throw a celebration?
Yeah.
They're going to throw a hootenanny.
You ever see that? Did you ever see that footage, that one entrance where all those cops are packed in and they're just getting slammed by all those people trying to get in and pulled into the crowd and the living crap beat out of them?
Yeah.
But I sure hope.
Or that cop whose head, was it his head or something, his torso squeezed in that door?
Yeah. I sure hope poor DJ doesn't have to serve on a shift like that one.
Well, all I have to say is I'm done reading.
Not you, Tom. Come on.
No, I'm a big supporter of law enforcement, and let me tell you, people can't say they support law enforcement. Look at that video and pardon people. You just can't.
Well,
That was not anything even remotely patriotic or fair. They were trying to really mess those guys up, and they were well outside the law. Well outside of it. Dragging dudes into the crowd and beating the holy shit out of them? Are you kidding me? All of the cops I know that have seen that.
Come on now. They were just, it was a love tap by tourists.
Yeah, all the cops that I know that have seen that have said the same thing. I wish those guys had been given permission to open up on them. Because let me tell you, in a lot of other administrations, you think in the Nixon administration, if that shit had happened, that any of those people would have walked away? They wouldn't have. They just wouldn't have. Four dead in Ohio.
That would be it. A couple bodies, and all those motherfuckers would have run away like a Monty Python movie.
Well, they apparently, some of them were armed too, but, you know. 10 soldiers and Nixon's army, 4 dead in Ohio. Reagan's administration, you think you would be allowed to storm the Capitol during a certification of a presidential election? And I can think of probably some Democratic ones too. That was an assault upon my country. Sorry. It just was. I don't look at those people any differently than I do the Confederates during the Civil War.
There was a flag, a Confederate battle flag there. So, there's no reason to look upon them differently.
The loser flag that I call it, that's the loser flag.
Well,
come
America,
on now. There is a sticker on your truck, isn't there, HP?
Well, no. America does.
Did your horn go do 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 do?
My country is the United States of America, and when you plan an armed uprising against my country, the Confederate States to me are just the same as the Japanese or the Germans or the British at one point.
They don't have pointy eyes.
Yeah, that's I love it when they show the loser flag because I can go, there's a loser right there.
Oh,
Happy
wait.
to be a loser.
Speaking of Confederate flags, who's John interviewing tonight?
Just some good old boys, never meaning no
they could
harm.
only sing that good.
All you ever saw is in trouble with the law since the day they were born.
Now, that was a good TV show, though.
Taking my way. Yeah. About this time, the Duke boys showed old Boss Hogg how to get sent to federal prison.
I put that print edition of the Wall Street Journal in the Slack.
That was actually a good. That was actually a good article. Thank you, Stanley.
Oh, you know what? That's why I told you where to find it, so you can finish it on your own time.
Thank you. Yeah, Jason Kessler. There we go. Jason
the wolf. Of course, they are coming from northern trash.
So people are going silent, fearing retribution. Speaking of, hey, I'm glad Trump's in office. That means my son can go into the Air Force. So, and speaking of free speech and people feel uncomfortable. Amy Wax can't speak, so Trump is going to get retribution for people silencing her.
So Portia said we have very strict rules for tonight's interview. What are those strict
I'm not
rules?
going to be on that. I'm not going to watch it.
I'd like to know what the strict rules are.
Uh-oh.
Just out of curiosity. Just out of curiosity.
Oh, hey, Stanley will not be there to interrupt the festivities.
Nor will I, because the Urban Landlord channel said to themselves, why don't we have this guy on right when the Tom Gully show is on? Thanks. Thanks for the kick in the nuts. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for,
No, I'm kidding. I don't really care. I'm doing overrated, underrated. I'm not going to have anybody watching it anyway. Friday shows are
underrated.
Tough. Friday shows are tough. Friday shows really are tough. Now this one won't be. I anticipate this will be a very successful program for the John Galt channel, and everyone that can should listen to it. But
everyone who wants to should.
Anybody that doesn't want to rate chicken sandwiches, plungers, wiper blades of Beach Boys, coasters, Henry Winkler, and buckets, then watch the show tonight.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Jason Kessler, so
you would never go and research it because you need John Galt to enlighten you.
I'm not that interested.
Look,
Stanley.
this is like all I have to say is Google is something anyone can do, and there's even AI for it now. I loved it. I just happened to be randomly listening.
Oh yeah, no, I googled them. But like I didn't know before that. I didn't know before that who he was.
Yeah, okay. All I have to say is I saw something yesterday that made me laugh. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, you should never learn your history from some random phone conversation.
Well, I want to know what the special
I'm gonna leave it at
rules are.
that. I'm not going to get into details.
I want to know what the special rules are for tonight's show. I mean, I'm assuming
don't be mean to Jason Kessler. Basically, treat him with respect.
Yeah,
that's got to be polite.
Make sure and see to it that your little horsey, your little pony, has little sugar cubes before.
Little Pony is gonna be asking him. Little Pony's gonna be a little mare.
Little Pony will be eating the corn out of Jason.
I heard he's a
little Pony will want to be mounted.
I heard he's a Holocaust denier, so it should be pretty interesting.
Well, it should be consistent, if nothing else.
Is he really a Holocaust denier?
That's what I heard.
Jesus Christ. See, the problem with these dudes is after they do a couple of things, Holocaust deniers one of them, and starting all this stuff down in Charlottesville, you can't go back.
Yeah.
You're all in now. You're all in. You can't go back to conventional society.
One question, does he know Nick Fuentes?
Oh, he's got to.
Yeah.
But you're done. You can't go back to
Muskrat Love.
You can't, I'd like a job at your insurance agency, sir. Nope. You are full on. I make my money doing this stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you gotta double down on it too. So you gotta go into like conspiracy theory realm. Well, Hitler never even existed.
My one question is, will John represent the race like he wants all other blacks to do? Will he represent the race correctly?
Well, I know this.
Will he not be drunk and high?
Jason's gonna.
He already said that. He said he's not gonna get drunk or high during this interview.
So he's gonna honor the racist.
Jason's gonna have a tough time getting a loan from a bank.
Gonna wear a suit and tie.
Oh wow,
Jason's gonna have a tough time getting a loan from a bank, getting a corned beef sandwich at a deli, or working in a major motion picture. That's all I'm going to say.
Now, my question is, was there a Confederate national anthem?
Of course.
Will they stand and sing the Confederate national anthem? I bet it's eating goober peas.
No, it actually is the Dukes of Hazzard theme song.
Yeah, Freddie, you're spot on. Yeah. It should be very interesting.
Oh, come on now, Fred. We must keep an open mind. we must keep an open mind, and you know.
Yeah, for sure. I think John actually is better the more he drinks and smokes. So I kind of hope he does.
You see it. He's funnier, but not better.
The Confederates didn't have an official.
Two different things.
They didn't have an official national anthem, but they had Dixie.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I bet Jason Kessler knows all the words.
Well, Boston, that kind of comes with the neo-Nazi.
Jason Kessler's gonna sing it, words and all, and John's gonna dance.
I don't think John's gonna dance, Stanley.
Come on now, Bojangles, Soft Shoe, gotta happen.
Well, Mr. Bojangles was written by a guy from Oneonta.
No. I'm just talking about the character.
Oh, okay.
You know, doing the old Soft Shoe.
That was written by Jerry Jeff Walker, whose real name is Roscoe. I can't remember it. He's born in Oneonta, New York.
Right.
DJ MFB, those guys, you're
kind of a loser.
You're going to have a tough time getting a job because anywhere you work, even if you've got a guy who's like-minded and he owns a farm or a place or whatever, the press finds out about it. Now that guy's under the microscope.
Yeah, but
your job is.
I guarantee you, probably he and what's the kid from
David Hogg?
Wisconsin? I bet they're roomies.
Oh yeah, the guy with the German name. I can't remember it offhand, but yeah. He's given speeches in little tiny community buildings and barns and stuff. Yeah, he's getting a lot of, everybody bought a side dish and they're going to put a pig in the ground later on tonight. There's a lot of that going on.
Deacon Dave says he hopes MC Nemesis shows up for that. Ooh. I'm thinking Jason Kessler and him are cousins.
That'd actually be good. Yeah. It's MC Nemesis on Amazon Prime, Stanley. You got to remember the last part too.
You know what? I was on there listening to that shit the other day.
Man, I listened to some of his music.
I've literally never.
It's terrible.
Where's this guy?
I've really literally never even thought to listen to it.
It's really bad.
Only chance he has is selling tiki torches.
You expected something good, didn't you?
Oh no! I just wanted to see how bad it was, and
if he could
bad.
Get the
look at this.
If he could get the tiki
I've heard
torch,
he's even not accepted by other white supremacists.
Best he can hope
means he's not supremacist enough, or worse.
Best
and
he can hope.
You keep up with the white supremacist news. Is there like a ranking? Is there?
You mean the
white? It's Casey Kasem with the top 40 white supremacist countdown.
I'm Casey Kasem, and here's this week's top 40. This week's dedication goes out to a man in Charlottesville, Virginia. Dear Casey, all I did was buy a lot of tiki torches and invite some friends to a parade. Now I can't get a job. Yeah.
Man.
Could you please play Thank You for Being a Friend to the Grand Dragon who had me over at his house last week?
Hey, I don't, some of the shit in this chat is just
down there.
He's not even accepted by the other white supremacists.
The Thunderbolt, the Thunderbolt of the Thunder.
That's got to be a show title.
The Thunderbolt of Justice is the newsletter that they all get.
Oh, let me write this down. Thank you, DJ MFP.
Well, Boston is he's
a comedy writer.
No, he's actually well, I'm not going to put his business out there, but he may or may not be a part of the Klan, so he would know.
You know what? And he may or not be. Who gives a fuck?
He may or may not be. I'm not gonna
Well,
out there.
as a white, you know what? Apparently, they talk about it and they rate. Those motherfuckers use a mimeograph.
Now there's a top 10
They
white
put out
supremacists.
like a list of the top 10, and then they sniff it.
Yeah, and then they staple it and send it off with like those paste-on address stickers. Shows up in P.O. boxes only.
RFDs.
Trust me, if Boston's saying this, yeah, it's pretty much law. He must have really pissed some white supremacists off.
Straightening the curves.
Man.
Yeah, he's just gonna have trouble.
I don't know.
He's gonna have trouble. What are the special rules, though? I still haven't heard.
Hey, is the co-host gonna be Brave?
Oh, that would be really good if Be Brave was the special host.
Oh
my
Well,
god,
Be Brave will be coming in his pants.
Oh my god, that would be beautiful to watch.
I have a 70-year-old boner.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Have to get gratuitous now on us. Come on, man.
Jason, what do you think about South America?
All right.
Jason,
I'll be
those
back,
are nice
guys.
tiki torches. Do you got any heaters? You got any heaters? Does a tiki torch make a good? Does a tiki torch make a good heater? Because I sure don't.
That's. Oh yeah. Well.
HB, come back, HB. I'm sorry, I won't do it.
HB. Oh my God, we done ran him clean off.
I'm sorry, HB. I didn't know.
I'm not. I think it's
strongly.
hilarious.
I didn't know he felt that strongly about it. I still want to know what these special rules are, and I don't even want to be critical of them.
I think. Hey, let me just tell you my impression of the special rules. Stanley doesn't need to try and come up on the panel.
Well, that's probably one of them, but that's a given.
That's special rule number one.
Yeah, but I mean, as an interviewer, as a person who's interviewed lots of people, U.S. senators, presidential candidates, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, I would like to know what those are, because sometimes special rules are a good thing.
Sometimes those special rules have loopholes.
Well, yeah, sometimes it sneak through the cracks, but come on back,
dirty
HB.
dude. Jason Kessler is going to be up. Did you know? Dirty dude, I want you to tune into this. Anyway, I don't know. This is I'll go, let's see, it's 7:35 hours, 7 hours 35 minutes. Oh, you don't know who that is? Oh my Lord, let us look him up.
Google that somebody. He's not a he's
no dirty dude. Let's not have dirty dude look this up. He's probably just going, hey Stanley. Oh, this motherfucker, oh my God, he was born the year I graduated from high school.
Yeah, he's got some
Let's
fashion.
see. Who is Jason Kessler?
He's got some fashion choices to rethink.
Now we should I will consider this publicity for tonight's show. Jason Eric Kessler is an American neo-Nazi, white supremacist, and anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist. Kessler organized the Unite the Right rally held in Charlottesville, Virginia, held August 11th through 12th, 2017, and the Unite the Right 2 rally, held on August 12, 2018. I didn't know there was a second one.
Yeah.
Kessler is a supporter of neo-Nazism, far-right politics, and the alt-right. Kind of like alt-country.
Pop country. This Unite the Right 2 was on like a year's anniversary. And And the wolf says, I told you twice the special rules are you must love mint julep, our flowers of the South. You can't be a carpetbagger on northern trash.
Now, see, this is amazing. I had no, and you do learn something from Google. I'm sorry, from Wikipedia. Kessler graduated from the University of Virginia with a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology in 2009. Prior to his involvement in political extremism, Kessler wrote that he was employed in various working class jobs as a dishwasher, gym technician, truck driver, and handyman.
Or as he calls it, the good old days.
You know, I wonder if John will ask him about basket weaving degrees.
Yeah.
I bet he won't.
Yeah.
This motherfucker is a conspiracy theorist, a fucking white supremacist with a basket weaving degree. Not that psychology is a basket weaving degree. He just wove a basket with his laziness. Up to 2008, Kessler was a supporter of Democrats and held liberal views. Really? He voted for Barack Obama. He was also engaged in activism with the Occupy movement before being dismissed for attempting to register homeless individuals. According to a public Facebook post by former college friend Jenny Rebecca, Kessler lived for a time in government subsidized housing with a roommate who is described as an African Muslim. Oh, Jesus, dude. In late 2015, Kessler began his original blog, JasonKessler.net. Site was used to publish a noir crime novel, Badland Blues, as well as a work of poetry, Midnight Road. Should have called it fucking Tobacco Road.
I think both of them have already been taken.
You know what? He revealed lewd and offensive tweets made by Charlottesville Vice Mayor and Councilman Wes Bellamy, who is also a teacher at Charlottesville Albemarle High School. Bellamy first drew criticism from Kessler when he called a press conference to call for the removal of the Robert E. Lee statue in Charlottesville. In March 2016, in December, Kessler began circulating a petition demanding Bellamy resign, be removed from office. During the ensuing investigations, Bellamy voluntarily resigned from his teaching position at Albemarle High School, December 2016. Yeah, it gets boring from there. You can Google. 2017, Kessler was contracted to write 2 pieces for the Daily Caller. Of course he was. He wrote another. Yeah, well, you know, I'm sure John knows all the good. Yellow horse, he says, sounds like a Nazi that cannot see. I'm sure that makes sense.
Not see?
Ooh. Yeah. I get it.
I don't know. I was just asking because it's not very clear.
A Nazi who cannot see. Yeah.
That's just hilarious. That's like pay cable TV. Hilarious.
I bet his grandmother used to tell him that joke as a kid. Knock. Who's there? Nazi.
Yeah, and then
cannot see.
Slaps her knee. That's a joke, son. That's a joke. You hear me, boy? It's a joke, son.
You got to remember, son. Put knock before those jokes.
Yeah.
It only makes sense if you put knock. He and his wife. Oh, really? Oh, how? Then these dumb hillbillies. Wait, hold it. Dirty dude, Jason Kessler.
I think he's talking about the Charlottesville mayor or something.
Wait, Charlottesville's not in West Virginia?
I think there's
Okay, I
one
kind
in
of lost
Virginia.
the narrative. So
Well, anyway, the mayor that he distributed the lewd pictures of and stuff, and went to the press conference and harassed him. That guy and his wife, according to Dirty Dude, according to the Urban Landlord correspondent, Dirty Dude, he that particular mayor helped,
he's just
and his
talking
wife
about the West Virginia governor.
or Virginia, or maybe it was West Virginia. I don't.
Wait, hold it. What's the governor's name? Hold on, I'm looking it up. WV Governor Patrick Morrissey.
I'll find out what's going on here.
So Patrick Morrissey?
No. Oh no.
That's the West Virginia governor.
Hold on. Well, it might have been another one elected in the time. Wes Bellamy is who he's talking about. See, the thing is, these people in these chat rooms don't give you full information. You know, it's like,
Dirty probably,
give the name. Don't just say he. A pronoun's a fine thing,
It
sir.
might have been something that I missed. Dirty's usually pretty. He's usually pretty good about that.
We elected him. Who's we? Is it a pronoun's a fine thing, sir, but it's a bridge, not a way.
He lives in. I know he lives in West Virginia.
It's a bridge, not a way, sir. As my dad used to say.
Yeah, well, I've known Dirty Dude for a while, so there may be some corporate knowledge on my part.
Why am I even concerned about West Virginia?
Oh, it's a beautiful state.
Aren't they all?
Someone in the chat said carpetbagger, so that's what Patrick.
It's Cleghorn, Foghorn Cleghorn.
Well, that was Palomino Cleghorn.
Yeah. Governor's son. He's a governor. You hear me, son?
I'm assuming that HB is gone to either read that Wall Street Journal article or go back and fuss about Democrats for not standing when Trump wants us to stand.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, anything you bring up, you could play tennis with. Both. Neither side is bereft of bad acts
or actors,
or even just lack of, competence. But there he is in the thumbnail for tonight's show with that big loser flag. That's what it says to me. That's funny. Always will.
Read? Yeah, that's a foreign concept, Fred. Oh, Fred. No, come on now, Fred. I'm just impressed that John says he's going to be stone cold sober. Now, that's just a lure to make me tune in.
The South will rise again. Well, you better get to it because we've been waiting.
Risen and risen.
Yeah, you better get to it. We've all been waiting quite a while.
Hey, the South is awesome.
Mm-hmm. After we get them in line.
Yeah, well,
they were hooping and hollering and talking about their rebel yell and all that other stuff. And
you know what? I have gotten drunk under the Confederate flag at the Kappa Alpha House on the campus of University of Georgia several times in my life, and had a good old time doing it.
And then somebody turned and went, "What's General Sherman doing?"
Shit, you know what? I was always fairly
Maybe he would.
Well protected. Fucking the football team would show up. There would be enough. It wasn't going to turn bad.
We had
Now
some good.
the interesting thing is cops being there at those parties, and if you were underage and stepped on the sidewalk, oh, they would nab you. So that was kind of weird. Now, back in the day, my day, 18 was the legal drinking age. So actually, most people in college were legal.
Yeah. Well, all I know is the war started to turn the tide, and then, Lincoln said, "Who's this general that keeps burning all the cities to the ground? Why don't we send him on a little run through the South?" And yeah, he wasn't playing around.
Now, the bad thing is, after the Civil War, they set him loose out west, and
yeah,
there were some. The Indians were not happy.
Smallpox blanket, anyone?
Oh, General Sherman. Oh, that dude. Yeah.
William Tecumseh Sherman.
I've read his biography. It's a good biography.
Yeah.
A good biography, and I can't remember who wrote it. It's an excellent biography.
Now, these smallpox blankets won't just keep you warm with the cloth. The fever will also warm you right up.
It's the bullet hole.
Yeah. These blankets all have bullet holes in them. Well, we like to get a lot of mileage out of these. They don't grow on trees.
All right, folks. Well, I fear I have worn out my welcome talking about the advertising for tonight's show. I hope you all actually tell me about it. Hopefully it's substantive, and I'm sure there'll be clips or something from it. And I will be on, I think, at 3. It's been more like 4 these past couple mornings, but I keep going to sleep late because I keep getting occupied doing other stuff. So everyone, make sure you hit the like. Everyone, subscribe if you're new. Share, subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel as well. Support the show, folks. I need beer for tomorrow, so I can mock the. Maybe what I'll do is, what I could do is just
replay the interview.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that.
Might as well. That's repurposing network exclusive content.
I won't get a copyright strike.
And I'm sure, that's one way around a copyright strike. And I'm sure everyone would like to hear your take on it.
You know what? I have a feeling they're going to talk stock market or something.
I think they're going to talk about fellowship and
we get along.
Macrame.
I guarantee you they're going to talk about Muriel Bowser in removing the Black Lives Matter, renaming the Black Lives Matter Drive or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Guarantee you that's going to come up. And they will forget that basically the Republicans are telling her to do it, and she's, going to have to do it.
Let me ask you a question. You guys are out there and it's starting to get dark. Who the one that said, I know, let's get some tiki torches. Why don't we go get some tiki torches? March on through here with tiki torches.
Wait, I didn't Skater, I didn't know you were that old.
Yeah, she's part of our gang.
For some reason I thought she was around 50. So.
She's going to be in Louisville, Texas today. I love Louisville.
I put that up there especially for you.
I love Louisville. I'd kind of like to move there, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah. It's a northern suburb of Dallas. It's it's a nice.
Is it swanky?
I wouldn't say so. No. I guess Flower Mound, which is right next to it, is swankier. Louisville's kind of just a regular middle income, suburb.
Fred.
She's 57.
Come on now. John's a good guy. We're all flawed.
Yeah.
And besides, it would be a stamp. He's already got the card. It would just be
he needs to get that last hole punch so he gets a free sandwich.
You get so many stamps, you get like a free sub or something.
Yes, exactly. Or haircut. You get a free completely shaved head.
Oh, something like that. The card is in place. So, all right. Well, I actually have to go eat breakfast or something. So, Tom, as always, it was a blast. You are funny, man. It is a delight. So
it's fun. I got nothing else going on, and as I said, I get a ton of work done. When I get up really early and hang out with you guys, like I got all my work done mostly for the day, and also got my show all produced while we were sitting here goofing off. So,
if only I had your discipline. I do have tomorrow's show named, and the next night's show is going to be named also.
Is tomorrow's show named? He doesn't even get along.
No, it's something about what is it called? It's from Ryan. Ryan gave me the name for that show. It's something about what is it called? This is, thank God I wrote it down. It's Stanley Cross. There are animals. I really need to go. Seals are animals of color. I need to go back and edit it, but you remember he said all seals are black, and I go,
yes.
No, they're not all black, and he goes, well, Stanley, they are. Well, then, Stanley, they are animals of color. I thought that was hilarious.
Yes, Kelvin, on Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern time here in the United States.
Then this is and the next night he isn't even accepted by the other white supremacists.
Yes, exactly. Oh dear.
So all right. Enough belaboring. Folks, everyone hit the like on your way out. Guys, y'all made it fun. Shout out to Wolf and Fred. And Kelvin, of course, roller skater. Send us a clip of your practice. We'll play it. It would be fun to see. So, Dirty, my old friend Dirty, salute, man. So, all right, Tom. I'm out.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
Feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should. Feel like I should go.